The king thought exile was mercy, but for Sir Alec Arden it was a death sentence. Once he was the kingdom's greatest knight, loved by soldiers, praised by commoners, and admired even inside the royal court. But that admiration made King Cedric jealous, and soon Alec was framed for treason, stripped of everything, and sent to Blackwake, a cursed island where forgotten men were left to rot. No army, no allies, no way home, just black cliffs, freezing waves, and certain death. But Alec didn't die. Deep beneath that barren island, he discovered something no one in the kingdom understood. Something dark, valuable, and powerful enough to turn a grave into a weapon. The king thought he had buried his greatest knight, but he had only given him the one thing he needed, a place to build his revenge. The kingdom of Valerian had known peace for less than a year, and already its people were beginning to forget what peace had cost them. They had forgotten the frozen mountain passes where soldiers starved before they ever reached the battlefield. They had forgotten the crimson marshes of the Western Front, where armor sank into blood-soaked mud and arrows fell like black rain. They had forgotten the siege of Varick Fortress, when the enemy banner had nearly been planted over the walls until one knight, battered and half-dead, led a charge so brutal that even veterans still spoke of it in lowered voices. But there was one name the people had not forgotten: Sir Alec Arden. He was not born a prince, he was not the son of a duke. He had no ancient bloodline powerful enough to bend the court around him. He had risen by merit alone through discipline, courage, and an almost frightening ability to remain calm when others broke. On the battlefield, he was a wall. In the capital, he was a legend. Soldiers respected him. Commoners adored him. Even among the nobles, where smiles were sharper than daggers, his name carried weight. That was exactly the problem. The first cracks appeared after the war. At every celebration, the cheers for Alec lasted longer than the cheers for the king. Ballads about the victory spread across taverns and plazas, but in most of them, the crown was only a distant symbol, while Alec Arden stood at the center, a living hero wrapped in steel and fire. Mothers pointed him out to their sons. Young knights copied the way he wore his sword. Even court ladies, women, who usually hid their thoughts behind veils and polished manners, allowed admiration to show when he entered a hall. King Cedric noticed everything. He noticed the way palace servants whispered when Alec passed. He noticed how the generals listened when Alec spoke, even after the king had already given an order. He noticed how one of the capital's most admired women, Lady Seraphina Vale, had smiled at Alec during the victory banquet. Not shamelessly, not flirtatiously, sincerely. For most men, that would have meant nothing. For Cedric, it meant humiliation. The king was not a fool, but he was vain, insecure, and painfully aware of the difference between inherited authority and earned respect. He sat on the throne because he had been born to it. Alec Arden stood above other men because he had bled for it. Cedric could command obedience. Alec inspired loyalty. That difference haunted him. And in a court already thick with jealousy, it did not take long for poison to find his ear. "Your Majesty," Lord Malrek said one evening, his voice smooth as oil, "a beloved knight is a blessing in wartime. In peace, he can become something else." Cedric did not reply, so Malrek continued, "The people sing his name more loudly than yours. The soldiers trust him more than half your council. And now even the women of the court look toward him as though he carries the sun on his shoulders." The minister lowered his eyes just enough to appear humble. Admiration is harmless at first. Rebellion rarely is. That sentence stayed with the king. From then on, every harmless gesture became suspicious in his eyes. Every praise sounded like mockery. Every rumor became evidence. It was not difficult for men like Malrek to build a trap after that. The accusation came 3 weeks later. It began with a royal treasury convoy that was supposed to carry war reparations and captured enemy tribute from the northern garrison to the capital. The convoy never arrived. Its escorts were found dead in a ravine, the strong boxes broken open, the royal seal shattered. Worse still, among the wreckage was a folded military order bearing Alec Arden's name and a coded schedule of the convoy's route. By dawn, the palace was already whispering treason. By noon, Alec was summoned to the throne hall. He arrived in formal uniform, silver-trimmed black with the crest of the royal knights on his cloak. His sword was peace-bound at his waist by court decree. He walked through rows of nobles who watched with concealed excitement, as if they had all gathered for an execution but wished to pretend otherwise. At the far end of the chamber, under a canopy of crimson velvet and gold, sat King Cedric. The king's expression was cold. On the steps below the throne stood Lord Malrek, holding a sealed parchment like a priest presenting scripture. "Sir Alec Arden?" Cedric said, his voice echoing across the marble hall. "You stand accused of conspiring against the crown, arranging the theft of royal assets, and using your position to build unlawful influence among the army." Alec's face did not change. "That accusation is false." A murmur spread through the hall. Malrek lifted the parchment. "Your name was found among the evidence. Then my name was planted." "A convenient defense," Malrek replied. Alec's gaze shifted to him, a truthful one. Cedric leaned forward on the throne. "Do you deny sending orders to reroute the convoy?" "Yes." "Do you deny that soldiers loyal to you were assigned near its path?" "I deny that loyalty to me has anything to do with murder or theft." "Do you deny," Cedric asked, slower this time, "that your influence has grown beyond your station?" At that, the room fell still. Alec understood then. This was never about the convoy. The evidence, the accusations, the formal outrage, all of it was only decoration. The real crime was standing too high in the eyes of others, winning too much respect, being too visible, too useful, too admired. He looked not at Malrek, but at the king, and for the first time, he saw the whole shape of it. Not justice, fear. Alec drew a slow breath and spoke clearly enough for every noble in the chamber to hear. "If my service to the kingdom is now a threat to the throne, then the throne has chosen the wrong enemy." Several heads snapped up. One woman near the pillars covered her mouth. Malrek's eyes sharpened at once. Cedric's face darkened. "So even now," the king said, "you answer with pride, with truth, with insolence, with the same loyalty I gave you on every battlefield, while others hid behind walls." The insult landed harder because it was not shouted. Alec did not tremble or rage. He simply stood there, straight-backed and unbroken, speaking like a man who had nothing left to fear. Cedric hated him for it. "Enough," the king said. The word cracked through the chamber. Then came the sentence. Sir Alec Arden was stripped of title, land rights, military command, and honors. His crest was to be removed from all royal records. His name would not be spoken in court except as a warning. By decree of the crown, he would be exiled beyond the southern trade lanes to Blackwake Isle, a barren island used in older times for prisoners, debtors, and those whose deaths were more convenient than public. It was, in all but name, a death sentence. Still, Alec did not kneel. Two royal guards stepped forward to remove his ceremonial cloak. The first guard reached for Alec's brooch, but his hand did not stop there. He shoved Alec's chest, trying to force him backward in front of the entire court. Alec did not move. The guard's face tightened with embarrassment. He shoved harder. Still, Alec stood like iron nailed into stone. A few nobles smiled behind their sleeves. They wanted him humiliated. They wanted the great war hero dragged down like a criminal before their polished shoes. The second guard stepped in with a sneer. "Kneel properly when the king strips you." Then he grabbed Alec's shoulder. That was the mistake. Alec moved so fast the hall barely understood what happened. His chained hands rose just enough to catch the guard's wrist. He twisted once, not enough to break it, but enough to send the man crashing to one knee with a strangled gasp. The first guard drew his sword halfway. Alec's eyes shifted. The guard froze. Not because Alec was armed, because for one terrifying second, every soldier in that hall remembered the stories. Varric Fortress, the Western Marshes, the frozen pass where Alec had fought 3 enemy captains with a broken spear, and walked away covered in blood that was not his. "Draw it," Alec said quietly, "and make this a battlefield." The guard's fingers trembled on the hilt. The throne hall went completely silent. Even the nobles stopped smiling. Alec released the second guard's wrist. The man stumbled back, pale and furious, but alive. Alec had not attacked the crown. He had only reminded them that chains did not make him weak. King Cedric rose slightly from his throne, his face dark with rage. "You dare raise your hand in my hall?" Alec looked at the kneeling guard, then back at the king. "If I had raised my hand," he said coldly, "your guard would not still be breathing." A sharp gasp passed through the court. Malrek's smile vanished for the first time. Cedric's jaw tightened, but he did not order the guards to strike again. Not there. Not while half the soldiers in the chamber stared at Alec with awe instead of hatred. So the cloak was removed. But this time, the guards touched him carefully. The silver knight's brooch at his collar, granted after the fall of Vorik Fortress, was unclasped and dropped onto the marble floor without ceremony. The sound it made was small, but in the silence it felt like the closing of a tomb. From the edge of the hall, Alec caught a glimpse of Seraphina Vale standing among the court ladies. Her face had gone pale. She took one step forward, then stopped herself. To speak for him now would only drag her into the same pit. Alec gave the slightest shake of his head. "Do not." Her fingers tightened around her sleeves, but she obeyed. Malrek smiled faintly again, but this time the smile was thinner. By sunset, Alec Arden was in chains aboard a narrow prison vessel heading south through gray waters. The journey took 6 days. No one spoke much to him. The sailors had heard his name, of course. Some stared in awkward silence, struggling to match the condemned man before them with the war hero they had imagined. Others avoided his gaze entirely. It was easier to believe in treason than to think a kingdom would throw away its finest knight out of envy. The farther south they sailed, the harsher the sea became. By the morning of the 6th day, Blackwake Isle rose out of the fog like the spine of a drowned beast. Dark cliffs, jagged stone, wind-beaten shorelines. Not a single welcoming color anywhere. No green fields, no banners, no smoke from proper homes. Just black rock, white surf, and the ruins of an old watchtower rotting on a ridge above the coast. The captain unlocked Alec's chains and handed him a small bundle. Inside were a water skin, a knife, a coil of rope, a flint striker, and 3 stale loaves so hard they could have been masonry. "That's all?" Alec asked. The captain could not meet his eyes. Those were the king's orders. Alec stepped onto the wet stone of the shore. Behind him, the sailors lowered a small crate of useless supplies and shoved it into the shallows with a pole. No farewell was given. No priest spoke blessings. No last words were offered. The ship simply turned back toward the sea, its sail pulling away from the island, as if desperate to escape the fate it had delivered. Alec stood alone. The waves crashed hard enough to soak his boots. Salt wind dragged at his hair and clothes. Overhead the sky hung low and iron gray, heavy with the promise of rain. He said nothing for a long time. Then he looked up at the cliffs, at the broken watchtower, at the barren ridges and narrow paths carved by time and storm. A grave. That was what Cedric had given him. Not exile, not punishment. A grave with an ocean around it. But Alec Arden had spent too long walking battlefields to lie down just because someone else had chosen where he was supposed to die. By nightfall, he found a hollow in the rocks, near the remains of an old storage shed. It offered poor shelter, but enough to keep the wind from stripping the heat from his body entirely. He inventoried the crate the sailors had left behind. A cracked pot, 2 coarse blankets, a rusted hand shovel, and 1 bent fishhook. Less than a prisoner deserved. More than a corpse would need. But Blackwake did not wait until morning to test him. The first attack came after midnight. Alec woke before the sound fully formed. Years of war had trained his body to recognize danger faster than thought. A scrape of claw on stone, a wet breath near the entrance, the slow, hungry shuffle of something that had smelled blood, sweat, and weakness. His eyes opened in the dark. At the mouth of the hollow, 2 shapes moved against the stormlight. Island wolves, not true mainland wolves. These were leaner, uglier things, half-starved from living on rats, seabirds, and whatever corpses the tide delivered. Their ribs showed through patchy gray fur. Their eyes burned yellow. Foam clung to one muzzle. Alec's sword had been taken. His armor had been taken. His title had been taken. but his hand still remembered war. The first wolf lunged. Alec rolled sideways, grabbed the rusted shovel from beside the crate, and slammed its bent edge into the animal's jaw. Bone cracked. The beast hit the wall, shrieking, but the second wolf was already on him. Its teeth closed around his forearm. Pain flashed hot and immediate. Alec did not shout. He drove his knee into its ribs, then smashed the shovel handle down across its skull, once, twice, 3 times. The hollow filled with snarls, blood, and the sharp stink of wet fur. The wounded wolf clawed at his leg. Alec kicked it back, seized the small knife from his bundle, and stepped forward. The wolves hesitated. That hesitation killed them. Alec moved with brutal efficiency. One slash opened the first wolf's throat. A hard stomp crushed the second's foreleg. When it tried to crawl away, he drove the knife down behind its skull and held it there until the body stopped shaking. Then silence returned. Only the sea kept roaring outside. Alec stood in the dark, breathing slowly, blood running down his arm and dripping from his fingers onto the stone. A weaker man would have taken it as a warning. Alec took it as inventory. Meat, fur, bones for tools. Proof that the island could bleed too. He dragged both carcasses deeper into the hollow, cleaned his wound with seawater despite the pain, and wrapped it tight with cloth torn from his sleeve. Then he sat beside the dead wolves until dawn, eyes open, knife resting across his knees. Blackwake had sent its first killers. Alec had turned them into supplies. The second day was spent searching for fresh water. The third, for anything edible. He found a narrow spring inland, half hidden behind a slope of sharp stone, and a cluster of scrub roots near the cliffs that were bitter but not poisonous. He caught 2 small crabs in a tide pool and ate them half-burned over a miserable fire. On the 4th day, he climbed the ridge near the old tower and saw more of the island, a crescent bay on the eastern side, a stretch of black stone shelves near the south coast and inland. Almost nothing worth naming. Thin soil, twisted brush, wind-carved rock. A death island indeed. But dead places still held secrets. It was near sunset on the 5th day when he first noticed it. He had climbed down toward the southern shelves where waves rolled in beneath the cliff in long, hissing bursts. The tide was low, exposing cracks in the rock and shallow basins where seawater shimmered in fading orange light. Alec almost missed it because at first it looked like shadow. A strange dark stain glistened between 2 fractured slabs of stone. He crouched beside it. The substance was thick, black, and slow-moving, bubbling faintly as it seeped from the rock itself. It gathered in a narrow pool before trailing toward the sea in oily ribbons. When Alec touched it, it clung to his fingers with greasy heaviness and a bitter, biting smell, unlike rot, salt, or anything natural he had encountered on campaign. He frowned. This was no ordinary mud. He looked higher along the crack and saw more of it leaking out in uneven beads, like the island itself was bleeding black tar from its bones. Any other man might have cursed it and moved on, but Alec had spent years around siege workshops, transport crews, and military engineers. He had seen pitch, lamp grease, axle oils, tar sealants for ships, and all manner of substances, boiled, scraped, or traded for war. This was not the same as any of them, but it was close enough to stir a dangerous thought. He scraped some into the cracked pot and carried it back to his shelter. That night, under a hard wind and a thin flame, he began to test it. At first, it only smoked. Then it spat. Then the cloth wick he had twisted from his torn sleeve caught for half a second before choking out in a foul burst. Alec adjusted the wick, cleaned the pot's lip, and tried again. Smoke flooded the hollow, making his eyes burn. He coughed, cursed under his breath, and nearly knocked the whole thing over. On the 3rd attempt, the black substance ignited properly. A small, ugly flame rose from the improvised lamp. It was unstable, dirty, and sharp-smelling, but unmistakably alive. Alec stared at it. The little fire danced across the surface of that black liquid like a secret refusing to stay buried. His mind moved faster than it had in weeks. If it could burn, it could replace lamp oil. If it could be cleaned, separated, or thickened, it might serve even more uses. if there was enough of it beneath the island. He looked toward the darkness outside, past the broken stone mouth of his shelter, toward the cliffs where the black seep bled from the earth. Then slowly the first real smile since his trial appeared on Alec Arden's face. King Cedric had sent him to a grave, but buried under this dead island was something valuable enough to light cities. And if the world was foolish enough to cast him aside, then he would build a kingdom of his own from the filth no one else understood. The flame flickered in his eyes. Outside, the sea battered Blackwake Isle like it was trying to keep its secret. Inside, the exiled knight leaned closer to the burning oil and whispered the first words of the empire that would one day make kings bow. "Let's see," Alec said softly, "how worthless this island really is." The first thing Alec Arden learned was that discovery meant nothing without control. The black substance leaking from the cliffs could burn, yes, but barely. The flame it produced was unstable, thick with smoke, and foul enough to sting the eyes and throat after only a few breaths. It was not something any sane merchant would buy. Not yet. At most it was proof, a whisper of possibility, a promise hidden inside filth. And promises alone did not keep a man alive. By dawn, the little flame from the night before had died, leaving behind a greasy residue and a hollow stinking of bitter smoke. Alec sat in silence, staring at the blackened pot in his hands. His eyes were red from the fumes, and his sleeve, already torn from making the wick, was stiff with oil stains. Outside, the wind screamed along the ridges of Blackwake Isle, as if mocking him for finding hope too early. He ignored it. Hope was only useful when chained to effort. That morning, he returned to the southern stone shelves with the cracked pot, the rusted shovel, and a strip of cloth wrapped around his mouth. Under the low gray sky, the black seep was still there, oozing slowly from the fractured rock in dark, glistening lines. Now that he knew what to look for, he noticed more of it. Thin rivulets trailing through crevices, droplets clinging to the stone, shallow pools where the tide had not yet washed it away. Not one spring. Several. That mattered. He crouched low and began gathering it more carefully, scraping the thicker parts into the pot and leaving behind sand, shells, and bits of stone as best he could. It was miserable work. The oil clung to everything. It stained his fingers, ruined his grip, and carried a sharp mineral smell mixed with rot and sea salt. By the time the pot was half full, his hands looked as though he had dipped them in darkness. Still, he kept going. When he returned to the ruined shed near his shelter, Alec set the pot over a small fire and began his first true experiment. He had no proper tools, no metal coil, no sealed vessel, no distillation tower. What he did have was a soldier's patience, a battlefield engineer's memory, and the stubbornness of a man who had already lost everything worth taking. So he worked with what Blackwake had given him. He filtered the crude oil through scraps of cloth to remove the heaviest grit. He let it settle in the pot to see what sank and what floated. He skimmed the surface, separated the thicker sludge from the thinner liquid, and heated small amounts at a time, watching how each behaved. Most of the early attempts were disasters. One batch boiled too fast and spat burning droplets across the stone, forcing him to kick dirt over the fire before the whole shelter caught. Another produced such a choking cloud of smoke that he stumbled outside half blind, coughing hard enough to bring up blood. The third burned with a weak yellow flame for nearly a minute before suddenly flaring high and shattering the cracked pot with a dry pop. Alec looked down at the ruined pieces in silence, then he laughed once. Not because it was funny, because at some point, a man either laughed at misfortune or let it crush him. "Fine," he muttered hoarsely. "Again." So he started again. The next few days became a brutal rhythm of labor. Wake before sunrise, search for water, check crude collection points, gather fuel for the fire, scrape more seep from the rocks, experiment, fail, adjust, repeat. He made new containers from clay-like earth he found near a stream bed inland, shaping rough bowls and jars with his hands and hardening them beside carefully managed heat. Most cracked, some held. He scavenged strips of corroded metal from the ruins of the watchtower and bent them into crude supports. He split the old blankets apart for fibers. He cut his remaining loaves into tiny pieces and rationed every bite with a discipline that bordered on cruelty. There were moments, especially at night, when the truth of his situation pressed in harder than the cold. He was alone on a dead island, covered in soot and oil, living on crabs and roots, trying to turn black slime into something useful with tools that barely deserve the name. In the capital, warm halls still glowed beneath chandeliers. Cedric still sat on his throne. Malrek still whispered in velvet rooms. The court still ate from silver and spoke of law, while the man they condemned nearly suffocated over a smoking clay bowl. A lesser man might have broken there. But Alec had not survived war by measuring suffering. He survived by moving forward one task at a time, until pain became background and only purpose remained. On the 9th day after his discovery, he made real progress. The crude oil he collected varied slightly from seep to seep. Some was thicker, nearly tar-like. Some was thinner and more fluid. That alone told him something important. Whatever lay beneath Blackwake was not uniform. If he separated what he gathered more carefully, he might isolate the portions that burned better. So he began collecting from different cracks in separate containers. He marked them with scratches on the clay. 1 line for the eastern shelf, 2 for the southern basin, 3 for the narrow cliff split near the broken tide marker. He heated each sample slowly and tested them one by one. The eastern oil smoked too much. The southern oil burned too violently, but the third, taken from the cliff split, burned lower, steadier, and longer than the others. Alec watched the wick carefully. The flame was still crude, still ugly, but it no longer coughed itself to death in seconds. It held. It trembled in the windless corner of the shelter, but it held. For nearly 12 full minutes. He did not move until it went out. Then he looked at the remaining oil in the bowl and felt something cold and sharp settle into place inside him. This was no longer desperation. This was the beginning of a process. Over the next week, he improved it. He filtered the thinner oil multiple times through layers of cloth, ash, and fine sand. He let the heavier impurities settle longer. He used lower heat and longer waiting times. He tested thicker and thinner wicks. He shaped better lamp cups from the strongest clay. Slowly, painfully slowly, the results improved. By the end of that week, Alec had managed to produce 3 small jars of lamp fuel that burned badly by civilized standards, but reliably enough to matter. The smoke was still there, though reduced. The smell was harsh, but tolerable in open air. The flame was not elegant, but it was stronger than animal fat lamps of similar size, and the burn time was better than the tallow scraps Blackwake's old stores had yielded. It could be sold. That thought changed everything. Until then, his work had been survival. Now it became business. The difference was enormous. Alec stood on the eastern ridge at dawn, looking over Blackwake's coast with narrowed eyes. The island was still barren, still merciless, but it was no longer merely a place to endure. It was an asset, a source, a secret, and secrets became power only when traded correctly. The first problem was obvious. Blackwake had no market, no village, no port authority, no caravans, no local buyers. If he wanted coin, he needed ships. For the next several days, Alec divided his time between refining oil and watching the sea. Blackwake lay beyond the kingdom's favorite routes, but not entirely beyond traffic. Fishermen sometimes drifted farther south in lean seasons. Smugglers used forgotten waters when they wished to avoid customs. Small merchant cutters occasionally gambled on shortcuts between minor ports. None came close enough to the island willingly, not unless forced by weather or desperate need. But Alec only needed one. On the 4th day of waiting, he got his chance. A narrow 2-masted vessel appeared at midday, limping along the coast under reduced sail. Even from the ridge, Alec could see something was wrong. The ship rode unevenly in the water, and several crewmen were working frantically near the stern. It did not look like a military patrol. Too small, too worn. Most likely a private trader or a smuggler trying to avoid notice. Alec moved at once. He grabbed one of the clay fuel jars, wrapped it in cloth, and ran down the ridge path toward the eastern shore where the beach widened enough for a cautious landing. By the time he reached the coast, the vessel had already dropped anchor in shallow water and lowered a boat. 3 men came ashore. They were armed, rough-faced, and suspicious before their boots even touched stone. One wore a sailor's coat patched so many times it looked more stitch than fabric. Another had a scar running from ear to collar. The third, clearly the later, had the careful eyes of a man who counted profit before risk and blood before trust. When he saw Alec standing on the shore in torn clothes and oil-stained hands, he frowned. "Well," the man said, "either this island grows knights now, or the dead have learned posture." Alec did not smile. "Depends what you're buying." The sailors exchanged glances. The leader stepped closer. "You live here?" "For now. Then you're either mad or very hard to kill. Both have kept me alive." That earned the faintest twitch at the corner of the man's mouth. "My ship took damage in the rocks 2 nights ago," the sailor said. "We need fresh water, maybe timber if the island somehow grows miracles, and lamp oil if you have any." His eyes swept over Alec's ragged shelter in the distance. "Though I'm guessing you don't." Alec lifted the wrapped jar in one hand. "I might." That brought silence. The sailor stared. "From where?" Alec looked past him toward the cliffs. "From Blackwake." One of the others barked a laugh. "What? Do you squeeze it out of the stones?" "In a way." Before Alec could lead them inland, the scarred sailor stepped closer and looked him over with open contempt. "Captain," the man said, "why are we bargaining with him? He's alone." The leader's eyes narrowed slightly. "Careful, Rusk." But Rusk had already mistaken torn clothing for weakness. He stepped into Alec's space and reached for the wrapped jar. "Let's see what the dead knight is hiding." Alec's hand closed around his wrist. The movement was calm. The pressure was not. Rusk's grin disappeared as Alec's fingers tightened like an iron clamp. The sailor tried to pull free. Alec turned his wrist outward, shifted his foot, and slammed him face first into the whetstone with one clean motion. The other sailor drew a knife. Alec kicked the fallen man's blade from his belt, caught it in the air, and pointed it at the second sailor's throat before the man completed his step. Everything stopped. The waves crashed behind them. The leader slowly raised one hand, not to Alec, but to his own crew. "Put it away," he said. The second sailor swallowed and lowered his knife. Alec released Rusk only after the man stopped struggling. The scarred sailor rolled onto his back, coughing seawater and blood from a split lip. Alec looked down at him. "I am selling fuel," he said, "not begging for mercy." Rusk glared, but he didn't stand. The leader studied Alec with new interest. The torn clothes, the oil-stained hands, the hollow eyes from smoke and hunger, those had hidden the man underneath. Now he saw him properly, not a castaway, not a prisoner, a trained killer standing on his own shore. The leader's smile returned, slower this time. "Well," he said, "that answers one question." Alec lifted the jar again. What question was that? Whether Blackwake's only resident was worth robbing. Alec's gaze did not move. "He isn't." The man laughed once and gestured toward the rocks. "Then show me this miracle fuel, Sir Not a Beggar." Alec led them a short distance inland where the wind was weaker, set the jar on a flat stone, and fitted a cloth wick into the shallow mouth. Then, without ceremony, he struck flint and lit it. The flame rose in a low amber tongue. Not pretty, not clean, but strong. The sailors leaned in. The leader sniffed, grimaced at the smell, then watched the flame hold steady through the breeze. "How long?" he asked. "This amount," Alec said. "Long enough to justify paying for it." The sailor crouched, studying the burn like a priest examining a relic. "It smokes. Less than fish fat. It stinks. Less than rotting whale oil." The second sailor grunted. "He's not wrong." The leader stood and folded his arms. "How much do you have?" "3 jars ready. More if I choose to make them." "If you choose." Alec met his eyes. "You're not negotiating with a beggar. You're negotiating with the only man on this sea who can sell you fuel from a dead island." That did it. The leader laughed, short and sharp with genuine surprise. "There is a spine under all that soot after all." He introduced himself as Bram Voss, captain of the Morning Tide, a small, independent trader with no questions he could not afford answered. He had come close to Blackwake by necessity, not courage, after a storm and a damaged stern lamp left his crew half-blind at sea. Under normal circumstances, he would never have bought fuel from a stranger marooned on cursed rock. But necessity, Alec knew, was the mother of every profitable bargain. Bram tested the fuel himself that evening aboard his vessel. He burned one jar through the ship's stern lamp and used part of another in a lantern below deck. The smoke annoyed him. The smell annoyed everyone. But the fuel worked. By morning, he returned ashore with the expression of a man who had found value in a place he did not trust. "I'll buy the lot," Bram said. "For what price?" Bram named a number so insulting it almost became impressive. Alec looked at him in silence for 3 full seconds, then turned as if to walk away. "Hold," Bram called. "You haven't even countered. I don't bargain with men who mistake exile for desperation." Bram's eyes narrowed. "And what do you mistake it for?" "Leverage," Alec said without turning. "You need fuel now. I need coin once. Only one of those needs repeats." That made Bram pause. The captain was not dealing with a stranded fool. He was dealing with a man who understood scarcity, urgency, and pride well enough to weaponize all three. After a longer exchange, they settled on a fairer price. Not generous, but real, enough to matter. When Bram dropped the small leather pouch of silver and copper into Alec's hand, the weight of it felt heavier than coins should. It was the first money Alec Arden had earned since the day the kingdom cast him away. Not by title, not by royal favor, not by the sword, by the black blood of Blackwake. Bram also sold him extras before leaving. 2 intact clay jars, a better knife, a bundle of coarse cloth, dried meat, nails, lamp hooks, and most precious of all, a length of narrow copper tubing from damaged ship stores that the captain had considered worthless scrap. Alec did not react visibly when he saw it, but inside something tightened with focus. Copper meant refinement. Refinement meant improvement. Improvement meant scale. Before departing, Bram gave him one final look. "You know what happens if word spreads about this place?" "Yes." "Men will come." Alec closed his hand around the coin pouch. "Then I should be ready before they do." Bram smirked. "You talk like you plan to own the island." Alec looked up at the black ridges rising behind him, at the cliffs that had nearly become his grave, at the cracked stone, bleeding wealth no one else had recognized. Then he answered, calm as ever, "I plan to build something the kingdom will regret losing." The morning tide sailed before noon. Alec stood on the shore until it vanished into mist, then turned back toward his shelter with supplies under one arm, silver at his belt, and the copper tubing gripped like a promise. The island no longer felt silent. It felt waiting. That night, he spread everything he had gained across the stone floor of the ruined shed and began planning in earnest. Better storage, more collection points, a larger fire pit, clay settling basins, improved lamps, a real distillation attempt. Perhaps if he could shape the copper properly and seal the clay well enough, a crude condenser. He barely slept. At dawn, Alec climbed once more to the southern cliffs where the oil seeped from the stone. He stood there in the cold morning wind, staring down at the black liquid gathering in the cracks. And for the first time, he did not see survival. He saw industry, furnaces, workshops, barrels, docks, ships lined in harbor waiting for fuel, coins pouring into hands that had once scraped roots from hard soil. He saw Blackwake transformed. And as the first pale light of day touched the dark rock, Alec crouched beside the largest seep yet, pressed his fingers to the warm black flow, and smiled. This island had paid him once. Next time, it would pay enough to hire men. And once men came, Blackwake would never belong to the king again. Coin changed the way Alec Arden looked at the island. Before Bram Voss arrived, Blackwake had been a prison made of wind, salt, and stubborn endurance. Every cliff was an obstacle. Every path was a burden. Every day was measured by what little he could drag from the land without dying. Now he saw the island differently. The ridges were watch points. The coves were future docks. The clay beds inland were not mud, but material. The black seep in the southern cliffs was no longer a curiosity. It was a vein of power. And power, Alec knew, was meaningless unless it could be organized. That was why the silver from the morning tide mattered more than the food or tools Bram had sold him. Those could keep him alive a little longer. The money, however, meant leverage. It meant that when another ship appeared, he would not be standing on the shore like a starving castaway with a single dirty jar in his hand. He would be ready. For the next several days, Alec worked with a purpose sharper than hunger. The copper tubing Bram had called scrap became the center of his attention. It was narrow, slightly bent, and stained green in places from long neglect, but it was intact enough to matter. Alec cleaned it with sand, seawater, and a knife until the worst corrosion came away. Then he began designing, in the roughest possible terms, a primitive refining setup. He did not need elegance. He needed separation. The crude oil from the cliffs was too raw to build a real trade on. It burned, yes, but unpredictably. Some batches smoked heavily. Others flared dangerously. If he wanted repeat buyers, he needed consistency. Something that could be produced the same way, sold the same way, and trusted enough that merchants would return rather than curse his name across every port from here to the capital. So he built his first still. It was laughably primitive by any scholar's standards. A broad clay pot for heating, a fitted lid hammered together from salvaged metal strips and packed with wet clay to reduce leakage, the copper tube fixed through one side and at the far end, a smaller receiving vessel half buried in cool, wet sand to encourage condensation. It looked less like a triumph of engineering and more like a drunk blacksmith's apology. But Alec had seen war machines made from worse. The first test nearly killed him. He heated too fast. Pressure built under the sealed lid, and before he could pull back, the wet clay around the seam burst with a wet crack. A spray of hot vapor and oil splattered across the stones, and Alec threw himself sideways just in time. The edge of the burst clipped his left forearm, burning a strip of skin red and angry from wrist to elbow. He rolled, cursed, and lay there breathing hard, while black smoke crawled upward into the cold air. Pain pulsed through his arm. Slowly, Alec sat up and stared at the wreckage. Then he laughed under his breath. Again, that was becoming a habit on Blackwake. Too tight, he muttered. Too hot. Too fast. He reworked the setup that same day. This time he left a small vent gap, reduced the seal, cooled the receiving vessel better, and fed the fire in slower increments. The process took longer, painfully longer, but when the first thin stream of condensed liquid finally slid through the copper tube and dripped into the waiting clay cup, Alec felt a sharper thrill than he had when he made his first sale. Because this was different. The earlier fuel had been scraped from chance and filtered through effort. This, if it worked, was refinement. He waited until the cup held a shallow pool, then let the apparatus cool before testing it. The liquid was lighter than the raw crude, thinner. It still carried a harsh smell, but not the same suffocating heaviness as before. Alec soaked a new cloth wick, placed it in a lamp bowl, and lit it. The flame rose cleaner. Still rough. Still imperfect, but cleaner. It burned brighter than the crude fuel he had sold to Bram, with less smoke and a steadier body to the flame. Alec watched it for a long moment, then looked back toward the southern cliffs. The island had just become much more valuable. Over the next 2 weeks, his work changed pace entirely. No longer was he merely testing whether Blackwake's oil could be useful. He now knew it could. The question had become, how much could he produce before exhaustion, weather, or lack of labor crushed the opportunity in its cradle? That answer, unfortunately, was not much. Alec could collect crude alone. He could refine alone. He could shape clay vessels, maintain fire, monitor burns, and watch the sea alone. He could not do all of it well at the same time and continue expanding. Blackwake needed hands. That realization came with both opportunity and risk. More people meant more production. More production meant more sales. But more people also meant less secrecy. On a different kind of story, that might have frightened him. Here, Alec simply accepted it as the next unavoidable stage. No business grew from one man clutching a secret in a cave forever. Sooner or later, he would need workers. The key was choosing men with nowhere better to go, and every reason to stay loyal. Blackwake, fortunately, was the sort of place desperate men already drifted toward when the world had no use for them. The first arrived by accident. A fishing skiff nearly shattered itself against the eastern rocks during a storm, and Alec spotted it from the ridge just before dusk. He ran down the rain-slick path with rope tied around his waist and found 2 men half drowned in the surf, dragging themselves in a damaged cargo bundle toward shore. One was old, broad-shouldered, and gray-bearded, with hands like split oak and a face carved by years of hard labor. The other was younger, thinner, and clearly too weak from hunger to stand without swaying. Alec helped them into the ruined shed without asking questions first. Only once they had heat, dry cloth, and something hot in their stomachs did he begin learning who they were. The older man's name was Garin Hale. He had once been a shipwright in the western docks of Ilarion, respected enough to oversee hull repairs on military vessels until a royal tax official accused him of withholding materials. Whether the accusation had been true or not hardly mattered now. He had lost his workshop, his license, and eventually his home. Since then, he had drifted from port to port doing repair work for smugglers, fishermen, and anyone willing to ignore his record. The younger man was called Thomas, a dock laborer's son, who had followed Garin after famine and debt, stripped his family of everything else. Their skiff had been trying to cut south toward a minor island port when the storm pushed them off course. "You realize where you landed?" Alec asked once Garin had regained enough strength to sit upright. The older man glanced around the shelter at the clay jars, the soot-dark walls, the strange metal piping, and finally at Alec himself. On cursed rock by the look of it. Blackwake. Thomas paled immediately. Garin only grunted. "Thought so." Alec studied him. "You don't seem surprised. I'm too tired to waste fear." That answer earned him a measure of respect. When morning came, Alec brought Garin and Thomas to the southern shelves. He showed them the black seep. He showed them the crude collection pits he had dug and lined with stone. Then he showed them the still. Garin stared longest at that. He walked around it once, slow and silent, then crouched beside the clay base and tapped the fittings with a rough knuckle. His brows drew together, not in ridicule, but in the sort of professional offense a craftsman felt when seeing something ugly that nonetheless functioned. "You built this?" Garin asked. "Yes, with no proper forge?" "Yes, with almost no tools." "Yes." Garin stood and looked at him fully for the first time. "Then you're either gifted or insane." Alec gave the same answer as before. Both have been useful. For the first time, the old shipwright barked a dry laugh. That laugh mattered more than either man realized, because once Garin stopped looking at Blackwake like a cursed grave and started looking at it like a problem to be solved, the island changed again. He saw what Alec had seen, not ruin, structure waiting to happen. The damaged skiff could be cannibalized for wood and nails. The eastern cove could, with work, support a landing platform. The shed could be reinforced. Storage pits could be dug. Rain catchments could be improved. Barrel frames, racks, shelves, and support braces could be built if only the materials were gathered properly. In exchange for food, shelter, and a cut of future profits, Garin agreed to stay. Thomas followed without protest. Just like that, Alec Arden had his first men. The three of them fell into a brutal but efficient rhythm. Alec oversaw oil collection, testing, and negotiations whenever ships appeared. Garin repaired and reinforced everything that touched human hands. Thomas carried water, clay, firewood, and crewed under ceaseless instruction from both men until his arms shook by sunset every day. The work was merciless. Blackwake was not gentle to those who tried to tame it. One day, the southern paths became slick with sea spray and nearly sent Tomas over a cliff with a load of crude jars. Alec caught him by the collar at the last second, dragged him back, and said only one thing: "Slow hands live longer." Another day, a clay vessel burst during heating and scorched part of the shed wall black. Twice, strong winds nearly ruined the cooling process for the refined batches. And always there was the smell, the clinging, bitter scent of oil and smoke that seemed to soak itself into skin, cloth, even sleep. Yet the island was changing. By the end of the month, the ruined shed had become a true workshop. Not a grand one, not yet. But it had reinforced beams salvaged from the skiff, raised storage shelves, improved fire pits, better clay molds, and 2 functioning stills instead of 1. Garin reshaped Alec's original design with a craftsman's eye, widening the heating basin slightly, stabilizing the copper support, and creating a better cooling trench for the receiving vessel. The results were immediate. Production increased, quality improved, waste dropped. Alec began separating output into grades. The best refined batch became lamp fuel. The heavier, dirtier residues he set aside and experimented with as grease. That second idea came from memory. During campaign seasons, he had watched supply crews fight endlessly with wagon axles, hinges, pulleys, and metal fittings that wore down too quickly under bad maintenance and cheap lubricant. Animal fat spoiled, poor tar mixtures stiffened or failed under strain. If Blackwake's heavier oil fractions could be thickened and blended into something useful for mechanisms, carts, or ships, then his value to buyers would double. The first grease batches were crude, black, and ugly enough to offend civilized eyes, but when Garen smeared a little over the rusted hinge of the old store hatch and worked it back and forth, the result was immediate. The hinge stopped shrieking. Garen lifted a brow. "Well," Alec crouched beside him. "Well?" The old shipwright tested it again, then nodded slowly. "It's filth, but useful filth. On Blackwake, that counted as praise." The island's next buyer came sooner than expected. Bram Voss returned. This time, the morning tide approached Blackwake with less caution and more calculation. The captain had spread word sparingly, careful enough not to trigger a rush of bigger predators too soon, but not careful enough to keep his own curiosity from bringing him back. When he stepped ashore and saw not one half-starved exile but 3 working men, stacked jars, reinforced structures, and smoke rising from organized fire pits, his expression changed from amusement to professional concern. "You move quickly," Bram said. "I move because I have reason to," Alec replied. Bram eyed the rows of clay vessels. "How much?" Alec gave him the number. The captain actually whistled. "That much from this rock?" "Enough for your lamps," Alec said, "and enough to make you money reselling in ports that ask fewer questions than the capital." Bram's grin sharpened. "There it is. I was wondering when the knight would learn commerce. I learned it the day I understood loyalty doesn't pay wages." That line stayed with Bram longer than Alec intended. The captain tested the new fuel and immediately saw the difference. It still was not noble house quality, but it was significantly cleaner than before. More importantly, Alec now offered 2 products instead of 1. Refined lamp oil and thick black lubricant, useful for ship fittings, pulley assemblies, and damaged gear housings. Bram bought all of it. Not cheaply either. Alec negotiated harder this time. He now had labor, better output, and proof of repeat quality. Bram tried his usual tricks, but Alec had already learned the captain's habits. The false sigh before a low offer, the little pause when something mattered more than he wanted to admit, the way his eyes flicked towards scarcity before agreeing. By the time the deal closed, Bram was still smiling, but it was the smile of a man who knew he had not won. In return, Alec bought smarter. Not luxuries, not comfort. Assets, hammerheads, fish hooks, rope, more cloth. A shovel that was not already rusting into uselessness. 2 metal hoops for reinforcing larger barrels. A whetstone, salt, grain, dried beans, a real handsaw. And, most importantly, word. "Bring me men," Alec told Bram as the cargo was exchanged. Bram arched a brow. "What kind?" "Not thieves who think one night's theft makes them kings. Not drunkards who'd burn the place down by accident. I want men with skills, or men desperate enough to respect structure." That narrows the ports considerably. "Good. I'm not building a tavern. I'm building an industry." Bram leaned against a crate, studying him with frank curiosity now. "You really intend to turn Blackwake into something?" Alec's gaze shifted to the ridges above them, where the evening wind rolled over black stone and unfinished paths. "No," he said quietly. "I intend to turn it into somewhere the kingdom cannot ignore." Bram said nothing for a moment. Then he nodded once. When the morning tide sailed away again, it carried more than cargo. It carried the first real whisper of Blackwake's worth. And whispers, Alec knew, were dangerous things. The first real threat came 3 nights after Bram's second departure. It did not come with banners, it came with oars wrapped in cloth. Alec was awake when he heard them. Soft splashes below the eastern cove, too controlled for fishermen. too careful for lost sailors. He stepped outside the workshop, oil lamp covered in one hand, knife in the other, and looked down toward the black water. A boat slid between the rocks. Then another. 6 men climbed onto the shore. They carried short blades, hooks, and empty sacks. Raiders, not soldiers, not merchants. Just hungry men who had heard enough whispers to believe Blackwake held something valuable, but not enough to understand who guarded it. Alec woke Garen with one touch to the shoulder. "Get Thomas behind the storage pit," he whispered. Garen saw the figures below and cursed under his breath. "How many?" 6. Against 3? Alec's eyes remained on the cove. Against Blackwake? The raiders moved toward the workshop, low and fast. Their leader pointed at the stacked jars near the outer wall. One man reached for them. That was when Alec kicked over the first prepared clay bowl. Oil-slick sludge spilled across the path. The raider stepped into it and lost his footing instantly. Before he could shout, Alec came out of the darkness and drove the shovel handle into his throat. The man dropped without a sound. The second turned. Alec hit him with the lamp. The covered flame shattered against the ground, igniting the thin oil trail Alec had laid earlier that evening for testing drainage. Fire crawled across the stones in a sudden orange line, cutting the raiders from their boats. Panic broke their formation. Garen appeared from the side with a shipwright's mallet and smashed one attacker's knee sideways. The crack was ugly. The scream was worse. Thomas, shaking but determined, hurled a clay jar from behind the storage pit. It broke against another raider's chest, splashing him with thick black residue. The man staggered backward, clawing at his eyes. Alec moved through them like a ghost from an older war. One raider swung a hook at his face. Alec ducked, stepped inside the ark, and drove his knife into the man's shoulder, twisting just enough to disable the arm without killing him. Another tried to rush from behind. Alec caught the movement by sound alone, pivoted, and slammed his elbow into the man's nose. Blood burst across the firelight. The leader shouted, "Kill him! It's just one night!" Alec looked at him through the smoke. That was the worst thing he could have said. For a moment, Alec was no longer on Blackwake. He was back at Varek Fortress, standing amid broken shields and burning ladders while enemy soldiers screamed his name in fear. The raider leader charged. Alec let him come. At the last second, he shifted left, caught the man's wrist, and used his own momentum to throw him into the burning oil line. The leader crashed hard, rolled away from the flames, and came up screaming with one sleeve burning. Alec stepped on his sword hand. The blade clattered free. Then Alec placed the knife under his chin. "Who sent you?" The raider leader spat blood. "No one. Heard there was oil, thought island rats would be easy." Alec leaned closer. "You found the wrong rats. By dawn, 2 raiders were dead, 3 were bound, and 1 had escaped into the sea with burns on his arm and terror in his lungs." Alec let that one go. Garen noticed. "You missed him?" the old shipwright asked. Alec watched the fleeing boat vanish into morning fog. "No, then why?" Alec wiped blood from his knife. "Because fear travels faster than trade." The bound raiders stared at him in silence. That morning, Alec made new rules for Blackwake. No worker slept without a weapon nearby. No storage stayed unguarded. No path remained unprepared. No boat approached without being seen. The island was no longer just a workshop. It was becoming a fortress. That night, after the fires had dimmed and Thomas had finally fallen asleep where he sat, Garen remained outside the workshop, sharpening tools beneath the glow of one of the refined lamps. Alec stepped out beside him. For a while, neither man spoke. The sea crashed below the cliffs. The lamp burned steadily. Blackwake smelled of salt, clay, smoke, blood, and oil. Finally, Garen said, You know they'll come harder once word spreads. Yes, merchants first, then smugglers, then men with seals and titles who decide what you built should belong to them. Yes, and when they do, Alec looked down toward the southern shelves where the black seep still bled from the stone in endless slow patience. When they do, he said, they'll find this island already has an owner. Garen studied him in silence, then gave one slow nod. Not to a noble, not to a commander, to a man worth following. Above them, Blackwake's winds howled over the dark ridges like the island itself had begun to awaken. And for the first time since his exile, Alec Arden was no longer merely surviving on cursed land. He was building the foundation of power. One worker, one sail, one furnace, one weapon, one flame at a time. By the time the second month of Alec Arden's exile came to an end, Blackwake Isle had begun to look less like a place meant for the dead and more like a place stubborn enough to keep producing life. Not gentle life, not comfortable life, but work, order, direction. The ruined shed near Alec's first shelter was now a proper workshop in all but name. Its old half-collapsed roof had been reinforced with salvaged planks from Garen's wrecked skiff. The loose stone walls had been packed tighter with clay and braced from the inside. Shelves lined one side holding rows of fired vessels, cloth filters, rope bundles, and crude tools sorted with the kind of discipline only men who had once owned nothing could maintain. Outside, the open ground had changed too. Collection jars stood drying in the sun. Fuel pits had been marked with stone borders. A second work area had been carved beside the first for cooling and separation. A rough rain catchment stretched between two salvaged beams, its channel directing precious water into sealed basins instead of letting it vanish into the rock. None of it was pretty. Every structure leaned a little. Every beam looked one storm away from regret. The whole place smelled of oil, wet clay, ash, and labor, but it was functioning. That was enough. Alec had long since stopped measuring Blackwake against the standards of the capital. Marble halls and polished banners meant nothing here. On this island, value was measured in sturdier ropes, longer burn times, drier storage, better output, and men who woke up with purpose instead of despair. That was why he was standing on the eastern ridge before dawn, looking out over the dark gray sea with narrowed eyes. Bram Voss was due back, and this time if the captain had done what Alec asked, he would not be bringing only trade, he would be bringing labor. Behind Alec, the island was already awake. Thomas was hauling water before sunrise now without needing to be told. Garen had a habit of waking before everyone else and striking metal against stone just loudly enough to make sleep impossible for weaker men. The old shipwright claimed it was unintentional and no one believed him. Alec listened to the sounds below, the scrape of a shovel, the crackle of the first fire pit, Garen's gravel, rough voice cursing a warped plank, and let his gaze remain on the sea. When the ship finally appeared through the low morning mist, it was larger than before. Not by much, still a modest vessel by royal standards. But the morning tide rode heavier in the water this time, with extra cargo lashed beneath tarp. Near the midsection, Alec's eyes lingered there for a moment, then shifted toward the lower deck. More shadows than usual. Good. By the time Bram's landing boat touched the shore, Alec was already waiting at the beach. Bram stepped out first, coat snapping in the wind boots, sinking slightly into wet sand. Behind him came 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in patched travel clothes, all carrying the careful stillness of people who had run out of better places to go. The captain looked at Alec and smirked and said, "You ask for labor, I bring you labor." Alec's eyes moved over the group one by one. He did not greet them warmly. He did not offer comfort. He studied them the same way he had once studied terrain before a battle. The first was broad and thick-necked with scarred hands and the shoulders of a quarry worker. The second was older, thin-faced, sharp-eyed, and clearly some kind of clerk or tradesman fallen on bad years. The third was a young man with one clouded eye and rope burns along both palms. The fourth had the look of a dock brawler who had learned the hard way that fists did not beat hunger forever. The woman stood slightly apart from them all. She was dressed more simply than the others, but even under travel dust and worn cloth, it was obvious she carried herself differently. Straight spine, watchful eyes, controlled expression. Not noble Alec thought, but educated, or at least used to dealing with people too proud to admit need. Bram noticed his glance and said, "She's not dead weight before you ask." Alec said I wasn't going to ask that. And Bram said dryly, "No. You were going to decide it yourself." Alec faced the group fully and said, "I need workers, not complainers. This island has no room for thieves, drunkards, or men who collapse the first time the wind bites. You work, you eat. You work well. You earn silver, you steal from me. Sabotage my men, or spread what you see here without permission." And his voice remained calm, but something in it made even Bram stop smiling. And he said, "Then Blackwake becomes exactly the kind of island the kingdom intended it to be." No one answered immediately, good Alec thought. Let them understand the terms before they start imagining freedom where none has been offered. The broad-shouldered man finally spoke and asked what kind of work. Alec said extraction, carrying, clay shaping, fire management, construction, dock reinforcement, storage, whatever the island requires. The thin-faced older man asked, "And if someone knows numbers better than lifting?" Alec looked at him and said, "Then he proves he's worth feeding with numbers." The woman's gaze sharpened slightly at that. Alec said names. The quarry-built man was Darren. The older, narrow-faced one was Olin. The one-eyed youth was Perrin. The brawler-looking man called himself Mac, and the woman, after the smallest pause, said, "Lydia." No family names offered, and Alec did not ask for them. On Blackwake, past lives mattered only if they threatened the future. He led them uphill, and as the new arrivals crossed the ridge and saw the workshop, stills. Drying rows of clay jars, smoke pits, and storage structures below their expressions shifted one by one. First confusion, then disbelief, then calculation. This was no exile camp. Not anymore. Bram watched their faces with visible enjoyment and said, "Told you cursed rock was making money." Garen, standing outside the workshop with arms folded, looked them over and spat to the side and said, "Those are the best you found." Bram replied, "The best willing to come where I said they were going." Garen said, "That bad then?" Lydia's mouth twitched very slightly, though she hid it well. Alec did not waste more time on introductions. He put them to work before noon. That was deliberate. Hope was dangerous in places like this. Too much of it too early made people careless. The new workers needed to understand Blackwake not as rumor, but as routine. The island would accept them only through labor. Darren and Mac were sent with Garen to expand the storage area and reinforce the main workshed. Perrin and Thomas handled water and clay. Olin stayed near Alec for the day, at Alec's instruction. Not because Alec trusted him, but because the old man's hands were too fine for brute hauling. He watched the refining process with intense, hungry focus, asking only a few questions and never wasting one. Lydia surprised Alec by walking directly to the rows of finished jars and examining the markings scratched into their sides. "You separate by batch and source?" she asked. Alec looked at her. "I do. Why are these marks inconsistent?" He stepped closer. She was right. What Alec and Thomas had marked quickly over the last week made sense to them, but not cleanly enough to scale. One notch meant Southern Basin on one row, but sometimes meant second-grade refined product on another. It was a rough system built by men too busy producing to think like merchants. Alec's eyes narrowed. "What did you do before this?" he asked. "Account records," Lydia said. "Cargo tallies, port manifests, warehouse inventory." "Where?" "Nowhere that matters." He studied her for a moment longer, then pointed at the jars. "Fix it." She blinked once. "That's all." "No. After you fix the markings, count every finished vessel, every usable clay mold, every tool head, and every storage jar that hasn't cracked. Then tell me what's missing before sunset." For the first time, Alec saw something like life stir behind her carefully restrained expression. Not joy, usefulness. "Understood," Lydia said. By evening, Blackwake had changed again. Not physically, not yet, but structurally. Where before it had been Alec's will forcing order onto chaos, it now had the first signs of division of labor. Garen handled construction and maintenance. Thomas and Perrin moved materials. Darren and Mac provided the muscle needed to scale anything heavy. Olin observed process efficiency with the quiet greed of a man who understood trade. And Lydia, without being told twice, reorganized Alec's entire storage system into a rough but readable inventory method by source, grade, and purpose. When she presented it at dusk, Garen frowned at the scratched tally slate in her hands, as if it were an insult to honest labor. "What in the abyss is this?" "Account," Lydia said flatly. "We can see the jars with our eyes." She looked at him. "Can your eyes tell you how many usable vessels we'll have left in 10 days if current breakage continues?" Garen opened his mouth, then closed it. Thomas tried and failed to hide a grin. Alec took the slate from Lydia and read it in silence. Her count was exact, neat, useful. More importantly, it revealed weaknesses he had been too buried in the work to notice clearly. Clay loss during rushed firing, cloth waste during repeated filtering, insufficient sealed storage for better refined batches, and a growing mismatch between crude collection speed and refinement capacity. He looked up from the slate. "Good," he said. Only one word. Yet Lydia's posture shifted almost imperceptibly, as though she had been waiting longer for approval than she cared to admit. That night, Bram remained on the island longer than usual to observe. He walked the perimeter of the growing work zone with Alec while the others ate near the fire. "You've changed the place faster than I expected," Bram admitted. "I had reason. You also had luck." Alec glanced at him. "Luck brought me one buyer. The rest was work." Bram chuckled. "Fair enough." They stopped near the eastern cove where Garen had begun marking out support lines for a future landing structure. It was crude now, just stakes, rope, and cut stone, showing intention more than completion. But the shape of it was there. Alec looked down toward the surf. "This cove needs a proper dock. It'll cost. So will not having one." Bram looked sideways at him. "You're thinking bigger now." "I was always thinking bigger. I just lacked hands." "And now," Alec let his gaze drift back toward the fires where workers who had arrived as drifters and debt-broken labor were now eating from the same pot beneath organized shelter on an island the kingdom considered worthless. "Now I lack time," he said. Bram was quiet for a moment. Then he asked the more dangerous question. "What happens when someone in the capital hears about you?" Alec's expression did not change. "Then they hear." "That's not an answer." "It is. Panic changes nothing." "No," Bram said, "but preparation does." Alec looked at the dark sea beyond the cove. "Then I'll prepare." The captain exhaled through his nose. "You really mean to force your way back into the kingdom's sight?" "No." Bram frowned. "No?" Alec's voice stayed low and level. "I mean to become too valuable to remove a second time." That answer followed Bram all the way back to his ship. Over the next 3 weeks, Blackwake began to transform in ways even Alec had not fully imagined when he first lit crude oil in a cracked pot. The worksite became a settlement, small at first, rough, almost ugly in its stubborn practicality, but real. A second shelter went up beside the workshop for tools and stored product, then a third, simpler structure for sleeping. Stone paths were laid where mud and spilled oil had made the slope treacherous. A larger clay kiln was built inland, away from the refining fires. Rainwater channels were expanded. The eastern cove gained its first fixed unloading frame, making it possible for cargo to move ashore without every landing becoming a battle against the tide. And always the oil kept coming. Blackwake bled its black wealth without end. Alec expanded the collection network carefully. He assigned Darren and Mac to assist in cutting safer paths down the southern shelves, with rope anchors hammered into stone where needed. Thomas and Perrin handled jar transport. Olin, proving more useful than expected, began recording which seep sources yielded the best refining results under Lydia's reorganized system. For the first time, Alec had enough information to compare output over time. That changed his thinking again. Not just labor, not just sales, planning. Now Blackwake could be managed. One evening, as wind battered the unfinished walls of the sleeping shed, Lydia brought Alec a fresh tally slate and laid it beside his work table. "We're running out of clean cloth faster than expected," she said. "I know." "No," she replied. "You knew we were using a lot. You did not know this much." He looked at the slate. She was right again. At current growth, refining would stall within 2 trade cycles unless he secured more filter cloth, tighter sealed vessels, and larger receiving containers. The island was growing, but growth was beginning to reveal its own costs. Alec leaned back slightly. What do you suggest? Lydia folded her arms. You ask that as though you aren't already planning 3 steps ahead. I asked. She held his gaze for a moment, then answered. Stop selling all of the top-grade fuel immediately. Keep a reserve. Use the lower grades for common trade. Build consistency first, reputation second, scale third. And on Bram's next return, buy supply capacity before comfort. Alec gave her a long look. Then the corner of his mouth moved barely. That sounds like port accounting. That sounds like survival with arithmetic. Same thing in the capital. For the first time, Lydia actually smiled. It was brief, but real. Alec said nothing more, though. Inwardly, he adjusted his plans at once. That was the true value of Blackwake's new people, he realized. Not just labor, perspective. Every one of them carried a piece of the larger machine he was building, whether they understood it or not. Near the end of the 3rd month, Bram returned once again. And this time, he did not come alone. Behind the morning tide sailed another vessel, a lean coastal trader flying no noble banner, but clearly following Bram's lead. Alec stood at the ridge and watched both ships approach the cove in tightening circles. Beside him, Garen grunted. That's new. Yes, Alec said. Good new or bad new? Alec's eyes narrowed slightly as men moved on the deck of the unfamiliar ship, already looking toward Blackwake with interest too sharp to be innocent. That, he said, depends on how expensive curiosity intends to become. Below them, the settlement fires burned against the gathering dusk. Rows of finished jars waited beneath covered storage. The workshop smoke rose steady. Workers moved with purpose between structures that had not existed a month earlier. Blackwake was no longer hidden. It had become visible. And visibility, Alec knew, was the first price of power. As the second ship lowered anchor in his waters, the exiled knight rested one hand on the hilt of the blade the kingdom had failed to take from him, and stared down at the island he was dragging into history. The dead rock was learning to breathe. Soon the world would hear it. The second ship had barely anchored off Blackwake's coast before the mood of the entire island changed. Until now, Alec Arden's business had grown in silence. A few ships, a few careful deals, a few desperate men turned into loyal workers. Blackwake was still something hidden, valuable, yes, but not yet important enough to shake the mainland. That changed the moment the second merchant ship arrived behind Bram Voss, because it meant one thing. Blackwake was no longer a secret. Standing on the ridge above the harbor, Alec watched the unfamiliar vessel rock against the dark waters, while the lamps of his settlement burned below like scattered stars. Just a few months ago, this island had been a grave the king had thrown him into. Now, smoke rose from workshops, workers moved between storage sheds, and merchants were crossing dangerous waters just for the chance to buy what he made. The dead island was breathing, and it was starting to make money. Bram came ashore with his usual lazy grin, but the man behind him was different. Well-dressed, sharp-eyed, and clearly richer than any smuggler Alec had dealt with so far, the newcomer introduced himself as Roth Calwin, a coastal merchant whose ships supplied ports, workshops, and shipyards along the southern trade lanes. The moment Roth saw Blackwake with his own eyes, his expression changed. He had expected a rumor. What he found instead was the beginning of an industry. Rows of sealed fuel jars sat beneath covered sheds. Workers moved with discipline. Fires burned in controlled pits. Clay vessels dried in neat lines. Even the harbor, rough as it still was, had begun to function like a real loading point. For a long moment, Roth simply stared. Then he looked at Alec and said, "This is far bigger than I was told." Alec answered calmly, "Then someone gave you an incomplete report." That one line was enough to tell Roth exactly what kind of man he was dealing with. Not a desperate exile, not a lucky scavenger, a builder. Roth inspected the fuel at once. He tested the flame, watched the burn, checked the smoke, and even examined the heavier oil residue Alec had begun shaping into lubricant. The more he saw, the more serious he became, because this was no longer just a strange product from a cursed island. This was something ports would pay for. Shipyards would need, merchants would compete over, and Roth realized it before he even finished the first sample. He turned to Alec and went straight to business. "I want regular supply rights." Bram nearly laughed. Alec didn't even blink. "No." Roth frowned slightly. "You refused quickly." You asked quickly. For a moment, the air between them tightened. Then Alec stepped forward and made the balance of power clear. He told Roth exactly what Blackwake would and would not become. He would sell. He would trade. He would expand. But he would not hand control of his future to the first wealthy merchant who arrived smelling profit. If Roth wanted Blackwake's fuel, then he would pay properly, bring tools, cloth, casks, and metal, and keep his mouth shut where the royal court was concerned. No exclusive rights, no hidden ownership, no tricks. Roth listened. Then slowly he smiled, because now he understood the truth. Blackwake's fuel was valuable, but Alec Arden was even more dangerous than the oil. He negotiated like a man who had already been betrayed once and had no intention of ever being cornered again. By sunset, the deal was done. Roth would bring supplies and buy in bulk. Bram would keep his share for helping Blackwake rise first, and Alec would keep full control over the island, the product, and its growth. It was the first real commercial agreement in Blackwake's history, and the moment it was sealed, the island entered a completely different stage. Because this time the ships did not just take fuel away, they brought the future with them. When the unloading began the next morning, even Garen Hale went silent for a few seconds. Bundles of cloth, stacks of iron fittings, new tool heads, proper casks for storage, nails, hooks, copper lengths, hammer shafts, saw blades, food reserves. For months, Blackwake had survived on scrap and stubbornness. Now, for the first time, it had resources. That changed everything. Within days, Alec pushed the island into full expansion. The harbor was enlarged. The storage sheds doubled. A second refining line was built, then a third. More workers arrived with Bram and Roth on later trips. Debt-ridden sailors, blacklisted craftsmen, laborers with nowhere else to go, and men who had heard that on Blackwake hard work actually earned food, silver, and a future. Alec accepted them carefully. Not all at once, not without rules, but he accepted enough. And Blackwake grew fast, very fast. The narrow work camp became a settlement. The settlement became a port, and the port became a place merchants started planning around. Every week more lamps burned across the island. More roads were cut into the black stone. More houses rose near the workshops. More crude flowed from the cliffs. More silver entered Alec's hands. The island the king had called worthless was now producing the most sought-after lamp fuel in the southern sea. And Alec wasn't done. He improved the refining enough that his better batches began burning cleaner and longer than cheap whale oil. The heavier residue became a rough but highly effective lubricant for ship parts, cart axles, dock pulleys, and mill machinery. Suddenly, Blackwake wasn't just selling light. It was selling function. Ships wanted it. Workshops wanted it. Dockyards wanted it. Even better, there was no one else in the kingdom producing anything like it at scale, which meant that little by little, without announcing it to the world, Alec Arden was doing something terrifying. He was building a monopoly. One evening, as another cargo run left the harbor loaded with sealed casks, Lydia brought Alec the latest ledger and placed it on the table in his workroom. He read it once, then again. The numbers were no longer small. Blackwake had crossed the point of survival weeks ago. Now it was making real money. Not noble house wealth yet, not royal treasury wealth, but enough that Alec could feel the next stage approaching. With more labor, more ships, and one proper dock, the island would explode in value. Garen looked over his shoulder at the records and let out a low whistle. That much? Alec closed the ledger, and this is still the beginning. Outside, the sound of hammers echoed across the growing settlement. Men shouted over rope lines. Fires roared in the refining pits. Lamps burned along the roads. The harbor stayed busy long after dark. Blackwake no longer looked like exile. It looked like ambition. That same week, Roth returned with another offer. Bigger ships, broader routes, faster distribution. This time, he came less like a man trying to take advantage of a hidden producer, and more like a merchant trying not to be shut out of history. That was the real shift. People were no longer looking at Blackwake and asking whether it could succeed. They were now asking how big it was going to become. And Alec gave them the only answer that mattered. Big enough that none of you will ignore it again. Bram loved that line so much he laughed for nearly a full minute. But Alec meant every word. From that point on, the growth of the island became impossible to stop. More workers arrived, then families, then small traders hoping to attach themselves to Blackwake's rise. What had begun as one man scraping crude oil from seaside rock was now becoming a harsh, smoky, money-soaked frontier town. The first proper inn was little more than a reinforced shed, serving soup and watered ale, but it stayed full. A tool market began forming near the harbor. Labor crews competed for wages. Ship captains started adjusting routes just to dock there. Blackwake had become a real economic hub. And with every passing week, Alec's name spread farther. Not publicly, not yet, but in the language that mattered most. Merchant whispers, dockyard rumors, quiet conversations between men who knew where money was moving. They spoke of an island lord with no title, a dead island that sold light, a man exiled by the king who was now earning more in a month than some noble saw in a year. That was where the danger began, because whispers did what ships eventually always did. They traveled north, far from Blackwake and taverns near the trade lanes and counting houses and port offices and in the private rooms of lesser nobles with business interests on the southern coast. One rumor kept resurfacing. Alec Arden was alive. Not only alive, thriving. And the island he had been sent to die on was becoming rich. Back on Blackwake, Alec stood at the edge of the harbor one night and watched his settlement glow beneath rows of oil lamps made from his own refining. Garen came to stand beside him. "So," the old shipwright said, looking over the harbor crowded with cargo men and firelight, "does it feel like a grave anymore?" Alec looked at the island in silence at the workshops. The workers, the roads, the loaded ships, the black cliffs still bleeding wealth into his hands. Then he answered, calm and cold, "No." He turned his eyes toward the dark northern horizon where the kingdom lay beyond the sea. "It feels," Alec said, "like the king's greatest mistake." And somewhere far from Blackwake's burning lamps and rising wealth, the first real whisper of his name reached the mainland. Once the rumor started, Blackwake changed again. Before, merchants came to the island because they needed fuel. Now they came because they were afraid of being late. That fear made Alec richer than any refining breakthrough ever could. Within weeks, ships began appearing one after another along Blackwake's coast. Some were small traders hoping to secure a few casks before prices rose again. Others were larger merchant vessels carrying metal, timber, cloth, grain, tools, and laborers willing to work under brutal conditions if it meant steady pay. Even captains who once laughed at the idea of docking near a cursed exile island now adjusted their routes just to see if the stories were real, and every one of them left with the same conclusion. The stories had undersold it. Blackwake was no longer some hidden operation run by a lucky exile. It had become a living, growing port. The harbor expanded first. Under Garen Hale's direction, the rough landing point was torn apart and rebuilt into something far more useful. Heavy supports were driven into the shallows. Stone foundations were laid higher into the cove. Cargo ramps were widened. Rope cranes and pulley frames were added. It still wasn't elegant, but it no longer looked temporary. It looked permanent. And permanence changed how people behaved. More workers stayed. More traders invested. More labor crews offered contracts. Soon the shoreline that had once greeted Alec with nothing but wet stone and silence was crowded with stacked casks, hauled, cargo-shouting workers, and ships waiting their turn to unload. Above the harbor, the island kept growing. New housing rows were built for workers. Storage warehouses rose near the refining lines. Kilns burned day and night. The first real market street appeared beside the lower road where tool sellers, food vendors, cloth traders, and rough little taverns began feeding off Blackwake's success like hungry birds around a war camp. Even the nights felt different now. When Alec had first arrived, Blackwake had been swallowed by darkness the moment the sun fell. Now the roads glowed with rows of lamps fueled by the island's own oil. From the sea, Blackwake looked like a city being born. And at the center of all of it stood Alec Arden, not as a knight, not as an exile, not anymore. He had become something else. The workers had started calling him Lord of Blackwake behind his back weeks ago. Now they were saying it to his face. At first, Alec ignored it. Then he stopped correcting them, because titles given by kings could be stripped away. Titles given by men who worked, bled, and built under your rule were much harder to erase. His influence grew with the island. Alec organized labor crews, expanded the refining system, and pushed Blackwake into full production. He divided the oil business into clear branches: lamp fuel, lower-grade bulk stock, and lubricant, and each one began bringing in serious coin. Lydia turned the ledgers into an actual operating system. Olin tracked incoming buyers and outgoing supply. Garen ruled construction like a sea-worn tyrant. Thomas and Perrin trained newer workers. Darren and Mac became the muscle that kept order in the harbor when tempers flared. And tempers did flare, because Blackwake was making too much money too quickly. Merchants began bidding against each other for supply. Ship captains fought over loading priority. Laborers arriving late demanded wages they had not earned. Petty thieves and opportunists started appearing with the growth, hoping to take a piece of the island before its rules settled. Alec crushed that nonsense early. One smuggling crew tried to steal sealed lamp fuel from the lower sheds under cover of fog. By sunrise, they were tied to broken dock posts in front of the harbor, while every worker on the island walked past them. Alec stood over them with his usual calm expression and said only one thing: "Steal from me once, and the sea will be kinder than I am the second time." No one tried that again. Another merchant attempted to bribe a worker into leaking storage numbers and product grades. Lydia discovered it before the day ended. The merchant was banned from Blackwake's harbor permanently, his cargo unloaded last, and his ship forced to wait behind 3 others, while every captain in sight watched the humiliation. That lesson spread fast too. It didn't take long for everyone trading around Blackwake to understand the truth. Alec Arden was fair, but he was not soft. That combination made him dangerous. By the start of the next trade cycle, the island had outgrown the shape of simple business entirely. It was becoming a power. Foreign buyers began arriving, not kings, not diplomats, not yet. But merchant houses from neighboring coastal territories started sending representatives. Workshop guilds made inquiries. Shipyards began asking whether Alec could guarantee lubricant contracts over longer periods. Smaller islands and port towns, tired of paying inflated fuel prices through old trade chains, started trying to buy directly from Blackwake. Alec accepted some, rejected others, raised prices steadily. He knew exactly what was happening. The more useful Blackwake became, the more everyone would try to tie it down. So he did the opposite. He widened his buyer base. No one got enough supply to control him. No one became important enough to own his future. And every new deal made Blackwake less dependent on Ilarion alone. That was the smartest move he had made since his exile, because even if the kingdom noticed him now, it would already be too late to smother the island quietly. Blackwake was no longer feeding on one market. It was feeding on many. One evening, Alec stood with Lydia on the ridge above the harbor, while the sunset turned the sea red beneath dozens of anchored ships. From here, Blackwake almost looked impossible. Smoke curled from refining towers. Lamps glowed along the roads. Men moved like ants between warehouses, kilns, and docks. The black cliffs that once looked empty now had carved paths. Rope lifts and extraction lines cut into them. Lydia held a fresh ledger in one hand. "The newest figures came in," she said. Alec took it and read in silence. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "What?" She looked out over the harbor. "We crossed it." He glanced at her. "The point where Blackwake makes more in 1 month than the annual tax revenue of 3 southern ports." For the first time in days, Alec said nothing, because that number mattered, not just as money, as consequence. It meant Blackwake was no longer just profitable. It was politically offensive. A forgotten exile island was now generating more wealth than established royal ports. If that reached the court in clear detail, Cedric would not be able to ignore it. Alec closed the ledger slowly. "It'll reach the capital soon," Lydia said. "Yes." "Should we slow expansion?" He turned to look at her. "No." She held his gaze for a moment, then nodded once. That was the answer she had expected, because Alec Arden had not built Blackwake to stay afraid. If the kingdom wanted to see what it had thrown away, then he would make sure the view was impossible to miss. Still, while he refused to slow down, he was not reckless. He began preparing for the inevitable. Harbor security doubled. Storage was reorganized again. The highest value refining methods were limited to trusted hands. Supply routes were staggered. Access to certain parts of the island was restricted, and Garen, with visible satisfaction, began overseeing the construction of real defensive positions overlooking the harbor. Trade walls, he called them. Alec called them common sense. By now, even the island itself seemed to recognize what it was becoming. Blackwake was louder, brighter, harsher, alive in a way it had never been before. Children had begun appearing in the worker rows, now chasing each other past stacked casks and wagon parts. Cook fires burned outside new housing blocks. The market street was noisy at almost every hour. The first bathhouse was under construction because, as Garen had bluntly declared, too many people here now stink like labor and old boats. Even that made Alec pause for a second, because it meant the island had crossed another invisible line. People were no longer only working on Blackwake, they were starting to live there. And once people truly started living in a place, they fought much harder to protect it. That, more than casks or silver, was what made power durable. Alec understood that deeply. The kingdom had taken his title, rank, and honor in a single day, but what he was building here could not be taken with one decree. It had roots now. Meanwhile, far to the north, the rumors finally reached men with enough status to matter. At first, it was dismissed as southern merchant gossip, then as smuggler exaggeration, then as one more absurd story about cursed waters and lucky discoveries. But the rumors refused to die. A dead island producing fuel, a harsh port growing too quickly, a nameless island lord growing rich, a black market trade source disrupting local prices. And one name kept resurfacing inside those whispers: Alec Arden. By the time the first serious report reached the mainland's southern administrative offices, it was already too large to bury with a laugh. Alec was alive. And worse, he was succeeding. Back on Blackwake, Alec's answer to that growing danger was simple. He expanded faster. The next wave of construction began almost immediately. A larger central warehouse, a new worker district, additional refining yards, stone storage vaults cut into the lower ridge, a wider upper road connecting the cliff extraction points to the processing lines. Everywhere on the island, hammers rang. Everywhere silver moved. Everywhere people worked. And every day Alec grew more untouchable. Not because he had an army, but because too many people were starting to depend on him. Workers depended on Blackwake wages. Merchants depended on Blackwake supply. Ports depended on Blackwake fuel. Shipyards depended on Blackwake lubricant. Dependence was power. Alec knew that better than any king. Then, one storm-heavy night, Bram Voss arrived with rain still dripping from his coat, and a look on his face Alec had not seen before. Not amusement, not greed, concern. He asked for a private meeting at once. Alec met him in the upper work hall while wind hammered the shutters, and the island's lamp glow flickered across wet stone walls. Lydia was there. Garen, too. Bram looked at all three of them, then dropped a sealed packet onto the table. "I heard this before it spread wider," he said. "So I came fast." Alec broke the seal and unfolded the contents. It was not a royal decree, not yet. It was worse in a different way. A port intelligence notice from the mainland, asking for verified information on the trade surge out of Blackwake and the identity of the man running it. At the bottom, written in a sharper hand than the others, were the words, "Confirm whether Sir Alec Arden survives. Report directly to the capital if true." The room went silent. Rain battered the walls. For a long moment, Alec simply stared at the paper. Then Garen muttered, "Well, there it is." Lydia's expression tightened slightly, but her voice stayed calm. "They know enough to ask the question." Bram nodded. "And once the capital asks, it won't stop with questions." Alec folded the notice once. Then again, when he finally looked up, there was no fear in his face. Only clarity. Good, his expression seemed to say. At last. Because this was the moment the exile truly ended. Blackwake was no longer rising in the shadows. The kingdom had begun looking back. Alec set the folded notice on the table and said in a cold, even voice, "Then let them see what they threw away." Outside, thunder rolled over Blackwake Isle, and beneath the storm, the island's hundreds of oil lamps kept burning against the dark like a challenge to the world itself. The moment Alec Arden's name reached the capital, the palace changed. Not openly, not all at once, But like poison slipping into wine, the shift was there. Whispers spread first through merchant circles, then through government offices, then through the nobles who made a living pretending not to listen while hearing everything. A dead island in the south was producing impossible wealth. Ports were buying its fuel. Shipyards were asking about its lubricant. Trade routes were shifting. Prices were moving. And at the center of it all was a name that should have been buried months ago. Sir Alec Arden. Alive. Thriving. Untouchable. By the time the sealed reports reached the royal court of Valerian, King Cedric was already in a foul mood. 2 southern ports had complained of falling revenues. A guild petition had arrived demanding investigation into unregulated fuel trade. One of the king's own logistics advisors had submitted a quiet note warning that the southern fleet was beginning to source lubricant through indirect channels tied to Blackwake. That last part was what made Cedric's hand tighten, because it meant this was no longer just rumor. It was reaching royal systems. He sat on the throne with the latest report open before him, eyes locked on the words as if staring harder might somehow make them false. The exile on Blackwake appears to have established a productive trade harbor. Fuel quality is improving, merchant volume increasing. Identity strongly suspected to be Sir Alec Arden. Verification recommended Cedric read it twice, then a third time. Across the hall, the nobles stood in careful silence. No one wanted to be the first to speak, because everyone in that room remembered the day Alec Arden had been condemned. They remembered the charges, the sentence, the fall. They remembered the certainty with which Cedric had cast him away. And now that certainty had come back wearing profit, influence, and humiliation, Lord Malrek finally stepped forward, bowing just enough to remain safe. "Your Majesty, these are still merchant reports. Trademen lie whenever coin instructs them to." Cedric's jaw tightened. "Not all of them lie in the same direction." Malrek lowered his head. "Then perhaps it is time to verify matters discreetly." Discreetly. That word stirred the court like wind through dry leaves, because everyone understood what it really meant. If Alec Arden truly lived, if he had survived exile, built wealth, and begun disrupting royal markets, then this was no longer a private embarrassment. It was a political wound. Cedric rose from the throne. He did not shout. That made the room even more uneasy. "When a man is cast from the kingdom," he said coldly, "he does not return as a lord of trade and mock the authority of the crown from a pile of rocks." No one answered, because no one dared point out the truth. Alec had not returned. He had simply become too important to stay forgotten. Cedric stepped down from the throne dais and stopped beside the great window overlooking the capital. Outside, the city stretched wide and wealthy beneath banners of gold and crimson. It should have comforted him, it usually did, but now all he could think of was a black island in the south, lit by stolen success. Alec Arden. That name had once been useful to him. A war hero, a symbol, a sword for the throne. Then it had become dangerous. Too admired, too capable, too visible. And now, somehow, even after exile, it was dangerous again. Cedric's voice hardened. "Send men." Malrek looked up carefully. "Inspectors? Observers, first officials if needed. I want truth, not dockside gossip." "And if it is him?" Cedric's eyes went flat. "Then we will decide whether Blackwake is a trade matter or a correction." That line chilled half the room because it sounded like punishment. But even Cedric knew it would not be simple. The reports were already too consistent. Blackwake was trading broadly. Merchants were making money. Ports were adapting. If the crown moved too quickly or too violently, it might not crush a rebellious exile. It might disrupt half the southern sea. That was the part Cedric hated most. Alec had not just survived. He had built leverage while the king wrestled with fury. The story spread through the inner court for a different reason. Because Alec Arden had always been more than a soldier in the eyes of the palace women. He had been a legend, and legends did not die quietly. In the western gallery were noble daughters and court ladies gathered beneath painted ceilings and spoke in voices sweet enough to hide knives. Alec's name appeared again after months of silence. At first it came as rumor, then as curiosity, then as fascination. Is it really him? They say he built an entire harbor. I heard foreign merchants are sailing there now. They say he's richer than some lords. They say he was framed. That last whisper lingered longest. Among those listening in silence was Lady Seraphina Vale. She had not spoken Alec's name aloud since the day of his sentence, not because she had forgotten, but because in a court ruled by fear and vanity, memory itself could become dangerous. Yet now his name was back, not attached to disgrace, not attached to exile, attached to power. One of the younger ladies laughed lightly behind her fan. Imagine it. The night they threw away returns as some smoky island lord. It sounds like a bard's fantasy. Another replied, if it is true, then half the merchants in the capital will be dreaming of him before the season ends. A third added quieter and sharper, not just merchants, that earned a few concealed smiles. Seraphina said nothing, but inside something long buried stirred, because she remembered Alec as he had truly been, not as the court had rewritten him afterward. Calm, disciplined, unshakably competent. The sort of man who made silk-wrapped nobles feel cheap merely by standing near them. If he had survived Blackwake, then of course he had not remained small. That more than anything felt true. Later that evening in a private receiving room, lined with books and blue velvet curtains, Seraphina met with another woman whose name still carried weight inside the palace, Lady Evelyn Marrow. She was older than Seraphina by a few years, elegant, politically dangerous, and long rumored to have once been among the women Cedric most wished to keep near his influence. Unlike the giggling girls of the gallery, Evelyn did not care about romance in the shallow sense. She cared about power. And when Seraphina entered, Evelyn was already holding a merchant note sealed in blue wax. You heard, Evelyn said. Seraphina took the seat opposite her. Everyone has. And what do you think? Seraphina was quiet for a moment. Then she answered honestly, I think if Alec Arden is alive, then whatever is happening on Blackwake is real. Evelyn smiled faintly. So do I. She unfolded the note and slid it across the table. It contained exactly what Seraphina expected. Trade estimates, route changes, supply references, and one particularly interesting line, noting that certain southern buyers were beginning to call Alec the Lord of Blackwake. Seraphina read that line twice. Evelyn watched her. That title bothers the court. It should. It fascinates the merchants. Yes, it infuriates Cedric. Seraphina looked up. That too. Evelyn leaned back slightly. Then the question becomes simple. Will the king move too early out of pride or too late out of fear? Seraphina folded the note carefully. Either mistake would be like him. That answer made Evelyn's smile deepen. Neither woman said more for a while, but the silence between them was not empty. It was calculation. Because if Alec Arden had become powerful outside the capital, then every balance within the capital was about to shift. Some men would want him erased. Some would want him controlled. Some would want him bought. And some would start imagining what the kingdom might look like if the wrong man had been exiled and the right man had risen without permission. Far to the south, Blackwake was moving even faster. Alec had no intention of waiting politely while the capital decided how offended to be. The moment Bram's warning arrived, he accelerated everything. Harbor defenses were finished first, then the upper storehouses, then the protected refining yards for the highest value batches. More importantly, Alec stopped thinking of Blackwake as a business that needed protection. He began treating it like a territory that needed structure. He divided the island into work zones, assigned clear foremen set, fixed loading rules, established wage scales, created docking fees for ships that wanted priority unloading. And for the first time, he began drafting long-term plans for expansion beyond the original harbor ridge. The island boomed under that pressure. More workers arrived, then skilled men, then traders who had no interest in oil itself but knew. Money gathered where labor and ships converged. A smithy opened near the lower road, a rope workshop followed. Then a cooper's yard. Then 2 rough lodging houses for crews waiting on cargo. Blackwake no longer merely exported fuel. It was beginning to attract every trade that grew around fuel, that multiplied Alec's wealth faster than even Lydia had projected. One night she brought him the newest ledger with a strange expression on her face. What? She placed the pages before him. Alec read through the totals, The port fees, the labor rolls, the export values, the leased workshop plots, and the rising side market revenue from non-oil trade. Then he looked up. This much. Yes, Lydia said. For the first time in a while, even she sounded slightly stunned. Blackwake was no longer just selling product. It was collecting gravity. And everything caught in that gravity was becoming coin. Garen, standing nearby with sawdust on his sleeves, gave a rough laugh. Well, seems the grave is charging rent now. Alec almost smiled. Almost because beneath the success he understood the truth better than anyone. Every gain made Blackwake harder to bury, but every gain also made it a bigger target. That target did not wait long to respond. Less than 2 weeks after the first capital notice, a royal-marked inspection vessel appeared on the northern horizon. It was not a warship that would have been too open, too provocative too soon. Instead, it was a clean, narrow government ship, flying the seal of the Southern Administrative Office, official enough to demand answers, harmless-looking enough to pretend innocence. The moment the lookout spotted it, word spread across Blackwake in a wave. Royal ship! Royal ship! Royal ship! By the time it entered the cove, Alec was already waiting at the harbor with Lydia at one side and Garen at the other. Behind them stood Blackwake's workers, merchants, loaders, and guards. Not in formation, not like soldiers, but in the unmistakable posture of people who knew this island had become theirs too. The inspection vessel lowered its boat. 3 men stepped ashore, a southern official in formal travel coat, a military clerk, and a polished young envoy wearing the crown's colors with the kind of stiffness only palace-bred men carried. He looked around Blackwake once, at the blazing lamps, the stacked casks, the moving cranes, the roads, the workers, the noise, the smoke, the wealth. And his expression changed exactly the way Roth Colwyn's had changed the first time disbelief, then unease, then the first whisper of fear. The envoy turned toward Alec. By authority of the Crown, we are here to verify the status of trade operations on Blackwake Isle and confirm the identity of the man governing this harbor. Alec stood still in the sea wind coat, dark against the burning harbor behind him. He did not bow. He did not step back. He simply looked at the royal men as if they were late arrivals to a negotiation he had already outgrown. Then he answered in a calm, even voice that carried across the docks. You came to confirm whether Alec Arden survived. The envoy's face tightened. Alec's eyes stayed cold. Now you can return to the capital and tell your king, he said, that I did far more than survive. Behind him, Blackwake burned with light ships rocked heavy with cargo. Workers moved through wealth the kingdom had tried to throw into the sea. And all around the royal officials, the island stood as living proof of Cedric's failure. The envoy said nothing, because there was nothing he could say. Not in the face of this, not when the exile had become stronger outside the throne's reach than he had ever been within it, as the sea wind rolled through the harbor and the lamps of Blackwake glowed against the coming dusk. Alec Arden stared down the men sent by the crown and knew one thing with absolute certainty. The next time Cedric spoke his name, it would not be with contempt. It would be with fear. The royal officials left Blackwake with stiff faces and far less confidence than they had arrived with. When their inspection vessel disappeared into the northern mist, the harbor stayed quiet for several long seconds. Workers stood still. Merchants pretended not to stare. Even the sea seemed to pause, as if the island itself understood that something had just changed. Then Garen let out a low grunt. Well, he said, watching the ship vanish, that should ruin someone's evening in the capital. A few men nearby laughed. Alec didn't, because he knew exactly what that ship carried home. Not rumor, not suspicion, not merchant exaggeration. Proof. Proof that Alec Arden was alive. Proof that Blackwake was real. Proof that the king's grave had turned into a harbor of fire, silver, and power. There would be no burying that truth now. The crown had seen it with its own eyes, and that meant the next move would be dangerous. Alec wasted no time. The same night the royal ship left, he called his inner circle together in the upper work hall. Garen, Lydia, Bram, Olin, Darren, and even Roth Colwyn, who had arrived only hours before with another supply vessel, stood around the central map table while oil lamps flickered against the timber walls. Alex spoke plainly. The capital knows. No one interrupted. They know Blackwake exists. They know I exist. From this point forward, they will try one of three things. He looked around the table. Control us, undermine us, or take us. Garen folded his thick arms. Then let them try. That's why old men become examples, Lydia said flatly. Garen shot her a look. And that's why clerks die surprised. Bram smirked. Roth hid his amusement better. Alec ignored both of them and continued. We prepare for all three. The room sharpened at once. Control meant contracts, royal pressure, legal claims, and officials trying to wrap chains around Blackwake in the name of order. Undermine meant bribery, sabotage, price manipulation, rumors, and spies. Take us meant something simpler. Ship soldiers force. The room knew it too, so Alec moved first. Blackwake's outer access was restricted. Foreign crews were no longer allowed above the lower harbor without permission. Refining methods for the best fuel were split between teams, so no one outsider could learn the full process at once. Warehouse locks were changed. Guard rotations doubled. More importantly, Alec did something even smarter. He accelerated international trade. If the kingdom wanted to put a hand around Blackwake's throat, then Alec would make sure too many other hands were already feeding from it. Within weeks, he expanded contracts with outside buyers. Southern island ports, coastal shipyards, independent trade houses, and even 2 foreign merchant syndicates gained supply access. No single buyer controlled enough to threaten him, but together they created something much more powerful: dependence across borders. Now, Blackwake wasn't just useful to Alarion, it was becoming useful to everyone, and that made brute force far more expensive. Lydia saw it immediately. One evening, while reviewing route records in the upper office, she looked up from the ledgers and said, "You're making it politically dangerous to attack us." Alec didn't lift his eyes from the harbor reports. Yes. She watched him for a moment. That's not trade anymore. No, he said, it's insurance. That was the stage Blackwake had entered now, not survival, not even growth strategy. And Alec Arden was getting very good at it. In the capital, the inspection report hit like a blade across old pride. King Cedric read it in private first. Then he read it again in silence. Then he threw the document hard enough that it struck the far wall and split its wax seal on polished stone. The report was brutally clear. Blackwake Isle had become a major southern trade harbor. Its fuel exports were real. Its workforce was growing. Its harbor was defended. Its operations were organized. And the man leading it was unquestionably Sir Alec Arden. The same man Cedric had stripped, condemned, and sent away to die. Now he stood beyond royal reach, wealthier every month, more influential every season, and backed by merchants the crown could not simply silence without consequence. Cedric felt the full weight of it. Then he had not removed a threat. He had created one. Lord Malrek stood nearby, careful as always. "Your Majesty, there is still time to define this situation." Cedric's voice was like ice. "Define it?" "Yes, before others do." Cedric turned sharply. "He has built a harbor on royal soil. He profits from royal waters. He trades without charter, without tax, without sanction. And now the merchants speak of him like some frontier sovereign." Malrek lowered his head, "Which is why the crown must act carefully." That word again. Carefully, Cedric was beginning to hate it, but Malrek was right. Too much had changed. If Alec had merely survived in secret, he could have been removed quietly. If he had built a small smuggling venture, he could have been crushed, but Blackwake had become visible, useful. Entangled merchants were making money. Ports were adjusting. Supply chains were already shifting. A reckless strike would not just punish Alec. It would alert every buyer that the crown was willing to destroy profit out of personal fear. And kings, Cedric knew, were allowed many sins. Looking weak in front of money was not one of them. So the king did the one thing that galled him most: he restrained himself. "For now," Cedric said coldly, "we will not attack Blackwake." Malrek bowed slightly. "Wise." Cedric's eyes hardened. "That does not mean we do nothing." And there it was. The second stage. If force was too risky, then corruption would have to do. Cedric ordered a covert response. More observers. More merchant monitoring. Quiet pressure on buyers. Attempts to trace supply routes. And most importantly, men sent not to inspect, but to penetrate Blackwake from within space. Some in merchant clothing. Some as laborers, some as opportunists seeking wages. He wanted names, methods, weaknesses, defensive numbers, and refining knowledge. If Alec Arden had become too important to strike openly, then Cedric would rot him from the inside. That was the king's answer, and he believed it was clever. Meanwhile, not everyone in court feared Alec's return. Some were fascinated by it. The women's gallery buzzed louder than it had in months. Alec's name, once taboo, was now irresistible. They spoke of the island, the harbor, the wealth, the audacity. But even more than that, they spoke of the image, the exiled knight who had not begged the condemned man who had not died. The war hero who had returned, not by kneeling before the throne, but by building something the throne could not ignore. For many, it sounded like a story. For some, it sounded like destiny. Lady Seraphina Vale listened in silence again. But this time, silence did not protect her from feeling, because now there were details, reliable ones. Alec was alive. Alec ruled Blackwake in all but name. Alec had become powerful. And with every whisper, the memory of that final courtroom glance returned to her. Do not step forward. Do not follow me into ruin. At the time, she had obeyed because she had no choice. Now, for the first time since his exile, she wondered whether that obedience had been cowardice. Lady Evelyn Marrow, as always, was less sentimental and more dangerous. When Seraphina visited her again, Evelyn was already studying trade memoranda like a general reading war maps. He's doing exactly what intelligent men do when kingdoms betray them, Evelyn said. He's becoming useful enough that morality becomes expensive. Seraphina sat across from her. Cedric won't tolerate this forever. No, Evelyn agreed, which is why what happens next matters. Seraphina's eyes narrowed slightly. You think the king will move in secret? I think he already has. That answer hung between them. Then Evelyn leaned back and added, if Alec survives the next phase, he stops being an embarrassment. What does he become? Evelyn's smile was slight and unreadable. A possibility. Seraphina said nothing, but that word settled deep. Possibility. Not just for trade, not just for revenge, for the kingdom itself. Back on Blackwake, the first spy lasted 6 days. He arrived with a labor group off a contracted timber ship, called himself Harvin, claimed dock experience, and worked hard enough not to attract immediate suspicion. On a different island, that might have been enough. On Blackwake, it wasn't, because Blackwake had been built by outcasts, not fools. Lydia noticed first. His wage questions were wrong, too careful, too indirect. He was less interested in pay than in stock movement. Garen noticed second. The man's hands were roughened, yes, but not by the right kind of labor. Too neat in the wrong places. Too recently dirtied. Alec watched him for 2 more days and waited. Then he set the trap. A false shipment slate was left where Harvin could accidentally glimpse it. It showed a supposedly unguarded upper storage transfer of high-grade fuel heading along the ridge at dusk. Harvin took the bait. That evening, instead of disappearing toward the storage path, Alec and Darren caught him near a signal point above the cliffs, trying to pass coded marks toward a waiting longboat in the fading light. They dragged him back to the upper hall alive. Bram happened to be on island that night and nearly laughed when he heard. Already? He said. The king works fast. Alec stood across from the bound man and asked only a few questions. Harvin broke sooner than expected. Not because Alec tortured him. He didn't need to. He simply laid out the facts in front of him. You were caught. Your signal failed. Your contact boat is already being followed. You are of no further value to whoever sent you. The man went pale and started talking. He admitted he had been hired through southern channels tied to royal administration. His instructions had been simple. Observe storage, confirm process complexity, identify who among Blackwake's inner circle could be bribed, and report whether Alec Arden could be pressured through force or trade disruption. When Lydia heard that last part, her expression went cold enough to freeze iron. Garen just spat and said, should throw him back to his king in pieces. Alec didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the spy for a long moment and made a different decision. Send him back, Alec said. The room went still. Bram blinked. Alive? Yes. Garen frowned. Why? Alec's eyes remained on the prisoner. Because dead men can be denied. Frightened men are much more persuasive. That was exactly what he did. Harvin was put back on a supply vessel under guard and sent north with a message. Not written on parchment. Not hidden in code. Spoken aloud and repeated until there was no chance of confusion. Tell the crown this. Blackwake is not blind, not weak, and not waiting to be strangled quietly. The next hand sent into my harbor without honesty will not return with all its fingers. When Bram heard the full wording, he stared at Alec for a second. then barked a laugh. "Oh, that," he said, wiping at one eye, "is going to ruin the capital's week." But Alec hadn't finished, because along with the warning, he also sent something else north, an offer. Limited royal procurement contracts at market-adjusted rates. Not a surrender, not an apology, a business proposal. It was brilliant. If Cedric rejected it, he looked petty and irrational. If he accepted it, he had to buy from the man he exiled. Lydia read the final draft twice and looked up slowly. "That's cruel." Alec's face didn't change. "No, it's efficient." She almost smiled. Almost. The response across the southern trade world was immediate. Blackwake's reputation soared, not merely as a source of fuel, but as a place that could not be pushed around easily. Merchants liked that. Captains respected it. Workers admired it. More people came. A skilled cooper family, 2 former furnace hands, a blacksmith with a gambling debt and excellent technique. Then a whole cluster of minor traders hoping to stake claims before Blackwake turned into something untouchable. By now, the island had gone beyond booming. It was transforming. Stone roads replaced the worst mud tracks. Additional warehouses climbed the lower ridge. A proper harbor crane rose over the cove. The market street doubled in size. The first bathhouse opened and stayed crowded from morning till dark. Even the rough lodging sheds had begun turning into actual inns with name signs and loud drunk workers arguing over prices deep into the night. Blackwake no longer resembled an exile ground in any shape at all. It looked like the birth of a frontier city, and at its center, Alec Arden's authority had become absolute, not tyrannical, not reckless, something more dangerous. Legitimate. The workers trusted him. The merchants needed him. The island answered to him. He had become in everything except formal declaration a ruler. One night, standing above the harbor as ships burned with reflected lamplight below, Lydia stepped beside him and said quietly, "You do realize the title is going to stick." Alec glanced at her. "Which title?" She looked out over Blackwake, Lord of Blackwake. Below them, the island moved like a living machine. Cranes rode, smoke markets, wages, guards, cargo light. Alec watched it in silence for a moment. Then he said, "Let it." Lydia studied him briefly, then nodded, because both of them knew the truth. The crown had already given up the right to decide what Alec Arden became. Blackwake had named him instead. And soon, whether Cedric liked it or not, the rest of the world would start using that name too. Far away in the capital, Harvin's return and Alec's message landed exactly as intended. The spy came back shaken, the warning spread quietly, and the procurement offer reached Cedric last. That was the masterstroke. When the king heard Alec was offering fuel to the very kingdom that had condemned him, his expression turned so dark that even Malrek chose silence for several seconds. The message was polite, professional, almost respectful, which made it unbearable, because beneath every line was the same insult. "You needed me more than I needed you." Cedric crushed the edge of the document in his hand, and for the first time since Alec's exile, something colder than jealousy began settling into his chest. Not anger, fear, because men he could silence were easy to rule. Men who became richer, stronger, and more useful after being cast away were something else entirely. They were threats history remembered. And as storm clouds gathered over the capital that night, King Cedric finally understood the truth he had refused to see before. Alec Arden was no longer merely surviving outside the kingdom. He was rising high enough to stand against it. By the time winter trade winds began shifting across the southern sea, Blackwake had become impossible to contain. What started as rumor had become routine. What started as trade had become dependence. And what started as exile had become power. Every week, more ships entered Alec Arden's harbor. Some came for lamp fuel, some for lubricant, some for work, some simply because money was gathering at Blackwake faster than anywhere else along the lower routes. But the most important change was happening far from the island. The kingdom itself was beginning to feel the gap Blackwake had opened. In Alarian's southern ports, fuel prices were unstable. Old suppliers were losing contracts. Shipyards complained about inconsistent grease shipments. Merchants, once loyal to traditional routes, were quietly shifting their money south toward Alec's harbor because Blackwake's product was cheaper, more available, and improving faster than anyone had expected. Even worse for the crown, the damage was no longer limited to merchants. It had started touching royal operations. A naval storehouse on the west coast reported delays in obtaining proper lubricant for dock mechanisms and transport gear. Two logistics officers in the south submitted requests for emergency fuel contracts through indirect civilian brokers. One border garrison, after a brutal stretch of cold weather, was found using Blackwake lamp oil purchased secretly through local merchants because the official supply had failed to arrive on time. That last report reached the capital under heavy seal, and when Cedric read it, the room around him went still. Because now the insult was complete, his own kingdom was beginning to rely on the man he had tried to erase. Lord Malrek read the silence correctly. "Your Majesty, this can still be framed as a temporary market distortion." Cedric's stare could have cut stone. "A temporary distortion does not reach my garrisons." "No," Malrek admitted, "but a poorly timed intervention might make it worse." Cedric hated that answer because it was true. Attacking Blackwake now would be costly. Ignoring Blackwake was becoming impossible, and buying from Blackwake would look like humiliation. For the first time in years, King Cedric found himself trapped by the consequences of his own pride, and everyone close enough to power could feel it. At court, the atmosphere sharpened. Nobles who had once dismissed Blackwake as smuggler talk stopped laughing. Merchant-backed houses became very careful with their words. A few ministers began pushing the idea that the crown should normalize trade with the southern island for the good of the realm. Others argued that allowing Alec to grow any further would create a rival authority. Too wealthy to discipline later, the kingdom was splitting into camps. Those who wanted to profit, those who wanted to control, those who wanted Alec destroyed before he became untouchable. And then there were those who were beginning to imagine something even more dangerous. What if Alec Arden had never been the problem? What if the problem had always been the king? That question was never spoken aloud in open court, but it lived in glances, in pauses, in private rooms, and among the women of the inner palace it spread faster than anywhere else. Seraphina Vale heard it first from a duke's daughter whose family had southern port investments. "They say Blackwake's monthly revenues are now beyond what some inland lords see in years." Another woman added softly, "And they say workers there are paid on time, merchants are treated fairly, and theft is punished without bribery." A third gave a faint smile. "How exotic competence!" That drew quiet laughter. Seraphina did not join it. She was thinking about the part none of them said aloud. Alec had been stripped of everything, yet somehow outside the king's reach he had become more respected than ever. Later that evening she met Evelyn Marrow again. This time the older woman was studying a procurement memo from the royal administration. Seraphina saw the seal and immediately understood. The crown is considering it. Evelyn set the paper down. Not officially, not publicly, but yes. Alec's offer had done exactly what it was meant to do. It had turned pride into a trap. If the king rejected Blackwake's fuel, parts of the kingdom would continue suffering. If he accepted, he would be forced to acknowledge Alec as useful. If he moved against the island, while the kingdom needed its supply, he risked financial and political backlash from every merchant circle tied to that trade. Evelyn's voice was calm. "Your knight has become expensive to hate." Seraphina looked down at the paper. "He was never mine." "No," Evelyn said, "which is perhaps why he became what he did." Seraphina did not answer, but her silence was no longer the silence of someone merely remembering. It was the silence of someone beginning to choose a side. On Blackwake, Alec had already seen the next stage coming, the moment royal-linked demand started appearing through proxies. He knew the kingdom was nearing the point where economics would overpower pride. That meant Cedric was cornered, which also meant Cedric was dangerous, so Alec did what he had learned to do best. He grew even faster. The harbor doubled again. A new stone front warehouse rose above the lower cove. A proper administrative hall was built near the central square. The market district expanded upslope into a true commercial road, lined with smiths, chandlers, rope makers, coopers, and food stalls. The first permanent residences for higher-skilled workers went up along the ridge, replacing rough bunkhouses with sturdier homes. Blackwake was no longer becoming a frontier city. It was one, and every new structure made the island harder to dismiss as some temporary trade accident. Alec also began strengthening the part of his rule no king could easily replicate: loyalty, Workers were paid regularly, accident funds were established for injured laborers, widows of dead workers were supported from harbor revenue, skilled craftsmen were given better housing and guaranteed contracts if they stayed through winter. At first, some merchants found it odd, too generous, too expensive, but Lydia understood immediately. "You're not just buying labor," she said one night while reviewing the quarter's wage list. "No, you're buying permanence." Alec looked over the numbers and nodded once. A city held together only by profit breaks the moment fear offers more. That was the difference between him and the men who had ruled over him. Cedric expected obedience because he had a throne. Alec built it because people had reasons to stay. That was why Blackwake held. That was why it would keep holding. The first formal message from the crown arrived a week later. Not a threat, not an apology, a request carefully worded, painfully dignified, and wrapped in enough polite language to almost disguise the humiliation underneath. The letter came through the Southern Administrative Office rather than directly from the throne. The kingdom sought temporary procurement discussions regarding industrial lubricant and winter fuel support for select state function. Bram Voss laughed so hard when he heard that he nearly spilled his drink. "State functions," he repeated. "That's a beautiful phrase, means they need you and hate it." Roth Colwyn, who happened to be present during the reading, was more composed but no less amused. "It also means they are trying to keep the king's pride out of the wording." Lydia folded the letter neatly. "The wording won't matter. The meaning does." Alec said nothing for a moment. He simply reread the request, then set it aside. Months ago, he had sold his first miserable lamp fuel batch to a half-broken merchant ship just to survive. Now the kingdom itself was asking for terms. That was not just profit. That was revenge of the finest kind. But Alec was not interested in childish satisfaction. Not yet. He wanted something much more useful. Leverage. So he sent a reply that was calm, formal, and impossible to insult without looking foolish. Blackwake would discuss limited winter supply contracts. Prices would reflect urgency, transport difficulty, and market strain. All discussions would occur on Blackwake soil. Payment would be secured in silver, materials, or state-backed guarantees, not promises. And any envoy arriving under royal authority would be treated with full harbor respect, assuming they understood they were entering trade territory, not issuing commands to a prison island. When Lydia finished reading the draft, she looked at Alec for a long second. "You enjoy this a little?" Alec's expression remained neutral. "I enjoy clarity." From the corner, Garen snorted. "That means yes." Even Alec almost smiled at that. The reply struck the capital like a slap delivered with silk gloves. Cedric read it standing this time. By the second paragraph, his face had gone rigid. By the final line, he understood exactly what Alec had done. He had not refused the kingdom. He had placed it in line. Worse, he had demanded that royal envoys travel south and negotiate on Blackwake's terms. Not as conquerors, not as judges, as buyers. Cedric wanted to reject it instantly. He almost did. But this time, even Malrek did not encourage pride. "Your Majesty," the minister said carefully, "winter logistics are already straining. The Southern Fleet's maintenance situation is real. If Blackwake supply stabilizes the next 3 months, you buy time. Nothing more. Buy time." It sounded small, practical, harmless. Cedric knew it was none of those things, because the moment royal envoys docked at Blackwake, the island's legitimacy would rise again. Every merchant in the south would hear about it. Every port would understand the truth. The crown had come to Alec, not the other way around. Still, the alternatives were narrowing, and so, with visible reluctance, Cedric gave the order. A royal trade delegation would go south, not grand enough to look ceremonial, not weak enough to look submissive, just official enough to secure contracts without openly announcing dependence. The delegation would include supply officials, military procurement clerks, and one crown envoy. Not Cedric himself, not yet, but the kingdom had moved, and once kingdoms moved, they were seen. When word of the coming royal delegation reached Blackwake, the whole island reacted. Some workers cheered, some cursed, some grew uneasy. The older ones understood immediately what it meant. The crown was coming not to punish, but to bargain. That changed the story of Blackwake forever. Thomas ran the news halfway across the market street before he remembered to breathe. Darren started laying bets on how quickly the royal men would turn pale when they saw the harbor. Mac offered worse predictions involving vomit, heat, and public embarrassment. Garen unsurprisingly only asked one question. How many of them are stupid? Probably several, Lydia said. Good, Garen muttered. I prefer honest enemies. Alec, however, treated the news not as triumph, but as a threshold. The delegation meant more than a contract. It meant Blackwake was about to stand in full view of royal authority and not lower its head. So he prepared the island accordingly. Roads were cleared, storage was reorganized. Harbor crews were drilled. The central square was cleaned and widened. The best lamps were lit along the main ascent from the cove. The worst of the crude structures near the lower docks were hidden behind supply walls until they could be rebuilt properly. Not because Alec intended to pretend Blackwake was something it wasn't, but because presentation mattered. He wanted the delegation to see the truth clearly. This was not a camp. Not a smuggling den, not a lucky operation balanced on accident. This was a city in the making, and it belonged to him. One evening before the delegation's expected arrival, Alec stood above the harbor as the whole island burned gold beneath the night. Ships crowded the cove, warehouses lined the roads. The market glowed with late trade. Rows of workers' homes climbed the ridge and ordered lights. Farther up, the refining lines pulsed like iron hearts beneath the dark cliffs. Lydia came to stand beside him. They're going to report all of this back, she said quietly. Yes. And after that, Alec looked toward the northern horizon. After that, he said, the king will have to decide whether he can still pretend I'm beneath him. The answer to that both of them knew was no, not anymore. Because Alec Arden had crossed the final invisible line, he was no longer merely the man who had survived exile, no longer merely the merchant lord of a rising island. He had become a fact the kingdom had to work around, and facts were much harder to kill than men. The royal delegation arrived 3 days later. Their ships entered Blackwake under a pale winter sky and were met by a harbor more alive than anything they had expected. Cranes moved over the cove, workers shouted over cargo, market bells rang, fuel lamps burned even in the gray daylight beneath covered streets and storage halls. The island did not look like a place begging for mercy. It looked like a place already used to winning. When the first royal envoy stepped ashore and lifted his eyes toward the roads of Blackwake, the expression on his face said everything. He had come expecting an exile lord. What he found instead was something dangerously close to a new power. And at the top of the harbor road, waiting in a dark coat with the wind moving lightly through his hair, stood Alec Arden, calm, unbowed, already above them in every way that mattered. The envoy began to speak, but before a word left his mouth, Alec's gaze passed over the delegation, over the banners of the kingdom that had thrown him away, and over the boxes of silver, documents, and procurement seals they had brought to his shore. Then for the first time since his exile, Alec allowed himself the smallest trace of visible satisfaction. The kingdom had come to buy, and next time he thought perhaps the king himself would have to come and ask. The royal delegation lasted 3 days on Blackwake, and by the end of the first day, every one of them understood the same thing. The capital had come too late. They had expected profit. Yes, they had expected growth, perhaps. They had even expected Alec Arden to have built something impressive out of exile. But none of them had expected this. Blackwake was no longer a rising harbor. It was a city of smoke, iron, fire, and coin. From the moment the royal delegation stepped off their ships, they were surrounded by proof of Cedric's failure. Workers hauled casks in organized lines. Harbor cranes swung over cargo platforms with practiced rhythm. Merchants from multiple territories stood in open negotiation beneath Blackwake's banners. The roads climbing from the cove were lined with lampposts fueled by Alec's own refining. Storehouses stood thick along the ridge. Workshops hammered from dawn until nightfall. Even the air itself felt rich: salt, ash, metal, and the smell of industry. It did not feel like a prison island. It felt like power, and worst of all for the kingdom. It felt stable. The delegation's lead envoy tried to maintain his dignity, but every time he looked around, Alec could see the same thought tightening behind the man's eyes. How did the crown let this happen? Alec received them in the central trade hall, not in a throne room, not in some grand fantasy of nobility, but in something far more dangerous. A place built by utility and success, polished timber beams reinforced with dark iron, ledgers stacked in clean rows, maps spread across the main table, trade routes marked in ink, shipment tallies hanging beside harbor schedules. The hall was warm, busy, and very obviously run by people who knew what they were doing. It made the royal men feel outdated, good. The negotiations were calm, that made them worse. Alec never raised his voice, never overplayed his hand, never acted like a boy drunk on revenge. He simply forced the delegation to sit across from him and acknowledge reality. If the crown wanted fuel, it would pay market rate. If the crown wanted priority winter supply, it would pay above market rate. If the crown wanted reliability, it would provide metal, grain reserves, and protected shipping passage where required. No royal claim over Blackwake would be recognized inside the contract. No retroactive taxation would be discussed, and any future crown presence on the island would be treated as diplomatic or commercial, not administrative. The lead envoy nearly choked on that last part. "You speak," he said stiffly, "as if this island is beyond the authority of the crown." Alec looked at him across the table, calm as stone. "No," he said, "I speak as the man who built it." That ended the argument, because everyone in the room knew the truth. The kingdom had sent Alec to die on barren rock. It had not built Blackwake. It had not financed it. It had not protected it. It had not fed it. It had not believed in it. Alec had done all of that, and now the crown was here to buy from the result. By the end of the third day, the delegation signed not every term Alec wanted, but enough. Enough to make Blackwake wealthier. Enough to make the island more legitimate. Enough to ensure that from now on, every royal office involved in logistics, shipping, and procurement would have to write Alec Arden's name into official records again. That alone was a humiliation. But Alec was not finished, because once the first contract was signed, the news spread faster than wildfire. The crown had negotiated, the crown had paid, the crown had accepted Blackwake as a supplier. Merchants loved it. Ports talked about nothing else. And in the capital, Cedric felt the walls of pride closing in. The kingdom was buying from Alec, the same Alec he had framed, the same Alec he had exiled, the same Alec he had tried to erase. Every transaction now carried that truth, and slowly, painfully, pressure built on the throne. Southern lords wanted direct access to Blackwake trade. Merchant-backed nobles wanted stronger ties. Military logistics officers wanted more stable contracts. Even some ministers started arguing that a personal royal visit to inspect the kingdom's southern economic developments might calm markets and reassert symbolic control. That phrase was a lie, of course. Everyone knew what it really meant. Cedric was being pushed toward Blackwake. At first he refused, then he delayed, then he raged, but by the time a second round of contracts was being discussed, the pressure had become too large to ignore. Too many people were watching, too many interests were involved, too many whispers in court had begun sounding dangerously similar. If the king cannot control Alec Arden, then perhaps he should at least face him. So at last, with pride bleeding from every step of the decision, Cedric agreed. He would visit Blackwake, officially to inspect a growing strategic harbor, unofficially because the kingdom needed Alec too much for distance to remain politically safe. When the message reached Blackwake, the island erupted. Workers laughed openly. Merchants started placing bets before sunset. Mac nearly fell off a cargo ramp from laughing too hard when Thomas repeated the news. "The king!" Mac wheezed. "Here, on this island, to meet him." Garen spat into the dirt and grunted. "Hope he brought better shoes." Blackwake likes swallowing pride through the boots. Even Lydia, who rarely displayed anything, openly looked at Alec with a cool, unreadable sort of satisfaction. "He's coming," she said. "Yes, he must hate that." Alec's mouth shifted very slightly. "Yes." But under all of that amusement was something sharper. This was not just a visit. This was judgment. Not of Alec, of Cedric. because for the first time the king would be forced to stand inside the consequences of his own envy. Alec prepared accordingly, not with false grandeur, not with a parade of childish revenge. He prepared Blackwake to tell the truth without speaking. The harbor roads were cleared and widened, the best lamps were lit, warehouses were organized, trade halls polished, the market district ordered, harbor crews drilled into perfect rhythm, ships scheduled so the cove would be full, active, and impossible to dismiss. Alec wanted Cedric to see exactly what he had thrown away, and he wanted him to see it everywhere, in the workers, in the merchants, in the loaded ships, in the foreign banners, in the rows of houses climbing the ridge, in the money moving through Blackwake like blood through a living body. No insult would cut deeper than reality itself. Still, Alec allowed himself one private adjustment. At the top of the harbor ascent above the road, the king would have to climb from the cove. He had a stone overlook finished in time for the visit. Not lavish, not royal, but elevated, stark, and perfectly placed above the entire harbor. That was where he intended to receive Cedric, not below, above. The king arrived under a gray sky with 3 escort ships and enough ceremony to pretend this was still his stage. It wasn't. The moment Cedric's flagship entered Blackwake's waters, he saw it. The scale, the movement, the light, the order. The king stood at the forward rail as the harbor widened before him, and for the first time since this nightmare had begun, he could no longer hide from the full truth. This was no rebellious outpost. This was a thriving economic power. Ships from multiple territories were already anchored there. Crane systems moved heavy cargo across the docks. Lines of workers hauled casks under shouted direction. Market canopies stretched along the lower road. Lamps burned even in the muted daylight beneath covered walkways and loading awnings. Warehouses, workshops, inns, and residences climbed the ridge in harsh but undeniable prosperity. And above it all, carved into black stone and rising over the cove like a challenge to the sea, itself stood the city Alec Arden had built. Cedric's face tightened. He had imagined success. He had not imagined being outdone. One of his accompanying ministers whispered, "By the throne." Cedric said nothing, because what was there to say? Every plank in that harbor, every road cut into the island, every contract being unloaded, every worker being paid, every lamp burning with black refined light, all of it was proof that he had made the worst decision of his reign. His entourage disembarked in formal order, boots striking Blackwake's docks with royal stiffness. But the island did not bend around them. Workers paused only briefly before returning to labor. Merchants looked with interest, not fear. Harbor guards watched in disciplined silence. No one rushed to kneel. That alone was enough to make Cedric sweat beneath the collar of his cloak. He felt it then. Not heat, but something colder. Loss of control. The king was used to entering spaces that already belonged to him. Blackwake did not. At the base of the ascent, the royal steward announced in a loud voice, "His Majesty, King Cedric of Ilarion, has arrived to inspect the southern harbor of Blackwake." The words rang over the cove. No one cheered. No one knelt. Above them at the top of the stone road, a single figure stood waiting in dark coat and black gloves, the wind moving faintly around him. Alec Arden, he did not descend. He made Cedric come up, step by step in front of workers, merchants, foreign captains, and royal officials alike. The king climbed the road toward the man he had once sentenced to death. By the halfway point, Cedric could feel every eye on him. By the top, he could feel something worse. The balance had changed. Alec stood at the overlook with Blackwake spread out behind him in living, burning wealth. For a brief moment, neither man spoke. Cedric saw it all at once then. The calm in Alec's face, the complete absence of fear, the harbor below, the roads, the city, the proof. And he understood with sickening clarity that this meeting would never belong to him. Alec inclined his head just enough to remain technically courteous. "Your Majesty," he said. The title was correct. The tone was not. There was no submission in it. No warmth, no reverence, only distance. Cedric forced his own voice steady. "Sir Alec Arden." Alec's eyes did not change. "That title was taken from me, if you remember." The men behind Cedric stiffened instantly. A few merchants below, close enough to hear, went very still. Cedric's jaw tightened. Then perhaps Lord of Blackwake is what your people call you now. Alec glanced once over the harbor. They call me many things. The important ones stay. That was the first cut. Small, clean, public. Cedric felt it. He stepped closer, trying to reclaim ground through sheer presence. You have done... Well, Alec looked at him fully then. That calm, unbearable look. Well enough, Alec said. For a grave. Behind the king, one of the foreign merchants coughed very suddenly into his hand to hide laughter. Cedric heard it. So did everyone else. His face darkened, but he could not explode. Not here, not surrounded by witnesses, not while standing inside the proof of Alec's value. That was the true humiliation. The king could not even afford his anger. He turned sharply toward the harbor below, perhaps hoping to shift the conversation into official terms. This island remains within the waters of Ilarion. Alec nodded once. And yet it was outside Ilarion's mercy when you sent me here. Second cut. Sharper. Cedric's fingers tightened at his side. You speak boldly for a man who still profits from the kingdom's market. Alec's expression remained calm. No, I speak precisely. There's a difference. Third cut. Even Lydia, standing several paces away with perfect posture, had to lower her eyes for a second. Cedric took a breath through his nose, slow and controlled. Sweat had begun gathering along his back now, despite the sea wind. Because this was not going how he had imagined. He had thought Alec might show resentment. Perhaps eagerness, perhaps a need to prove himself. Instead, Alec needed nothing from him. That was what made him overwhelming. At last, Cedric said the thing he least wanted to say. The kingdom values Blackwake's contribution. Alec let the silence stretch just a little too long. Then he answered, the kingdom values what it can no longer ignore. That one landed like a hammer. No one laughed this time. The line was too true for that. Cedric looked at Alec, really looked at him, and for the first time he saw not the knight he had envied, but the ruler he had created by mistake. A man harder now, colder, richer, followed not by rank but by consequence. The king's next words came out more strained than he intended. The crown is willing to discuss expanded cooperation? There it was, the kneeling point, not literal, not formal. Worse, the king was asking. In front of witnesses, in front of merchants, in front of the island, Alec looked out over Blackwake once more before answering, as if reminding Cedric exactly what stood between them. Then he said very softly, when I asked the crown for justice, it gave me rock and sea. His gaze returned to the king. It seems the rock was more generous. The silence after that was brutal. Cedric's face went pale first, then red. He knew he had been struck clean through, and he knew everyone around him had heard it. Bram Voss, standing below near the edge of the overlook with entirely too much interest in the conversation, had to turn away and pretend to inspect cargo, because his shoulders were shaking from suppressed laughter. Garen did not even try. He just looked out toward the harbor with the expression of a man enjoying the finest day of his old life. Cedric swallowed once. For the first time in years, the king truly looked smaller, not physically, politically, because he was standing on an island he did not control, trying to bargain with a man he had betrayed while that man towered above him in everything except title. And titles, Cedric was beginning to realize, had become the least important part of power. At last he said, voice tight, "What is it you want?" That question changed everything, because it was no longer the king speaking to a subject. It was a cornered ruler speaking to a force he could not easily crush. Alec did not answer immediately. He let Cedric sit in it, let him feel the wind, the eyes on him, the weight of the island below, the years of arrogance collapsing inward. Then Alec spoke. I want Blackwake left free to govern its own trade, labor, and expansion. Cedric said nothing. I want all prior accusations against me entered into review and removed from state trade records where this island is concerned. Still nothing. I want crown interference limited to negotiated contract terms, not invented authority. Cedric's throat moved once. Yes, and, Alec finished, I want the men who come here from your court to understand they are entering a harbor built without the throne's help. They will act accordingly. Each line was a demand. Each demand was possible. Each possibility was another humiliation, because Cedric could not reject them easily, not without risking the very things he had come to secure. At last the king asked with great difficulty, and in return, Alec's answer was merciless in its simplicity. In return, your majesty, Blackwake continues to make your kingdom richer. That was the final blow. Not revenge by sword, not rebellion, not threats, utility. Alec had become so useful that the king now had to treat him with caution, and everyone present understood it. Cedric stood there in the wind, sweating beneath his royal cloak surrounded by the island's success, and realized that history had shifted beneath his feet without asking permission. The man he exiled was now a power the crown had to negotiate with. He had not killed Alec Arden. He had forged him. Below them, Blackwake's harbor roared with life. Cranes moved, coins changed hands, fuel casks rolled toward waiting ships. Lamps burned in rows all the way down to the sea. Alec turned slightly toward the overlook rail and spoke one last line without even looking at Cedric. You once sent me here so no one would ever see me again. Then he looked back. Now every kingdom is watching. Cedric had no answer. None, because for the first time since taking the throne, he stood in front of a man he could neither command, nor dismiss, nor destroy without cost. And he knew it. The meeting ended not with victory, not with royal decree, but with something far worse for a king. Recognition. When Cedric descended Blackwake's harbor road again, the entire island watched him go. Not with love, not with fear, with understanding. He had come as a king. He was leaving as the man who had made the greatest mistake of his life. And above him on the overlook carved into black stone, Alec Arden remained standing over the city he had built from exile, fire, oil, and patience. The harbor burned beneath him like a second crown. Blackwake was no longer a punishment, no longer a refuge, no longer even just a city. It was a declaration, and Alec Arden, once condemned to die forgotten on barren rock, had become the one man in the kingdom who could make a king sweat without ever raising his voice. King Cedric left Blackwake with his pride in ruins, but humiliation did not break him into wisdom. It twisted him into something uglier. The entire voyage back to the capital felt like a wound he could not close. Every wave against the hull reminded him of Alec standing above him on that stone overlook. Every gust of sea wind brought back the memory of Blackwake's harbor, glowing with wealth that should never have existed. He could still hear the low murmur of merchants trying not to laugh. He could still feel the silence that followed Alec's cruelest lines. Worst of all, he could still see the truth with unbearable clarity. The man he had framed, stripped, and buried was now stronger outside the kingdom than he had ever been inside it. By the time Cedric stepped back into the palace, everyone around him could feel the danger without a word being spoken. Servants lowered their eyes too quickly. Ministers measured their tones. Guards stood a little straighter. The king was not merely angry, he was cornered and cornered. Rulers were always the most dangerous kind because they stopped caring about what was wise and started caring only about what would soothe their wounded pride. Cedric locked himself inside his private chamber with reports, trade projections, royal correspondence, and enough wine to pretend the numbers in front of him were not real. But the numbers stayed real. Southern ports were still redirecting trade toward Blackwake. Military maintenance lines were still asking about lubricant delays. Merchant houses were still increasing contact with routes tied to Alec Arden. Every fresh document made the same point more clearly than the last. Blackwake was no longer a local problem, it was becoming part of the kingdom's structure. That fact made Cedric sick with rage. At first he tried indirect pressure. He ordered merchant-linked nobles to freeze dealings with southern captains tied to Blackwake. He pressured guild representatives to spread doubt about the quality of Alec's fuel. He leaned on harbor officials in 2 royal ports, demanding higher inspections and longer delays for vessels suspected of trading with Blackwake. But the plan failed for one humiliating reason. Nobody with real money wanted to obey. The profit was too good. Blackwake's products were too useful. Its delivery routes were becoming too important. Even men who feared the king did not fear him enough to bleed coin for his pride. Some obeyed publicly and quietly traded anyway. Others delayed their compliance until it became meaningless. A few simply lied. Cedric noticed all of it, and every lie pushed him closer to something reckless. Lord Malrek, who had spent months trying to manage the crisis without letting it consume the throne, understood exactly what was happening. He entered the king's chamber one evening to find trade ledgers scattered across the floor, 2 broken goblets near the hearth, and Cedric standing at the window staring south as though he could somehow burn Blackwake from the capital through hatred alone. "Your Majesty," Malrek said carefully, "anger is understandable. Miscalculation now would not be." Cedric did not turn. "Misstep, is that what we are calling this now?" Malrek held his silence. Cedric finally faced him, and there was something raw in his expression now that had not been there before. "I sent a man to die on a useless island, and he built a city that now feeds my own kingdom's markets. My court whispers his name again. My merchants circle him like flies around sugar, and when I stood before him, he looked at me as though I were the one begging." Malrek bowed his head slightly, "which is why the next move must restore uncertainty." Cedric's eyes narrowed. "Say it plainly." Malrek did. "If Blackwake cannot yet be crushed, then it can be shaken." That was the moment the room changed, because Cedric already wanted blood. Malrek was simply giving the desire shape. No official strike could happen yet, not openly. Too many eyes were on the harbor now. Too many merchants, too many buyers, too many routes. But men died in coastal waters every day. Ships burned, records vanished, harbor fights turned ugly, frontier wealth disappeared under mysterious pressure all the time. If Blackwake suffered enough disruption, if its confidence cracked, if Alec was forced into panic, then maybe the island's rise could be slowed before it became irreversible. Cedric asked only one question: "How clean?" Malrek answered, with the kind of calm only dangerous men possessed: "Clean enough to deny, dirty enough to work." That was how the decision was made, not in the throne room, not under royal seal. In the dark, where weak kings always tried to do their strongest work, Cedric began using back channels through indebted merchants, retired naval smugglers, and men whose names had already been erased from polite society. Money moved south without crown insignia. Hired killers were assembled through 3 layers of deniability. They were told only what mattered. Blackwake's ruler had to die. His records had to burn, and the island had to lose the aura of invincibility it had built around itself. If the harbor also bled wealth in the process, all the better. Panic could be as useful as steel. But while Cedric fed shadows into motion, Blackwake itself was evolving into something much harder to wound. After the king's visit, the city had not relaxed. It had sharpened. Alec understood better than anyone that humiliation rarely ended conflict. It escalated it. Cedric had left Blackwake smaller, meaner, and more afraid than before. That made him far more dangerous than if he had left in rage alone. So Alec treated the weeks after the royal visit as a preparation phase. He reorganized security around the assumption that the next strike would not come through banners or official envoys. It would come through knives, sabotage, bribery, and fire. He was right. The first changes looked small from the outside, but they mattered. Outer harbor access tightened. Incoming crews were tracked more closely. Certain storage areas became restricted to trusted workers only. Refining methods were compartmentalized more aggressively so no outsider could learn enough at a glance to steal Blackwake's edge. Lydia reworked record rooms so the most sensitive ledgers could be moved quickly if needed. Garen turned parts of the harbor architecture into disguised defense points, installing heavier braces, choke paths, and elevated drop positions under the excuse of practical loading improvements. Darren and Mac trained selected workers into proper night watch units. Tomas and Perrin learned the city's signal system so thoroughly they could wake half the harbor with 3 correct strikes of chain and pipe. And perhaps most importantly, Alec stopped seeing Blackwake as merely a city to be managed. He started seeing it as a stronghold to be defended. That shift changed the atmosphere everywhere. The workers felt it. The merchants sensed it. Even the streets seemed to carry a harder energy. Blackwake was still booming, still profitable, still growing, but under the noise of trade now ran a current of discipline, suspicion, and readiness. This was no longer a miracle town rising on opportunity alone. It was a fortress built around industry. Lydia saw that transformation more clearly than most. One night while reviewing outgoing manifests in the upper administrative hall, she looked up and found Alec studying a city map covered with route markings, storage shifts, and watch notes instead of trade figures. "You think he'll come for us soon," she said. Alec did not look up from the map. "I think he already has." She was quiet for a second. "By ship. Maybe through labor crews, maybe through buyers, maybe through men desperate enough to sell pieces of us for silver. And if he sends killers," Alec's eyes finally lifted, "then they'll die here." There was no bravado in his voice. That was what made it convincing. Lydia looked at him for a long moment and then nodded once because she knew by now that Alec only sounded that calm when he had already accepted blood as part of the answer. The warning sign arrived 3 days later. A timber cargo vessel docked in the outer cove under normal trade pretense. But something about it felt wrong from the moment it entered Blackwake waters. The listed cargo weight did not quite match its draft. The crew count looked light for the route claimed. The men who disembarked carried themselves with too much balance and too little boredom. Real cargo handlers slouched. Real sailors cursed openly. Real merchants looked around with greedy fascination. The first time they entered Blackwake, these men watched exits, sightlines, and guard rotations. Lydia noticed the manifest inconsistency first. Garen noticed the posture second. Alec saw the rest the instant he watched them unloading. He said nothing publicly. Instead, he began moving pieces. High-value fuel was shifted out of the lower storage rows. Record copies were split and relocated. Trusted watchmen disappeared into positions across the harbor. False stock markers were laid in obvious places. A fake transfer schedule was allowed to drift through channels loose enough to be accidentally overheard. Then Alec waited. He understood something most men in Cedric's court still did not. Desperate enemies reveal themselves faster when they think they are unseen. The strike came after midnight. It started with silence, no shouted attack, no warning horn, just darkness, sea wind, and a city breathing in its sleep. Then 3 groups moved at once. One cut toward the lower records hall. One slipped for the refining sheds. One climbed the upper ridge road toward Alec's residence and command room. That alone told Alec everything. This was not random sabotage. This was a planned decapitation. Burn the records, wreck production, kill Alec, make Blackwake bleed in all the right places. The first blood was drawn in the lower district. One of the infiltrators had just pried halfway through a storage fastener when Darren stepped out from behind a timber support like a wall becoming angry. The assassin spun instantly and slashed upward with a short blade. But Darren was not the kind of man who worried much about pain. The knife tore his forearm. He didn't even grunt. He grabbed the attacker by the throat, slammed him into a post hard enough to split the wood, and then smashed his face into the same beam twice more until the man stopped moving. Then Darren roared. That roar was the city's real alarm. It rolled through the lower harbor like thunder, and Blackwake answered instantly. Signal chains rang, metal markers clattered, lamps flared one by one along the roads. Workers burst from barracks and lodging rows. Guards surged from shadowed corners and elevated platforms. What the assassins had planned as a surgical midnight strike became a war inside a waking industrial city. Near the refining sheds, Garen met the second team with a hammer, a crowbar, and the sort of joy old violent men only showed when life finally justified their bitterness. He had stationed himself near a support trench after sunset because, as he had explained earlier, if I were a rat looking to cripple us, I'd burn the heart first. He was right. 3 infiltrators came for the primary stills with oil-soaked cloths and fire charges. The first never got to throw his. Garen's hammer shattered his wrist so badly the man screamed before he understood he had been seen. The second tried lunging with a blade and caught the crowbar across his teeth. The third actually reached one of the supports and would have done real damage if Thomas had not come flying in from the side with a hauling hook and more courage than sense. The hook tore across the attacker's shoulder. Thomas got thrown into the mud for his reward. But the delay bought Garen time, and time around Garen Hale was expensive. By the end of the next 5 heartbeats, one assassin was dead, one was crawling blind through spilled sand and ash, and the last was sprinting uphill with 2 of Blackwake's night guards behind him. The Upper Ridge team was the most dangerous. They were faster, quieter, and clearly chosen for the kill rather than chaos. Their target was Alec himself, and they almost reached the residence approach before one of Perrin's signal strikes exposed their movement. Alec was already awake by then. He had not been sleeping deeply anyway. Men who expected kings to answer humiliation with gratitude did not survive as long as he had. By the time the first assassin crossed the stone steps leading to the upper overlook, Alec was waiting outside in the night wind, black coat, open sword already drawn. The city below them was beginning to wake in violence. Lamps flared along the roads. Shouts rose from the harbor. Steel struck somewhere beneath the cliffs, but up on the ridge for one sharp second it was just 4 men in cold air and lamplight. The first assassin came low and fast. Alec shifted half a step, turned his hips, and cut him across the throat. So cleanly the man's momentum carried him another 2 steps before the blood realized what had happened. The second came immediately after twin knives flashing toward Alec's chest and face. He was good, better than most of the killers Cedric's money could normally buy. But Alec Arden had once broken cavalry charges for a living. He caught one wrist, twisted hard enough to snap the elbow sideways, slammed the man into the stone wall, and drove his sword through the gap beneath the ribs before the third assassin even fully committed. That third one nearly got him. He moved wide using the other 2 as distraction, and came in from Alec's blind side with a narrow killing blade, clearly meant for organs, not theater. Alec twisted at the last second, and still took a shallow line across the ribs that opened coat and skin together. The assassin drove in again, and Lydia, who had refused to stay hidden like a fool while men tried to burn down the city she had helped build, stepped from the doorway and smashed a bronze ledger weight into the side of his head with both hands. The man staggered. Alec finished him instantly. When the body hit the stone, the upper ridge fell silent. Except for the noise rising from the city below, Lydia stood there breathing hard, hair half loose, bronze weight hanging from one hand. Alec looked at her once. "That was reckless," he said. She looked down at the corpse. It worked. Even then, even bleeding. Alec almost smiled. By dawn, Blackwake had won. The fires never took hold. The records hall still stood. The refining systems remained intact. The harbor stayed in Blackwake hands. 3 guards were dead. 7 workers were injured. 1 lower storehouse had partially burned. A handful of docks were bloodied, and 1 outer ramp destroyed. But the city had not broken. It had fought, and that changed everything. The captured leader, taken alive after Mac and Perrin dragged him, half-conscious, from a drainage channel near the lower cove, didn't survive long as a hero. Alec did not torture him. He did not need to. He simply laid out the obvious. The attack failed. His men were dead. His routes were exposed. Whoever hired him would deny him. The only choice left was whether he died forgotten or lived long enough to carry a message. The man broke before sunrise. He confirmed enough. The strike had been financed through layered channels linked to merchant houses loyal to court interests. No official seal, no written order from Cedric, but the intent was clear enough that nobody in Blackwake needed a signed confession. This had the king's fear all over it. Garen wanted public hanging. Mac wanted the survivors fed to the sea. Bram, having arrived just in time to see the city drenched in aftermath and hear the story from 6 different mouths, before breakfast recommended sending the bodies back north in branded fuel casks for poetic symmetry. Alec rejected all 3, not because he had grown merciful, because he had grown strategic. The captured leader was cleaned just enough to stay alive, his sword hand broken so badly he would never forget Blackwake, and then sent north on a controlled merchant route with a message spoken to him until it carved itself into memory. Tell your king the next time he sends cowards, send enough to matter. That line spread faster than any written notice ever could. Dockhands repeated it. Captains repeated it. Merchants polished it. Foreign crews carried it beyond Alarian's waters, and with every repetition, Alec grew larger. Not just as an island lord, as a story. Alec Arden, the exiled knight who built a city from oil, had now survived the king's hidden knives and personally killed the men sent to erase him. For workers, that became devotion. For merchants, it became confidence. For enemies, it became a warning. The political effect in the capital was immediate. Cedric had wanted uncertainty restored. Instead, he had made Alec legendary again. When the first cleaned versions of the attack reached court, the reaction split hard. Some nobles pretended outrage over lawlessness in the south. Others quietly panicked, because if Cedric was already desperate enough to use deniable killers, then the crisis was deeper than they had thought. Serafina heard the story through palace channels first, then through merchant gossip, then through the women's gallery once the dramatic versions began multiplying. Alec had fought on the ridge with the harbor burning below. Alec had taken a blade and kept standing. Alec had protected his city with his own sword. The details changed with every retelling. The effect did not. He was no longer merely the man who survived exile. Now he was the man who could not be put down. Evelyn, hearing the same reports while sipping wine in a private chamber lit by winter lamps, gave the only response worthy of the moment. "Cedric," she said softly, "has just promoted him again." She was right, because after that night Blackwake itself changed tone. The workers started looking at Alec differently. The guards walked prouder. The merchants bargained more carefully. Even the streets seemed to understand that the city had passed a threshold. It had been tested in blood, and it had answered one evening. Not long after the attack, Alec stood above the harbor watching repairs move at speed below him. Damaged ramps were being rebuilt. Burn marks were being scrubbed away. Cargo was already moving again because Blackwake did not have the luxury of staying wounded. Lydia joined him in silence, a bandage still wrapped around one hand from where the bronze weight had bitten her palm on impact. "They failed," she said. "Yes." "They'll try again." "Yes." She looked down at the harbor where the lamps were beginning to glow one by one across the recovering roads. "Good." That made him glance at her. She met his eyes evenly. "Because the next time they fail, more people will realize who should really be feared." Below them, Blackwake burned golden against the dusk. Not as a miracle now, not as an experiment, as a city that had survived its first true attempt at destruction. And far to the north, in a palace full of soft hands and sharp lies, Cedric was beginning to understand the worst part of all. Every strike against Alec no longer weakened him. It made him harder. It made him bigger. It made him more inevitable. And in stories like these, inevitability was the first step toward revenge. After the night assault, Blackwake did not fall into fear. It hardened. That was the part Cedric failed to understand. He still thought like a palace ruler. He believed violence used in darkness would make lesser men panic fracture and retreat into caution. But Blackwake had not been built by lesser men. It had been built by exiles, debtors, laborers, smugglers, craftsmen, and people the rest of the kingdom had already discarded once. Fear was not new to them. Hunger was not new. Blood in the streets was not new. If anything, the assassination attempt only proved what Alec had been warning everyone about from the beginning. Blackwake had become too important to be left alone, and once the people of the island understood that clearly, something inside the city changed forever. The harbor looked different in the days after the attack. Not broken, sharper. Workers moved faster. Guards watched harder. Merchants spoke more carefully. Every man and woman on Blackwake now understood that the city's rise was no longer just a story of profit. It had crossed into power, and power invited knives. Instead of weakening loyalty, that realization strengthened it. The laborers who had once come only for wages now began thinking like citizens of something larger. The craftsmen who had once treated Blackwake as a frontier gamble started reinforcing workshops as if preparing for siege. Even the harbor crews carried themselves differently because now they had seen with their own eyes that Alec Arden did not rule from distance. He fought. He bled. He stood in the dark with sword in hand while assassins climbed the ridge for his life. That kind of thing changes what people are willing to do for a man. For 2 full days, Alec let the city recover and the enemy relax. That was deliberate. Cedric had sent killers through merchant proxies and criminal channels because he thought distance would protect him. That gave Alec 2 choices. He could keep fortifying Blackwake and wait for the next shadow strike, Or he could do something far more dangerous. He could remind the kingdom that he had once been the most feared field commander in its service. By the third night after the attack, Alec had already made his decision. He was done simply surviving assaults. Now he would start hunting the hands behind them. The first clue came from the captured leader's confession, but Alec didn't trust confessions alone. Men in pain lied, embellished, and hid things to buy hope. So he used the confession the way a real strategist used information, as a direction, not a conclusion. Bram, Voss, Roth, Colwyn, Lydia, and Olin were each given different parts of the problem. Bram traced shipping chatter through his quieter smuggling routes. Roth checked which merchant houses had suddenly moved coin into southern channels under false invoices. Lydia rebuilt likely procurement chains from Blackwake outward, identifying which ports and warehouses could have armed a strike force without raising too many questions. Olin cross-referenced manifest crew lists and false cargo identities from the suspect timber ship. The pattern became clear in less than a week. The killers had not come directly from the capital. They had been staged through Varn Hollow, a middling southern port town officially loyal to the crown, quietly filthy with bribery and perfectly placed for the kind of deniable operation Malrek would favor. On paper, it was a timber and repair harbor. In practice, it was a rotting crossroads where failed captain smugglers, black market brokers, and court-connected middlemen all touched hands without using real names. More importantly, one of the merchant warehouses there had recently changed ownership through a shell arrangement tied to a noble-backed trading concern from the capital. That was enough for Alec. Bram read the packet twice, then looked up slowly. "You're thinking about burning it." "No," Alec said. "I'm thinking about taking it." Garen, standing nearby with a mug in one hand and a deep bruise still coloring one side of his temple from the Blackwake fight, grunted approval immediately. Good. Lydia did not. She folded her arms and watched Alec with the exact expression she used when he was about to do something brilliant, dangerous, or both. "If you hit Varn Hollow openly," she said, "the crown will scream piracy. If I do nothing," Alec replied, "the crown sends more knives." "That isn't an answer." "It is," he said coldly. "Just not a comfortable one." She was quiet for a moment. Then she asked the question that mattered. "How clean can you make it?" That was why Alec trusted her. Not because she softened him, because she forced precision. Alec stepped toward the map table and placed one finger on Varn Hollow's marked harbor lines. "We don't attack the town. We hit the warehouse network. We take records coin and cargo. We seize men tied to the staging routes. We burn only what can't be carried. And we leave evidence visible enough that every merchant in the South understands exactly what happened." Bram let out a slow breath. "That's not a raid." "No," Alec said. "It's a correction." The room went still, because they all understood what this meant. Alec Arden was about to go back on the offensive. Not as a fugitive, not as a smuggler, not even as a rising lord protecting his harbor. As a commander. The plan formed quickly after that. It had to. Speed was part of the weapon. If Alec waited too long, Varn Hollow would be cleaned. Routes would shift and Cedric's people would bury whatever trail remained. So Blackwake moved like a tightened fist. Bram provided the quietest sea approach. Roth, who had no interest in missing the chance to watch royal-linked smugglers get crushed, arranged a distraction shipment to keep part of the port occupied. Garen selected the hardest men on the island, not the loudest, not the most eager, but the ones who had already shown discipline under pressure. Darren and Mac led strike teams. Thomas insisted on joining and nearly got thrown out of the room for it until Alec finally looked at him long enough to see what had changed. The boy wasn't a boy anymore. Blackwake had made sure of that. "You stay where you're told," Alec said. "Yes, Lord. You break formation once I send you back before dawn." Tomas nodded like a man accepting law. That more than anything told Alec it was time. They moved 2 nights later under moonless sky. No banners, no trumpets, no heroics. Just dark hulls cutting low through black water. The strike force rode in silence, wrapped in salt wind and lamp-cloaked darkness, until Varn Hollow's harbor lights appeared faint ahead of them. It was a smaller port than Blackwake, but older, dirtier, and far softer in its rhythms. Its guards were lazy because they had grown rich on hidden arrangements and believed distance from the capital kept them safe. Its dock crews were underpaid, its warehouse watchmen drank too much, and its merchant handlers thought secrecy itself was armor. Alec intended to punish that belief. The first move was almost invisible. Bram's diversion ship entered the outer lanes loaded with enough noisy repair complaints to drag 2 customs men, a harbor crane master, and half the night tally crew toward the wrong pier. While Varnhollow's officials argued over cargo rights and docking fees, Alec's boat slipped into the darker east side of the harbor, where storage sheds met tidal walls. No alarm rang. Not yet. Alec led the first team over the low quay himself. The target warehouse loomed ahead, broad and squat, marked as timber storage, but guarded too closely for timber. 2 men stood outside beneath awning shadow, pretending boredom. Alec saw the tension in their shoulders immediately. Professionals. Or close enough. He gave 1 signal. Darren moved first. The first guard died before sound fully formed in his throat. Mac took the second from behind and dragged the body down, before the man's knees even understood they were gone. Garen and 2 others forced the service doors. Bram's men sealed the alley exits. Tomas, positioned farther back with the secondary team, watched the lane with a hook blade in one hand and more concentration than breath. Inside, the warehouse proved everything: weapons, oilcloth bundles, false manifests, coin chests, secondary route ledgers, signal codes. And in the rear counting room, 3 men who definitely were not timber clerks. The fight started before any of them could reach the alarm rope. One of the men pulled a pistol-sized flare tube from beneath a ledger stack. Alec crossed the room before he could lift it fully, and drove him through the counting table hard enough to split both wood and teeth. The second grabbed for a curved dock blade and actually managed 1 good cut along Alec's upper arm, before Alec elbowed him in the throat and shoved him backward into a shelving rack that collapsed under both their weight. The third bolted for the rear door. He made it 3 steps. Then Lydia's planning paid off in a way nobody but Alec fully appreciated, because she had correctly predicted every likely escape route in the room. Mac was already there waiting. The runner hit the floor with blood in his mouth and a knee in his spine before he could even reach the latch. That should have ended cleanly. It didn't, because one of the outer crews found a secondary signal line hidden along the rear beam support, and by the time they cut it, it had already carried enough vibration to wake the next warehouse over. Then Varnhollow exploded. Alarm bells, shouting, lanterns, boots pounding across timber, crossbow fire from upper walkways. For 1 brutal second, the whole harbor seemed awake at once, and Alec felt something old and vicious rise in him. Battlefield rhythm. He had missed it more than he ever admitted. "Take the ledgers!" he shouted. "Burn the rest." Blackwake's strike teams moved instantly. Coin chests were hauled. Records were bundled. Weapon crates were kicked open and sorted. Everything too heavy or too risky to carry was doused and lit. Then the enemy hit them in force. Not city guards first. Hired men. Cedric's real rot. They came in from the side lanes with naval clubs, short blades, boarding axes, and enough coordination to prove they'd been used for ugly work before. The first crashed into Darren's team near the loading ramp and paid for it with bones. Darren fought like a harbor beast let loose from chain using body weight and pure violence to break the line. Garen, despite every curse he had muttered about his age for months, moved through the side melee with a ship hammer in hand and put down men one after another with the relentless ugliness of a craftsman solving a practical problem. But the center of the fight was Alec, because once the hired captain realized who had come for the warehouse, he pushed straight for him. He was big, scarred, and fast in the ugly, efficient way of men who had lived by ship violence too long. He opened with a hooked blade that nearly took Alec at the ribs and followed it with a shoulder rush aimed to drive him into burning crates. Alec absorbed the hit rolled with it and answered with a slash that should have gutted a lesser fighter. The man twisted just enough to take it across the side instead. Then they were in close steel, ringing in sparks boots, sliding on salt-wet timber while Varnhollow burned around them. The captain was good, very good. Good enough that Alec had to stop treating him like hired muscle and start treating him like a real threat. He changed rhythm immediately. Cedric's man attacked to overwhelm. Alec attacked to end. The next exchange was shorter and far deadlier. Alec let the captain think he had found an opening, high-baited the strike, then stepped inside the ark and drove his pommel into the man's face. Bone broke. The captain reeled. Alec cut the back leg first to kill mobility, then buried the blade through the sternum before the man hit the ground. When he looked up again, the harbor lane was already collapsing into panic because the fires had spread, not to the town, only the target chain. Exactly as planned. The linked warehouses that staged killers' hidden arms and false shipments were now burning in controlled sequence, each one exposing the next through light and smoke. Men ran. Officials shouted. Honest dock workers hid. Corrupt handlers tried carrying what coin they could before the heat forced them back. And through all of it, Blackwake's crews moved like they had come to do exactly one thing: erase safety. That was when Cedric's local allies made their final mistake. A horn sounded from deeper in the port. Then a squad of armed harbor enforcers pushed through the smoke, wearing official town colors over privately bought armor. Not guards, purchased dogs trying to restore control after selling it for too long. Alec didn't withdraw, he advanced. That single choice broke Varn Hollow's nerve harder than fire ever could. Because people expected raiders to grab loot and run. They did not expect the man leading them to step forward into the middle of the street, with smoke behind him, blood on his sleeve, and the kind of expression that said he had already chosen how this ended. The enforcers charged. Alec met them head-on. The first died on the initial clash, throat open before his shield fully rose. The second came with a spear and got dragged offline by Tomas, who finally earned his place in the strike with a brutal hook and pull that opened the man for Mac's knife. The third and fourth tried flanking and ran straight into Darren and Garen, which was less a tactical exchange and more a punishment from the gods. By the time the fifth man understood he should flee, Bram had put a bolt through his calf from the pier rail and laughed like the whole thing was expensive theater. The rest broke. That was the exact moment Alec wanted. He pointed his sword down the harbor road toward the burning warehouse line and said loud enough for workers, guards, smugglers, and cowards alike to hear, "This is what happens to ports that sell knives for kings." No one answered. They didn't need to. The fire answered for them. Blackwake withdrew before sunrise, exactly on schedule. That mattered. Alec had not come to conquer Varn Hollow. He had come to carve a lesson into it. By the time his ships cut back into open water, they carried ledgers tying the warehouse chain to crown friendly merchant houses, route books linking past covert movements southward enough seized coin to pay for the entire operation twice over two living handlers who knew much more than they wanted to admit. And perhaps most valuable of all, a story that would spread across every port from Blackwake to the capital. The story was devastating. The exiled knight had not hidden behind walls after the king sent killers. He had crossed the sea and ripped the king's deniable network apart by force. When Blackwake's ships returned home, the harbor went wild. Not with chaos, with belief. Workers crowded the piers. Guards stood taller. Merchants looked at Alec like they were watching history make itself, because he had just done what no one expected. He had gone from surviving royal treachery to punishing it directly. That changes what people think you can become. The interrogation started the same day. The captured handlers talked far less easily than the first assassin ever had, but Alec had new leverage now. He had their ledgers, their route books, their warehouse correspondences. He already knew enough. What he needed was confirmation names and sequence. Lydia and Olin worked beside him like knives made of paper, and memory cross-checking every answer with seized records until lies became impossible to sustain. By the end of the second night, the picture had become clear enough to frighten everyone in the room. The Varn Hollow chain was only one layer. Behind it sat 3 merchant fronts tied to 2 lesser noble houses. Behind those houses sat court-linked financial approvals routed through men loyal to Malrek. And buried beneath that carefully enough to avoid written proof but not carefully enough to hide pattern was the shape of Cedric's fear. Bram read the compiled summary and whistled low. "If this gets out cleanly—" "Not just embarrass them," Lydia said. "It'll split them." Alec looked at the documents in silence. Then he said the line that made even Garen go still. Good. Because this was no longer just about harbor war. Now it was political bloodletting waiting for timing. And in the capital, where women already whispered Alec's name with growing heat and nobles watched the southern trade maps with thinning confidence, the next phase was becoming obvious. Alec was no longer just defending Blackwake, he was dismantling the king's reach. Seraphina heard of Varn Hollow through two different channels in the same morning, first through merchant gossip, then through a panicked note from a relative tied to southern investments. The details were messy, conflicting, and dramatic in all the ways port stories usually were, but the spine of the truth was there. Alec had struck back, not blindly, not as a criminal, as a commander. Evelyn's reaction was calmer, and somehow that made it more dangerous. He stopped answering Cedric like an exile, she said. Seraphina looked at her. What is he answering like now? Evelyn folded the report with slow elegance. Like a rival. That word hung in the room like prophecy. Because it was true. And once a king begins creating rivals with his own hands, the throne itself starts looking less eternal than it used to. By the time night fell over Blackwake again, the city was glowing brighter than ever. The strike against Varn Hollow had not slowed business. If anything, it had accelerated confidence. Merchants trusted strength. Workers trusted victory. And now every man on the island knew their lord could strike across water and return with proof in his hands. Standing above the harbor, Alec watched the lamps burn while Lydia approached with the latest compiled records. "We can break them with this," she said. He took the pages but didn't open them immediately. "Not yet," he said. She studied him. "You already know the next move." "Yes, what is it?" Alec looked north toward the kingdom that had once thrown him away and was now slowly being forced to reckon with the thing it had created. "We stop making Cedric bleed in shadows," he said. His voice stayed calm. That made the meaning heavier. "We make him bleed in daylight." Below them, Blackwake's harbor roared with trade labor flame and faith, and for the first time the revenge ahead no longer felt distant. It felt close enough to touch. After Varn Hollow burned the kingdom, did not react with outrage first. It reacted with fear. That was the part Cedric never understood about power. Men could tolerate cruelty. They could excuse corruption. They could even survive incompetence if the throne remained untouchable. But the moment people saw that a king's hidden hand could be caught, traced, and publicly struck back, against the illusion of control began to crack. And once control became an illusion instead of a fact, every noble, merchant, and officer in the kingdom started asking the same question in private. How much longer does the king truly command anything? That question reached the capital before the smoke from Varn Hollow had fully left the harbor beams. The first reports came in frantic, dirty, and incomplete. A warehouse chain had been hit. Coastal enforcers were dead. Trade ledgers had been taken. Blackwake's men had crossed the sea, struck with military precision, and withdrawn before sunrise. At first, the court tried treating it as criminal retaliation between southern merchants. Then cleaner reports arrived. Then the names began surfacing. Then the patterns became too obvious to dismiss. The warehouses Alec had destroyed were tied to merchant fronts already under quiet suspicion. The local enforcers killed in the clash had long been known for taking unofficial money. And when investigators began tracing ownership and finance, the trail ran upward into places far too close to the crown for comfort. Cedric read those reports in private, and this time even rage did not save him, because what Alec had done at Varn Hollow was more dangerous than winning a fight. He had seized evidence. That changed the nature of everything. Assassins could be denied. Burned warehouses could be reframed. Dead handlers could be silenced. But ledgers, contracts, root records, false manifests, and movement orders were harder to bury once they started crossing too many hands. Cedric knew immediately that if Alec released what he had gathered in the right way at the right moment, the problem would stop being southern unrest. It would become a court fracture. Malrek knew it too. The minister entered the king's private strategy chamber late that evening and found Cedric pacing with one glove still and having clearly forgotten to remove it in the middle of anger. The reports on the table told their own story. Some had already been slashed through with ink. One had been crushed half flat beneath a goblet. Another contained a margin note so violently pressed that the page had nearly torn. Malrek bowed slightly. "Your Majesty." Cedric did not stop moving. He crossed the sea and struck a royal linked network like he was still commanding war detachments. Malrek's expression did not change. Technically, the network was not royal. Cedric turned on him so sharply that even the lamp seemed to pull back. "Do not insult me by pretending paperwork changes meaning." Malrek lowered his eyes. "Then meaning is exactly what must be managed next." That word again. Managed. Cedric was starting to hate all careful words, all restrained tones, all suggestions that he do anything except crush the man who had become the living embodiment of his mistake. But this was no longer something rage alone could solve. "Say it plainly," Cedric said. Malrek did. "If Alec releases what he took without interruption, certain houses will distance themselves from court influence immediately. Merchant families will scramble. Southern officials will deny everything. And some of your enemies within the palace will begin treating Blackwake as more than a trade issue." Cedric's voice dropped lower. "As what?" Malrek answered, after only the slightest pause. "As an alternative center of power." That sentence hung in the room like a blade, because once spoken aloud it could not be unheard. Cedric's face hardened into something thin and dangerous. "Then, before he moves publicly, we move first." It was a logical thought. Unfortunately for him, logic had started arriving too late. On Blackwake, Alec had already crossed that point. He no longer thought of Cedric's hidden networks as something to survive around. He thought of them as weaknesses to be opened. The evidence from Varn Hollow was not just useful because it proved royal-linked corruption. It was useful because of how it could be released. Too much too suddenly, and the Crown would call it fabrication. Too little, and the court would bury it in confusion. Alec needed precision. He needed pressure, not noise. He needed the right truth to land in the right hands at the right time so that people would begin turning on Cedric, not out of morality, but out of self-preservation. That was where Lydia became more dangerous than any soldier. For 2 straight nights, she and Olin worked over the seized records like surgeons, stripping rot from flesh. Every ledger was copied. Every name was cross-checked. Every false manifest was placed into context. Which merchant houses moved money? Which southern warehouses handled transfer routes? Which nobles had shell interests? Which port officials signed irregular cargo allowances? Which transactions overlapped the timing of the Blackwake assassination plot? The pattern tightened beautifully. Messily, politically, but beautifully. Lydia spread the resulting chains across the upper hall table one evening, while Alec, Bram, Roth, and Garen stood around it, under steady oil light. "This line," she said, tapping one sequence of records, "connects the harbor warehouse financing to House Vale through 2 intermediaries." Roth leaned closer. "They'll deny it." "They can try," Lydia replied, "but the transfer dates match their debt restructuring from last quarter." Olin added, "And this one connects their southern purchasing clerk to the false timber vessels' docking allowances." Bram let out a low whistle. "That's enough to scare them." Garen crossed his arms. "Scaring rats only makes them run." Alec finally spoke. "Good." They all looked at him. He rested one hand on the edge of the table and studied the spread of names, routes, coin, and hidden loyalty, as if looking at a battle map before deciding where to break the line. "I don't want them loyal," he said. "I want them afraid to stay loyal." That was the whole point. Alec did not need to convince the court that Cedric was wicked. Most already knew that in private ways. He needed to convince them that staying tied to the king was now a losing bet. That was much stronger. So he prepared the first public strike carefully. Not a proclamation from Blackwake, not a challenge to the throne, not some reckless accusation shouted over the sea. He used trade. Selective packets of copied records began moving quietly north through trusted merchant channels. One set to a shipping house whose rivals had died in Varn Hollow. One set to a noble family already angry over southern contract losses. One set to a guild-linked accountant known for protecting his own skin above all else. None of the packets contained everything. Each contained only enough to ignite fierce suspicion and urgent private conversation. Enough to make men start asking questions their allies could not answer comfortably. By the time the 3rd packet landed, the capital's mood had already shifted. Houses linked to southern trade began holding private meetings at odd hours. Merchant servants ran messages late into the night. 2 nobles quietly canceled business dinners with men tied to House Vale. One shipping consortium froze a payment to a crown-friendly port office pending internal clarification. The panic had begun, and panic in elegant clothes was one of the most entertaining forces in any kingdom. Bram, hearing early reports from his contacts and reading the room in the upper Blackwake hall with visible pleasure, grinned over his cup. They're eating each other already. Roth was less amused but more impressed. Not eating. Testing. No one wants to be first to fall with the wrong side. That is eating, Bram said. Lydia ignored both of them and looked at Alec. The next release matters more than the first three. Yes. If it's too broad, they unify against you. Yes. If it's too narrow, they bury it in private. Alec met her eyes. Then it won't be either. That was because he had already chosen the next target. Not a merchant house. Not a port official. A person. A court-linked nobleman named Lord Eston Vale, one of Cedric's most convenient allies in financial matters, and one of the men whose indirect signatures touched too many of the Varn Hollow movements to survive exposure cleanly. Vale was not important enough to save at all costs. That made him perfect. When the fourth packet reached the capital, it did not arrive as rumor. It arrived as ruin. The copies were precise. Clean enough to stand scrutiny, specific enough to cause panic, and narrow enough that no one could wave them away as generalized Southern fraud. They showed warehouse ownership changes, shell company linkage, irregular port clearances, and connected payment streams that touched Vale's office through men who had no business touching violent covert logistics. Not enough to prove Cedric directly, more than enough to prove Vale was filthy. The result was immediate. By midday, 2 merchants refused his letters. By evening, one of his own associates had disappeared. By morning, the palace knew. And once the palace knew, the wolves started circling. The court loved scandal when it smelled weakness. The same nobles who smiled through corruption suddenly became very interested in procedural clarity. The same ministers who had ignored Southern irregularities now began requesting explanations with wounded dignity. The same merchant-linked houses that had benefited from quiet royal pressure now started muttering about reckless entanglements and destabilizing private initiatives. In truth, they did not care about justice. They cared that Vale's connections now made him radioactive. That was enough. Cedric received the first open request for inquiry before noon and the second before supper. By nightfall, 3 separate political interests were pressing for a contained internal investigation, which was court language for sacrifice someone before the rot spreads farther. Cedric wanted to refuse. He almost did, but Vale himself made that impossible by panicking. The fool tried running. Not far. Not even well. He attempted to move coin-burn papers and send his household into partial retreat before dawn, which of course only confirmed guilt to every watching eye. By the time the royal guard reached his estate under the excuse of protective review, half the capital already knew the truth. Alec had reached into the court from a black island in the south and forced one of Cedric's own men to collapse in public. That kind of thing does not disappear. It multiplies. Seraphina heard of Vale's fall in the women's gallery before the formal notice ever spread. That alone told her how deep the damage ran. Women who usually cared more about jewels and marriage contracts were now discussing forged manifest trade corruption and Southern procurement violence. Not because they had suddenly grown serious, because Alec Arden's name was attached, and stories tied to him now moved faster than politics itself. One young noblewoman whispered, "They say the records came from Blackwake?" Another replied, "Of course they did." A third asked softly, "How many more does he have?" That was the question haunting everyone now. Not whether Alec had proof, how much proof, and who would be next. Seraphina said nothing, but her thoughts were not calm. She had known Alec as a knight, then as a memory, then as a rumor. Now she was watching him become something else entirely, a force capable of reaching through sea trade and reputation to unmake men in silk from hundreds of miles away. The more she learned, the harder it became to think of him as someone who had merely survived injustice. He was reshaping it. That same night, she met Evelyn again. The older woman looked almost pleased in the way only dangerous political creatures ever did. "He chose well," Evelyn said, setting down a folded report. "Vale?" Seraphina sat opposite her and accepted the paper. "Expendable enough for the king to wound if needed," Evelyn said. "Useful enough that his fall frightens the rest. and dirty enough that no one wants to die defending him. Serafina read the report in silence. Do you think Alec has more? Eveline's smile was thin and knowing. My dear, he struck a hidden network, burned its staging center, took its records, and sent one of the king's knives back alive with a warning. I think more is exactly what he has. Serafina looked up slowly. Evelyn leaned back. The real question is whether Cedric understands yet that he is no longer dealing with a wounded knight. What is he dealing with? Evelyn's answer came without hesitation. A man building the right to replace fear with consequence. That line stayed with Serafina long after she left. Because if it was true and more it felt true, then the kingdom was entering a phase far more dangerous than scandal. It was entering comparison, and comparison was death to weak rulers. Back on Blackwake, the first visible cracks in Cedric's circle were already being tracked. Roth's mainland contacts reported merchant hesitation in crown-linked channels. Bram's sea routes picked up panic buying and quiet cancellations. Lydia received indirect proof that two lesser houses had already begun pulling financial distance from known court fronts, tied to the Varn Hollow chain. Even Blackwake's own incoming traffic showed the shift. Men who had once spoken of royal correction now spoke more cautiously. Buyers who used to ask whether the crown might move against Alec were starting to ask a different question. If the crown weakened further, how fast could Blackwake scale? That was the kind of question that built futures. It also made Alec more dangerous than ever. Still, he was not reckless enough to mistake one good strike for victory. He knew Cedric would not simply fold because one ally had collapsed. Cornered kings became crueler. Malrek remained in place. The military still belonged formally to the crown. And while fear was spreading through court circles, fear could also make men desperate enough to unite temporarily behind whoever promised stability. That meant the next phase had to be bigger. Not just scandal. Alignment. He needed people on the inside or close enough to the inside who would begin moving in ways the crown could not fully predict. The opportunity came sooner than expected. A message reached Blackwake through one of Roth's cleaned trade channels, and when Lydia brought it to Alec, her face had that rare stillness that meant the information mattered a great deal. It's from the capital, she said. Merchant? Not exactly. Alec opened the seal and read. It was brief, careful, written by someone intelligent enough not to over-explain. No signature appeared in full, but it did not need one. The style, the references, and one specific line about the cost of silence in rotten courts made the sender obvious enough to Alec even before Lydia quietly said the name aloud. Evelyn Marrow. Alec read it again. The message contained no confession, no plea, no dramatic declaration, only an observation and a warning. The court fracture had begun, but fractures did not always become collapse. Cedric was furious. Malrek was shifting blame lines, and some houses were already exploring whether Alec's rise might be useful to them, not because they admired him, but because they feared being late to the next order of power. The final line was the one that mattered most. If you intend to move in daylight, then daylight in the capital is beginning to open. Alec folded the letter slowly. Bram looked amused the moment he heard. Well now, the palace ladies write better invitations than merchants do. Roth gave him a look. This is not flirtation. This is positioning. Garen grunted. Everything in palaces is positioning. Lydia said nothing at first. Then she asked the question beneath all the others. Do you trust it? Alec looked back at the letter. No, he said. Then after a beat, but I trust what it means. And what it meant was simple. The capital was starting to move around him. Not just against him, around him. Women with influence were paying attention. Noble houses were repositioning. Merchant blocks were hedging. Cedric's men were becoming liabilities instead of shields. For the first time, Blackwake did not feel like a city pressing upward against the kingdom from below. It felt like the kingdom itself was beginning to tilt. That night, as the harbor burned gold beneath the dark and the city hummed with labor profit and rising certainty, Alec stood above it all and let the sea wind move round him. Below, workers carried late cargo through lamplight. Above, the sky stretched cold and clear. Somewhere far north, Cedric was trying to plug cracks with trembling hands while the court watched. Somewhere in that same capital, women who had once been told Alec Arden was a traitor were now studying him like the shape of a future they had not expected. Lydia came to stand beside him, arms folded against the wind. "The next move?" she asked. Alec looked north. "Not another packet," he said. "No, not another warning. No." She waited. Then Alec answered in the calm, controlled tone that always meant something heavy had already become inevitable inside him. "We make the court choose." That was the threshold. No longer exposing rot. No longer punishing shadows. No longer making Cedric flinch. Now Alec intended to force the kingdom itself to take sides. And once that began, revenge would stop being private. It would become history. After Vale's fall, silence stopped protecting anyone. That was the true turning point. Before men in the capital could pretend Blackwake was a distant problem, a southern irritation, a merchant disturbance wrapped in rumors and overreaction. But once one of the king's own linked nobles was publicly destroyed by records taken from a warehouse Alec had burned with his own strike force, the illusion collapsed. Now everyone understood the same thing. Blackwake was not merely surviving against the throne, it was reaching into the throne's world and making men disappear from it. That changed how every ambitious person in the kingdom began thinking. Not in public, of course. Publicly, the court still wrapped itself in ceremony silk and polite lies. Nobles still bowed. Ministers still used careful phrases. Merchant houses still spoke about stability, regional disruption, and southern concerns. But beneath that language, calculation had become feverish. Men who once fought for proximity to the crown started measuring distance. Merchant families with court ties began quietly redistributing exposure. Southern port lords started asking whether their futures were safer tied to the old center of authority or the new one rising from Blackwake. Even military officers, though more careful than merchants, had begun hearing too many stories about Alec's harbor, Alec's discipline, Alec's victories, Alec's city. In private, one question was spreading like rot beneath painted floors. If the king keeps losing to the man he exiled, when does loyalty become stupidity? Cedric felt that change before anyone dared say it near him. The palace had a rhythm to fear. Kings who survived long enough learned it instinctively. You could hear it in how fast men answered. You could see it in how long they held eye contact. You could feel it in which messages arrived quickly and which arrived late with excuses attached. After Vale's collapse, Cedric noticed something unbearable the people around him had begun calculating while looking at him. Not merely obeying, measuring. Asking themselves whether the throne would still protect them if they stood too close when the next blow landed. That was poison to a ruler. And Cedric knew exactly who had poured it. He called Malrek in before dawn before court before the day's first reports could make him worse. The minister arrived as he always did, composed, elegant, unreadable. But even he could see the strain now. Cedric had not slept. The lamps were still burning from the night before. 3 opened reports lay on the table, and 1 torn piece of correspondence had been stabbed through with a paper knife, hard enough to crack the wood beneath it. "Your Majesty," Malrek said quietly. Cedric did not look up immediately. "How many?" Malrek understood the question. Enough to matter. Cedric lifted his eyes then, and there was something ugly in them now. Not just anger, but the humiliation of a man realizing control was no longer assumed. "Say the number." Malrek gave it. 4 merchant houses reducing overt exposure, 2 port offices delaying response to direct court pressure, 1 supply block in the south asking for legal clarification before complying with royal restriction orders. He paused, and 3 noble families refusing to comment at all. Cedric's jaw tightened. Cowards. "No," Malrek said carefully. "Survivors." It was the wrong word, and both men knew it the moment it left his mouth. Because survival was Alec's word now. Alec's story. Alec's advantage. Cedric stood so abruptly the chair behind him slammed backward. "He is a trade anomaly," the king snapped. "A bastard harbor lord built out of accident and disobedience. And now half this kingdom trembles because one man learned to sell lamp fuel and wave records around like a sword." Malrek kept his face controlled, but his mind was moving fast. Cedric always became most dangerous when he started reducing reality into insults. That meant he was close to making another mistake, and the kingdom did not have many mistakes left to survive. "He is more than a harbor lord now," Malrek said. Cedric went still. For a heartbeat, the room felt colder. Then the king asked in a voice too flat to be safe, "Explain." Malrek chose every word carefully. "He is a focal point. For merchants, for southern influence, for those who profit outside direct crown control, and for anyone in court who wishes to pressure your majesty without declaring themselves openly. The sentence landed hard because it was true. Alec Arden had stopped being a man. He had become a place where ambitions gathered. And if that gathering continued, Cedric would not just face embarrassment, he would face alternatives. That was when he made the decision that would define the next phase. If they want to choose, Cedric said coldly, then I will force the choice myself. Malrek's eyes sharpened. How? Cedric looked toward the high windows toward the city beyond. Toward the kingdom he still refused to imagine slipping. We make Blackwake illegal. That sentence changed everything. Not because it was wise, because it was desperate. Malrek understood the danger instantly. A legal declaration against Blackwake would not simply target Alec. It would target every merchant, supplier, port buyer, and noble house already tied to the harbor's growth. It would force men to declare themselves yes, but not necessarily in Cedric's favor. Still, that was the kind of move cornered rulers made. If they could not preserve ambiguity, they would burn it down and demand visible obedience. Your Majesty, Malrek said carefully, a decree that broad may not isolate him. It may formalize him. Cedric's stare could have killed weaker men. Then what do you suggest? Malrek answered with the truth because at this level only truth had any hope of surviving. If you issue this, it must come with teeth, seizure authority, port compliance, military inspection rights, trade penalties. Cedric almost smiled then, and that was worse. Yes, he said. Exactly. Far to the south, Alec was already preparing for that possibility. After Evelyn's message and the visible shift in merchant behavior, he had spent 2 straight days not speaking more than necessary while Lydia Rothbram and Olin brought him reports from every direction. The pattern converged quickly. Capital houses were repositioning. Merchant contracts were being quietly rewritten. Certain southern authorities were delaying enforcement instead of moving fast. That meant 2 things. First, Cedric was losing confidence inside his own network. Second, the next royal response would likely be public rather than secret. Lydia said it first while standing over a spread of route maps in the upper administrative chamber. He's going to stop using shadows. Alec looked up from the trade summaries in front of him. Yes. Bram leaned against the table edge and folded his arms. Because he thinks daylight still belongs to him. Roth gave a humorless little smile. Which in the capital, unfortunately, it still does. Not for long, Alec said. The calm certainty in his voice made the room still, because everyone there knew what this meant. The game was changing again. Alec had already won in secrecy. He had already won in survival. He had already won in trade. He had already won in humiliation. Now he was stepping into something much larger. Legitimacy. That was the real battleground ahead. Not whether Blackwake existed, not whether it profited, not whether it could defend itself, whether the kingdom would be forced to acknowledge that Alec's authority was becoming harder to deny than Cedric's decrees. That was why his next move had to be bigger than scandal and sharper than revenge. He had to make the court choose, not emotionally, structurally. So Alec began preparing the things Cedric would least want to see: a formal network of alignment around Blackwake that no longer looked like smuggling opportunism or merchant greed. It had to look like a new order forming by necessity. Merchant houses needed incentives. Southern ports needed legal pretext. Noble families needed moral distance from the crown's dirt. And the court needed visible cracks in the right places. That was where the women entered more directly. Because while men in politics often lied through paperwork and public allegiance, women in power circles saw shifts earlier through dinners, receptions, private invitations, and what was not said in guarded rooms. Evelyn Marrow had already shown she understood this. Serafina, though less openly dangerous, occupied another kind of space, one built on memory influence. And the fact that her attention still mattered in circles, Cedric desperately wanted to keep loyal. The first real contact came through Evelyn. Not a love letter, not a reckless note, a proposition. One evening, Lydia entered Alec's office carrying a sealed message and an expression that told him immediately this one mattered more than the others. It came through the 3rd merchant chain, she said, not one of Roth's. Alec broke the seal and read. Evelyn's style was the same as before, concise, intelligent, and not wasting a single decorative word. She confirmed the court's mood had worsened. Vale's fall had frightened the weak and energized the ambitious. More importantly, she warned that Cedric was considering a broad decree against Blackwake, one likely framed as a defense of crown sovereignty and lawful trade order. The final section was the useful part. Several houses were already looking for ways to avoid being trapped by such a decree if it came. If Blackwake intended to survive a public legal assault, then it needed visible allies whose support could not be dismissed as smuggler greed. Alec read that section twice. Then Lydia asked the obvious question, can she be used? Alec folded the letter slowly. She can be understood. That answer made Lydia's mouth shift just slightly because it was exactly the kind of answer Alec gave when he had already seen 3 moves ahead and did not intend to explain them all yet. The second contact came unexpectedly. This one did not arrive through merchants. It arrived through memory. A black, lacquered carriage left the capital under the excuse of a family religious visit and stopped 2 days later at a southern manor tied to one of Seraphina Vale's older relatives. A letter followed through a loyal household retainer who had once served military families close to Alec's name. By the time the message reached Blackwake, it had passed so quietly that even Roth was impressed. Seraphina's writing was nothing like Evelyn's. Where Evelyn wrote like a blade, Seraphina wrote like restraint under pressure. She said little directly, but what she did say mattered. The capital was no longer whole. Cedric was forcing too much fear too quickly. Men who smiled in court were already counting exits. And if Alec intended to stand in daylight, then he needed to understand one simple truth. Public law in the kingdom was often only private fear arranged into official language. There was one final line in the message, and Alec read it more than once. Some of us did not forget what was done to you even when silence became the cost of survival. That line should have meant very little in practical terms, but it did not. Because Alec remembered her. The last look in the court. The step she almost took. The restraint that had saved her from being buried with him. Bram, who had no respect for privacy when curiosity was available, watched his face while pretending not to. That one's different. Alec set the letter down. Yes. Lydia looked between them once and chose not to comment, which was how Alec knew she had noticed far more than she intended to say aloud. Still, emotion was not the point. Not yet. Meaning was. Seraphina's message proved what Evelyn's had implied. Influence in the capital was no longer moving in one direction. The women closest to power were beginning to shift around Cedric, not under him. That mattered because noble households often followed such shifts more quickly than ministers did. If the right women became visibly less aligned with the king's circle, then men who depended on appearances would begin repositioning fast. That was what Alec needed. Motion. Visible motion. So he prepared the answer. Not a confession of feeling. Not a dramatic invitation. 3 letters went north. 1 to Evelyn. 1 to Seraphina. 1 to a merchant-backed noble house, already leaning away from Cedric. Each letter was tailored. Each offered something slightly different. Each carried the same hidden message. Blackwake was no longer asking to be tolerated. It was prepared to be recognized. To Evelyn, Alec wrote in the language of consequence. If certain houses wished to avoid being burned with the throne's dirt, then they would find Blackwake more predictable than desperation in the capital. To Seraphina, he wrote with colder restraint than he felt, acknowledging memory without leaning on it, and making clear that what came next would not be fought through sentiment, but through alignment, truth, and survival. To the noble house, he made the practical argument. A decree against Blackwake would not restore order. It would destabilize southern trade-damaged tax channels and force the kingdom to choose between economic reality and wounded pride. The answers came quickly enough to prove the court was already on edge. Evelyn agreed to move. Not openly, not yet, but through conversation salons and the kind of private shaping that turned bold opinions into inevitable consensus. Seraphina did not promise politics. She offered something more delicate and in some ways more dangerous: presence. The next major capital gathering involving southern trade affairs would not find her standing comfortably among Cedric's most loyal social circle. She would be elsewhere, watching, listening, letting others notice what she no longer endorsed by association. That alone was a message, a powerful one. And the noble house? They asked for terms. That made Bram laugh for almost a full minute. They smell the future now, he said. Took them long enough. Roth, more sober, tapped the edge of the returned correspondence packet. Or they smell the king burning. Both were true. Cedric's decree came down 3 days later. It arrived exactly as Evelyn predicted. Broad Furious, dressed in law and soaked in the kind of royal language weak men used when trying to disguise panic as principle. By authority of the crown, Blackwake was declared an irregular trade zone under provisional sanction. Ports under Ilarian's control were instructed to halt all direct legitimizing agreements unless approved through crown review. Merchant houses dealing with Blackwake were ordered into compliance audit. Harbor officers were granted inspection rights over routes suspected of aiding unlicensed southern fuel concentration. Most dangerously, the decree also laid groundwork for seizure actions against cargoes deemed in violation of sovereign regulation. It was not war, but it was the nearest thing to political war without banners. Cedric had made his move. He had forced the choice. And for half a day the kingdom held its breath. Then the choosing began. Not all at once. Not dramatically. House by house. Port by port. Merchant by merchant. One southern harbor delayed enforcement pending clarification. A merchant bloc submitted a respectful objection citing active contractual entanglement. A coastal noble family quietly declared that emergency trade continuity mattered more than procedural haste. A shipping consortium announced it would temporarily continue Blackwake routes until the crown compensated projected loss exposure. Then another followed, then another. The decree had landed, but instead of isolating Alec, it had exposed how many people no longer wanted to obey Cedric cleanly. That was exactly what Alec had wanted. By nightfall, Blackwake had received enough indirect confirmations to map the opening line of the split. Some ports would comply visibly and cheat quietly. Some merchant houses would bend until forced harder. Some nobles would wait to see where momentum gathered. But the important few had begun moving in the open direction of self-preservation, away from the king's shrinking circle. Cedric had wanted visible alignment. Now he had it, just not in his favor. The capital felt the shock by evening. The decree was supposed to stabilize the narrative. Instead, it revealed the fracture. At court, men who should have immediately praised royal resolve began asking for implementation reviews. Merchant-linked nobles requested economic assessment periods. 2 ministers suggested phased enforcement rather than direct penalty escalation. One southern military quartermaster sent a note so carefully worded, it was almost insulting, asking whether seizure actions might interfere with existing winter supply continuity. That last one nearly made Cedric choke. Even logistics was starting to resist. And in the women's sphere, where politics wore softer fabrics and sharper smiles, the shift was even more obvious. At a private reception that evening, Serafina Vale did something small and devastating. When a known loyalist to Cedric's inner social circle made a cutting remark about upstart oil lords who mistake profit for legitimacy, Serafina did not laugh with the room. She answered, calmly, clearly, loud enough. Legitimacy has often begun where competence survives what pride destroys. The silence after that was exquisite. No one challenged her. No one defended Cedric openly. No one laughed. And in court, silence after a line like that is more powerful than applause. Evelyn, hearing of it not long after, smiled the kind of smile only women dangerous enough to enjoy history did. Because now it had started. Not rumor. Not whispers. Open social fracture. The King's Court women were no longer moving around Alec's name with fear. They were beginning to move with it. On Blackwake, the city took the decree as an insult and an answer. Workers were angry. Merchants were tense. Some captains worried openly that royal seizure attempts might begin on the main roads. Alec let them worry for one evening. Then he called a gathering in the central trade hall. Not a mob speech, not cheap theater, a declaration. The hall filled with harbor captains, workshop masters, district foremen, merchants, guards, and senior workers. Lamplight burned across dark timber beams, while outside the city roared with the noise of a place too alive to pretend obedience to distant fear. Alec stood at the center, with Lydia on one side, Garen on the other, Roth and Bram farther back, and behind them all the ledgers, route maps, and contract books that proved Blackwake was now held together by more than passion. He spoke without shouting. That made everyone listen harder. The king has declared what he fears. Stillness spread through the hall. He fears trade he does not control. He fears loyalty he did not buy. He fears a city built without his permission. Alec's gaze moved over the room. Good. That one word hit like iron. Blackwake will not shut its harbor. Blackwake will not abandon its workers. Blackwake will not kneel because men in silk have discovered law after discovering weakness. His voice remained calm, but by now calm from Alec was harder than most men's anger. Any route that sails under fair contract will be protected. Any cargo seized unjustly will be answered for. Any port that stands with us in daylight will not stand alone. Now the room was no longer still. Now it was alive, not cheering yet, waiting. Then Alec delivered the line that changed Blackwake from a city resisting a decree into something much larger. If the kingdom wants a choice, he said, then let the whole sea choose. This time the hall broke, not into chaos, into force. Voices rose, hands struck tables. Captains shouted support. Workers roared. Even Roth, who measured everything in profit before principle, looked at Alec with the expression of a man watching a private enterprise become a movement. Lydia did not clap. She never would. But when she looked at Alec, then there was no trace of doubt in her face anymore. Only understanding. The war had changed form again. It was no longer Blackwake versus isolation. No longer Alec versus secret knives. Now it was order versus legitimacy, fear versus usefulness, a failing king versus the reality he had created. And somewhere far to the north, in rooms full of silk old money and badly hidden panic, the court was beginning to understand the worst thing of all. Alec Arden had not merely survived his exile. He had built a future strong enough that men and women across the kingdom were beginning to choose it. Once Cedric's decree failed to isolate Blackwake, the conflict stopped pretending to be political. It became physical. That was inevitable. Decrees only worked when men believed enforcement would follow. Cedric had issued law wrapped in rage, but the moment ports hesitated, merchants delayed, and noble houses started hedging, the next question became unavoidable. Would the crown actually force obedience? And if it tried, who would bleed first? The answer came at sea. 3 days after Alec's declaration in the Central Trade Hall, the first seizure attempt was made against a merchant convoy carrying Blackwake fuel and lubricant north along a route normally protected by layered contract law and tolerated harbor custom. It wasn't a war fleet. Cedric still didn't have the courage for that. Instead, it was a legal ambush disguised as enforcement. 2 Crown-patrolled customs cutters, 1 armed escort vessel, and an inspection authority team, carrying enough seals, ledgers, and official wording to make theft sound respectable. Their target was a Blackwake-linked convoy under neutral shipping papers, exactly the kind of cargo line Cedric hoped he could squeeze without forcing a formal military response. He was trying to make the sea kneel through to paperwork, but the sea had already started choosing. The convoy's lead captain did what many sensible men would have done weeks earlier. He stalled. He cited route privilege. He cited contractual timing. He cited mixed cargo status and neutral handling. What he really did was buy time, because by then Alec had already begun preparing for the first open move. He had known Cedric's decree would mean nothing unless blood stood behind it, and blood at sea moved slower than rumor. That meant routes could still be watched, tracked, and answered before the crown fully understood how quickly Blackwake had adapted. Bram Voss had been placed exactly for that reason. 2 fast Blackwake cutters disguised as ordinary trade escorts had shadowed the convoy from distance, while signal relays along the coast fed position updates through fishing contacts and merchant sympathizers. By the time Cedric's enforcement ships moved to box in the convoy near Greywake Passage, Alec already knew. He also already had a plan. The order he gave was simple. Do not retreat. Do not fire first. Do not surrender the cargo. Then came the second order. Bring me there. That was the moment Blackwake crossed another line. Alec was no longer merely ruling the harbor. He was beginning to command the sea around it. He boarded before dawn with a chosen force, not a large one, but the right one. Bram led the water maneuvering. Darren Mack and a stripped-down strike crew took boarding positions. Garen stayed behind on Blackwake with enough fury and practical authority to keep the city functioning if things turned ugly. Lydia remained in the upper administrative hall, already preparing the legal and political response to whatever happened next, because that was the kind of war this had become. Every sword needed a ledger. Every clash needed a narrative. Every victory had to survive not just the strike, but the report afterward. The sea that morning was hard and gray, the kind of cold water that made men quieter than fear ever could. Alec stood near the forward rail as the Blackwake cutter cut through the chopped black coat, snapping around him in the wind. Beyond the mist, the shapes of the convoy and the crown vessels were beginning to resolve into position. Even from distance, he could see the structure of the trap. Cedric's men had chosen the passage because it narrowed maneuvering room and made inspection feel like inevitability rather than aggression. Clever enough? Not clever enough. Bram stepped beside him with a glass in hand and lowered it after a long look. The customs cutters are doing the speaking, he said. The armed escort is the real move. They're waiting for panic. Alec's eyes stayed forward. Then we disappoint them. Bram gave the smallest grin. That is becoming a habit. The next 15 minutes decided the tone of the war. When Alec's ships entered visual range, the Crown escort altered course slightly and signaled inquiry. Not warning, inquiry. They still wanted the appearance of law. That was useful because it meant they were not ready to commit to outright violence unless someone else crossed the threshold first. Alec used that. He brought his cutter broadside enough to be seen. Clearly then had Blackwake colors raised, not royal colors, not merchant neutral, but the now unmistakable banner markings of the island itself. That visual alone changed the water. The convoy steadied. The crown ships hesitated. And for one fragile second, every captain involved understood that this was no longer a custom stop. This was a test of sovereignty. The lead crown inspector hailed across the water with scroll in hand and authority in his voice. By decree of the crown, this convoy is subject to suspension and cargo review. Alec cut across the rest without raising his own voice. Then, by contract, law root precedence and witness before neutral carriers state your seizure grounds in full. That line hit exactly where it needed to, because Alec had not answered like a smuggler. He had answered like a ruler who understood law well enough to weaponize it. The inspector faltered for half a beat, just enough. Behind him, the escort ship moved. That was the real answer. Not law. Pressure. The armed vessel angled in to tighten the noose around the convoy, and with that one shift, Cedric's men revealed the truth. They were not here to review cargo. They were here to force submission under legal costume. Alec saw it. Bram saw it. Every captain in the passage saw it. Good. That meant witness. Alec raised one hand, and Blackwake's second cutter peeled, right cutting between the escort vessel and the convoy's rear line with dangerous precision. That single maneuver blew the formation apart. Orders were shouted. The Crown escort had to choose between collision risk and clean intimidation. It chose caution. Bram laughed once under his breath. Now they're thinking. Then the first bolt flew. To this day, no one on Cedric's side could later prove who fired it first. That too was useful. A crossbow shot snapped across the passage and buried itself in the cutter's side rail a hand's width from Thomas, who was crouched near the forward line with jaw set so hard it looked carved. That was enough. The illusion broke. The sea erupted. Blackwake's crews moved like men who had already decided how this day ended. Hooks flew. Oars shifted. Boarding lines snapped across the gap between the nearest customs cutter and Bram's vessel. The Crown side shouted for formation. Too late. Darren hit the rail first like a thrown wall, smashing into the cutter's front line hard enough to knock two men off balance instantly. Matt came in after him with low steel and harbor-borne violence. Bram's men flooded the crossing behind them. Alec did not board first. He waited one breath, watched the line open, then crossed. That mattered, because he did not enter chaos. He entered the exact moment chaos became structure. The customs cutter's deck was a mess of shouting officers, half-trained enforcement crews, and one panicking inspector still clutching his authority case, as if documents could stop men already moving through him. Alec cut through the first blade that reached for him, turned inside the second, and drove his shoulder into a Marine hard enough to send both men crashing into a mass support. The Marine was good better than a dock enforcer, but he was fighting for order he did not understand. Alec was fighting for something he had built with his own hands. That difference always shows. 3 exchanges later, the man was down. To the left, Darren had become a catastrophe in human shape. He drove one crown officer into the hatch rail, tore a pike free, and used it like an insult against the next 2. Mac fought differently, mean, close, fast, all knives and timing, exactly the kind of man you never wanted in a deck crush. Tomas nearly got himself killed trying to stop a signal flare from being lit, but managed to wrench the flare tube wide so that it screamed useless fire over open water instead of summoning line support. The real danger came from the escort vessel. Unlike the cutters, it was crewed by men used to force. They began moving to grapple. If that ship locked in cleanly, the passage could shift from skirmish to massacre fast. Alec saw the approach and made the kind of call only a battlefield mind could make under pressure. He abandoned the cutter while winning it. That choice shocked Bram for half a second, until he understood the brilliance. "Break the hook!" Alec shouted. "Take their mouth!" Then he moved with 4 men and a line team, straight toward the escort. Bram cursed and grinned at the same time, then covered the transfer. The crossing was uglier than the first, more dangerous, less controlled. The escort ship's marines were waiting when Alec came over the rail, and the first impact nearly threw him back into the water. A shieldman slammed him hard across the shoulder while another marine drove low with a short spear. Alec twisted just enough to let the point graze instead of gut, trapped the shaft under his arm, ripped it free, and rammed the butt end into the shieldman's throat. The deck became steel salt boots, shouting in pain. This was not harbor violence now. This was war at arm's length. One of Cedric's officers, a lieutenant by insignia and too proud to retreat, finally met Alec properly near the aft stair. He was younger than Alec expected, polished, furious, and desperate to prove that crown steel still meant something at sea. He fought well for a man trained in authority. Quick cuts, tight guard, smart footwork. He also underestimated the difference between practice and survival. Alec let him press once, twice, then changed levels. The lieutenant expected blade work. Instead, Alec crashed into him bodily, drove him against the stair rail, hammered the hilt across his face, and forced him down onto the deck with the kind of violence that ended rank along with breath. When the officer tried to rise on one knee with blood in his mouth, Alec put his sword point at the hollow of the man's throat and said the line loudly enough for everyone nearest to hear. "If Cedric wants my cargo, he can come ask for it himself." That line spread through the ship like flame. And because men at sea hear power differently than men in court, the effect was immediate. 2 Marines backed. 1 dropped his weapon. The signal man on the aft line hesitated long enough for Mac to hit him from the side and end the matter. The escort broke. Not fully, not at once, but enough. Once the officer line lost confidence, the rest became arithmetic. By the time the smoke from the flare and powder signals drifted clear, Blackwake held both customs cutters and had forced the escort vessel out of effective seizure position. The convoy remained intact. The cargo had not moved. And most importantly, neutral witnesses in the passage had now seen everything. Cedric's side had overreached in daylight. That mattered more than any body count. Alec knew it instantly, which was why he did not push the victory into slaughter. He could have taken the escort fully. He could have sunk a cutter. He could have turned Greywake Passage into a floating grave. He didn't. Instead, he did something much more devastating. He took the crown seals, not all of them, not enough to look absurd, just enough. Inspection cases, authority tablets, route suspension writs, the visible symbols of legal enforcement. Then he had the surviving crown crews disarmed, treated their wounded just enough to look civilized, and released them, with their crippled authority stripped bare in front of merchant witnesses. That was humiliation sharpened into policy. By the time the convoy reached safe water, the sea had already chosen sides. Not in banners, in confidence. Captains saw which ships held. Merchants saw which laws failed. Neutral crews saw who actually controlled the route once steel met outcome. And once men at sea start measuring power by result, instead of decree, kings lose faster than they think. The capital felt the consequences in layers. First came the raw report a crown seizure attempt had failed. Then came the cleaner details Blackwake escorts had intervened. Royal enforcement overstepped. Neutral witnesses were present. Cargo remained untouched. Then came the worst part: the crown's own authority seals had been seized in the clash and sent back south as contested instruments. Cedric read that line twice. Then once more. Then he struck the report hard enough to scatter the others across the table. Because now the insult had become public in a new way. Alec had not just defied a decree, he had physically stripped royal enforcement of its symbols in front of witnesses and walked away with the convoy intact. There was no elegant language left to hide behind. The kingdom had tried to take Blackwake's trade in daylight, and Alec Arden had answered in daylight and won. Malrek understood the danger immediately. If the court heard the details cleanly, this would not read as rebellious aggression. It would read as failed royal force. And failed royal force was one of the fastest poisons any court could drink. So he moved fast, trying to shape the narrative before it hardened. Private messages were sent. Certain details were softened. Certain witnesses were pressured. The event was framed as chaotic maritime confusion during decree implementation. But the problem was obvious even to him. There had been too many eyes. Merchants talk, captains lie only in useful direction. And men who survive deck fighting always tell the story in whatever version makes them look closest to history. By evening, the capital was already hearing the colorful versions. The exiled knight had taken the king's seals at sword point. The crowned ships had been driven back by Blackwake in open water. Alec himself had fought on the decks like the war hero he used to be. Some details were exaggerated. That didn't matter. The meaning was true. At court, the fracture widened into something visible. Merchant-linked nobles who had cautiously hedged after the veil exposure now began shifting with less disguise. Some requested clarification on seizure liability. Others quietly backed legal arguments limiting crown disruption of contracted trade. A southern marquess whose estates depended on stable fuel routes openly criticized enforcement adventurism during a council discussion and survived doing it because too many men in the room privately agreed. That alone would have been unthinkable months earlier. The women's sphere changed even faster. Stories of Greywake Passage swept through the palace, not because women suddenly cared about maritime law, but because Alec's name was on it again. And every time Cedric struck now, Alec came back larger. Seraphina heard 3 different versions before noon, each more dramatic than the last. In one, Alec fought half the escort himself. In another, he threw the crown's own writs back across the sea. In a third, he had stood on a captured cutter deck, holding royal seals while captains watched in silence. She knew most of that would be embroidered. What mattered was the pattern. Alec was no longer being spoken of as a victim exile or even just a rising lord. He was being spoken of as a man destiny had stopped asking permission from. At an afternoon salon hosted by a countess too connected to merchant circles to avoid the subject, the shift became unmistakable. When one bitter loyalist remarked that lawless men always look brave until order returns, Seraphina answered before she could stop herself. Order built on dishonor rarely returns. It collapses. The room went silent. Again. And again silence mattered more than argument, because no one defended Cedric cleanly. Evelyn, hearing of it later, only gave Seraphina the faintest of smiles. You're getting harder to keep out of this. Seraphina looked away. Perhaps it became impossible the day he survived. Evelyn did not argue. She merely poured more wine and said the truth neither of them had been willing to say out loud a few weeks earlier. He's forcing the kingdom to decide whether it wants a king or a future. That line did not leave the room, but its shape was already everywhere. On Blackwake, the victory at Greywake Passage had a different effect than Varn Hollow. Varn Hollow made the city feel fierce. Greywake made it feel legitimate. That mattered more than even the blood did. Workers saw that Blackwake could not only survive decrees but beat them in broad daylight. Captains saw that sailing under Alec's protection now meant something real. Merchants saw that Blackwake was no longer just profitable, it was capable of securing the conditions of its own profit. That is one of the final thresholds between a rich city and a power. The harbor erupted when the convoy returned intact. Not just cheering, confidence. The kind that settles into bone and changes how people stand. Blackwake's captains docked under lamplit cranes while workers shouted the news from road to road. Cargo unloaded as if nothing had happened, because that too was part of the lesson. The city did not stop because the crown had swung and missed. It continued, stronger, almost insultingly so. Garen met Alec on the lower dock with sawdust still on his coat and looked at the seized authority cases like a man being offered art. You brought me gifts. Alec handed one over. Don't frame it. Garen grunted. No promises. Lydia, when she saw the recovered seals and writ instruments, understood the legal violence at once. You didn't keep them because they matter physically. No. You kept them because now every version of the story ends with the crown stripped in public. Yes. She looked up slowly. That was vicious. Alec's expression remained calm. It was witnessed. That was the thing about him now. He kept doing the cruelest, useful version of every answer. And because of that, the city kept winning. Then came the next messages from the capital. Evelyn wrote first. Very little. Very sharp. The decree had not survived Greywake Passage intact. Too many houses now viewed enforcement escalation as risk rather than strength. More importantly, some in court had begun asking whether a crown unable to discipline Blackwake without embarrassing itself should perhaps pursue negotiated restructuring instead. That phrase sounded harmless. It wasn't. It meant Alec was already entering the language of settlement and power sharing. The second message came from Seraphina, shorter than before, quieter, and somehow more dangerous because of it. She wrote only that the capital was no longer merely afraid of Alec's rise. Parts of it had begun respecting it. Then came a final line that Alec read twice before folding the letter. Some victories make enemies. This one made witnesses. He knew exactly what she meant. Witnesses were harder to erase than opponents, and the kingdom now had too many of them. That night in the upper hall, Alec spread the new reports before Lydia Bram Roth and Garen. The court is splitting faster than expected, Lydia said, after reading through the summaries. Roth nodded. Merchant alignment is following confidence now, not decree. Bram looked pleased with life in general, which means Cedric is going to do something even dumber. Garen snorted. Good. I was worried he might improve. Alec said nothing at first. He looked over the letters, the route reports, the convoy records, the names of houses, shifting the traces of fear becoming motion. Then he finally spoke. He's almost ready. Lydia studied him. For what? Alec looked north. For the mistake that ends him. The room went quiet, because everyone understood what that meant in their own way. Cedric was running out of controlled options. His private strikes failed, his legal pressure fractured, his sea enforcement embarrassed itself. His allies were turning into liabilities. The women closest to court influence were shifting. The merchants were repositioning. The ports were choosing. At some point, kings like Cedric always reached for one last decisive act. Something too big, too emotional, too final. And Alec Arden had started building this revenge long enough ago to recognize the shape of that desperation before it arrived. He turned back toward the windows. Below, Blackwake burned with life and purpose. The harbor moved. The roads shone. The city he built from exile and oil looked less like a challenge now and more like an answer. We prepare for open war, Alec said. No one argued, because by then it no longer sounded dramatic. It sounded accurate. And somewhere beyond the sea in a palace growing louder with fear and thinner with loyalty, King Cedric was approaching the moment every weak ruler eventually reaches, the moment when pride chooses ruin, because it can no longer bear comparison. After Greywake Passage, the kingdom stopped pretending this could still be solved with decrees. That was the real meaning of the victory. Not the seized cargo, not the captured seals, not even the humiliation of crown authority being stripped in public. The real meaning was this. Cedric had run out of respectable options. He had tried framing Alec. He had tried exile. He had tried secret murder. He had tried merchant pressure. He had tried legal strangulation. He had tried sea enforcement. And every time Alec Arden had come back stronger. That was the kind of pattern weak kings could not survive, because once a ruler begins losing publicly to the same enemy again and again, the kingdom starts changing around him. Men stop asking what the ruler will do. They start asking whether he can still do anything at all. Cedric felt that question in every corridor of the palace now. He felt it in the way ministers paused before answering. He felt it in the way merchant petitions became bolder. He felt it in the way military officers requested written orders more often than before, as if trying to shield themselves from whatever disaster came next. He felt it most of all in silence, the long, awful silence that followed updates from the south, because no one wanted to be the man standing closest when the king heard that Alec had won again. That silence was eating him alive. By the time Malrek entered the strategy chamber 3 days after Greywake passage, Cedric already looked like a man being hollowed from inside. He had slept badly. He had stopped disguising his temper. 2 royal letters lay unanswered because their contents mentioned southern instability, and he could no longer bear seeing the words. On the central table was a military coast map, now covered in fresh markings, supply notations, and route estimates. Malrek looked at it once, then at Cedric. "You've decided," he said. Cedric's expression was rigid. "He wants daylight." Malrek did not answer immediately. The king's next words came lower, colder, and more dangerous. "Then I will give it to him." That was the moment the kingdom crossed into catastrophe. Because Malrek, for all his schemes and poison, understood what Cedric was actually saying before the king said it aloud. This would not be another covert strike, not another legal attack, not another deniable enforcement gesture. Cedric was preparing open royal force. Malrek moved carefully. "Your Majesty, if you escalate to visible military action, there's no returning Blackwake to the category of irregular harbor. You elevate it the moment you strike." Cedric laughed once short and ugly. "It elevated itself." "No," Malrek said. "It was elevated by your failures." The words left his mouth before wisdom could stop them. For 1 sharp second, the entire room froze. Cedric's eyes became something murderous. Malrek understood instantly that he had said too much and worse, said the truth too clearly. But Cedric didn't strike him. Not because mercy had returned, because the truth hurt too much to waste. Instead, the king turned away and spoke to the map. "He has made me look weak in front of merchants, lords, captains, and my own court. If I leave him standing now, then every man who hates me will begin imagining they can survive me too." He tapped the southern routes with 1 finger. "That ends." Malrek studied the layout. "And how do you intend to make it end?" Cedric answered without hesitation. "We cut the harbor, burn the docks, seize the refining lines, take Arden alive if possible, dead if necessary." There it was. Not policy, not correction, war. And war against Blackwake would not be clean. Even Cedric knew that, which was why he would not declare it as such. The campaign would be framed as a restoration action under sovereign enforcement, a royal stabilization fleet, emergency security deployment in response to trade insurgency, illegal maritime violence, and seizure of crown authority. Enough official language to make it sound legal, enough steel to make it real. Malrek asked the only question that mattered. "With which commander?" Cedric's answer came immediately. "Lord Admiral Corvin Hal." That was bad, because Corvin Hal was not a court fool or ceremonial noble. He was hard disciplined and one of the few men still respected by officers who disliked palace politics. He was also deeply loyal to the idea of the kingdom, even if not always to Cedric personally. If he accepted the mission, then the strike on Blackwake would be the most serious threat Alec had faced yet. Malrek understood the risk instantly. He may refuse the framing. He will obey the necessity. Cedric's voice sharpened. "And if he does not, then I have learned something useful." What he meant was obvious. Any man who hesitated now would be counted. Any man who questioned too much would be remembered. That was how weak kings tried to make fear look like command. Far to the south, Blackwake was already preparing. Alec had seen the shape of this coming since before Greywake passage. Every move Cedric made had narrowed the path toward one final mistake. Secret knives failed. Law failed. Sea pressure failed. Merchant intimidation failed. Court containment failed. The next step had always been obvious to anyone who understood pride, badly cornered by reality. Cedric would eventually choose force. So Alec had spent the last days turning Blackwake from a defensible city into a war-ready one. The transformation was immediate and brutal. Harbor lanes were reorganized for firebreak control. Cargo priorities were rewritten around rapid evacuation and denial. Storehouses closest to the cove were split between real stock and sacrificial stock. The highest grade fuel and refining notes were moved uphill into stone-secured vault spaces, cut into the ridge. Extra cistern lines were dug and reinforced in case of fire. Work crews became labor battalions with defined emergency roles. Lookout towers stayed manned around the clock. Signal drills ran twice daily. The city's mood changed with the preparations. Not panicked, not excited, resolved. That mattered more. Workers did not need to be told the danger anymore. They could feel it in how fast the orders moved and how little time Alec wasted explaining them. Garen became almost frightening in efficiency, driving structural reinforcement through the harbor district, with enough fury to make younger men work beyond exhaustion, just to avoid hearing him call them useless. Darren and Mac trained street defense crews on the lower roads. Bram built layered naval response patterns around hidden reef channels and false approaches. Roth secured emergency support commitments from captains who would never openly call themselves Alec's allies, but had too much money tied to Blackwake to let it die quietly. Lydia handled the part of war most swordsmen never understand until too late: continuity. She rewrote administration around survivability, duplicate ledgers, split routes, emergency authority packets, alternate payment structures, evacuation rosters, and record caches prepared for loss scenarios. She also built the legal aftermath before the battle had even begun. If Cedric struck first, she intended for the entire sea to know it before his own officials could finish reshaping the narrative. One evening in the upper hall, surrounded by route maps, ration sheets, and dock lists, she looked up at Alec and said, "If he comes with a real fleet we cannot hold by pride." Alec's eyes stayed on the harbor layouts. "We hold by design." That was the difference between them and Cedric. The king still believed power meant imposing will. Alec had learned something harder. Power meant building conditions where the enemy's strength became expensive. That was the principle Blackwake now lived by. The first clear warning came not from scouts but from the sea itself. 3 royal couriers moved south on separate lines in one day. That alone was enough to tell Bram something large was in motion. By the next evening, Blackwake received the confirmation through a captain who should not have risked bringing it but did anyway because too much of his business now fed through Alec's harbor to let loyalty remain theoretical. A crown stabilization fleet was assembling. Officially, it was a limited maritime enforcement operation. In truth, it was large enough to burn a city if allowed to land cleanly. Lydia read the compiled estimate twice and set the page down slowly. "How large?" Bram answered first. "Enough to matter." Alec looked up. "Say it properly." Bram exhaled. 4 war-capable hulls, 6 escorts, marine detachments, at least 2 engineering crews. That meant landing intent, not inspection, not bluff. Cedric was coming to cut out the harbor itself. Garen grunted over the map. "Then we break the harbor before he can." Lydia shot him a look. "And starve ourselves proving a point?" "No," Garen said. "Deny the landing ground. If the cove becomes a trap instead of a pier, their numbers mean less." Alec's eyes narrowed slightly. That was one piece. Not the whole answer, because Blackwake could not win this by simple stubbornness. The royal fleet outmatched it in formal military scale. If Alec tried to meet Cedric like a conventional rebel lord, he would lose. So he would not fight the war Cedric imagined. He would fight the one the island had been shaping for months. He called the core council at once. Not just Lydia, Garen, Bram, and Roth. This time he also brought in district foremen, harbor captains, refinery chiefs, and the best route men who knew the reef's tides and mud shelves beneath Blackwake's waterlines. The room filled with hard faces and harder silence. Alec stood over the map and spoke with absolute clarity. "The king is coming with enough steel to burn our harbor and call it order." No one interrupted. He thinks numbers decide this. He thinks banners decide it. He thinks if Blackwake bleeds in public, the sea will remember the crown and forget us. Now some of them were smiling, because they knew the mistake already. Alec's finger moved across the cove, the outer reefs, the lower streets, the upper ridge roads. "We do not fight his fleet where it is strongest. We split it, blind it, burn what it expects to use, break the landing, trap what gets through, hold the city above the harbor, and make every step upward cost him more than law can justify." Then he looked around the room. "If any man here believes the crown is still coming to correct us, leave now." No one moved. Good. Because from this point on, what they were preparing was not resistance. It was defense of a city that already believed it had the right to exist. That belief is very hard to kill. The fleet appeared under a red dawn 3 days later. Even prepared as they were, the first sight of it tightened every throat on Blackwake. Royal hulls sharp and dark against morning water, moving in disciplined formation with escort ships fanned wide and marine carriers deeper behind. Cedric had not come personally this time. That told Alec 2 things at once. First, the king still wanted room to deny emotional weakness if this failed. Second, he had finally found enough shame to send professionals. At the front of the formation sailed Lord Admiral Corvin Hall. Alec saw him through the morning glass and felt something settle. This would not be easy. Corvin was not a fool, not a coward, not a palace ornament. He was exactly the kind of commander a decaying kingdom produced, too rarely the kind who could have stabilized the realm under better kings, and now was being used to preserve worse ones. Bram lowered the glass beside him and muttered, "That's the sharpest blade Cedric has left." Alec nodded once. "Then we break it properly." Corvin did not rush the harbor. That alone proved his quality. He brought the fleet into measured outer position-tested range, studied the cove, and clearly understood within minutes that Blackwake had prepared the landing ground for violence. The lower piers had been partially stripped. Certain channels looked too clear. Some approaches looked too inviting. Smoke from the city rose in patterns that felt intentional, because they were. Alec had left Cedric exactly what he needed to see. A harbor worth taking, a cove worth using, a city worth punishing. And beneath that appearance, he had turned the place into layered cruelty. The first hour was positioning, the second was pressure. Then Corvin made his move. The outer escorts advanced first probing range and forcing Blackwake's smaller ships to reveal themselves. Bram answered with exactly enough resistance to look honest, then began drawing two of the escorts toward the reef channels east of the cove. They took the bait because they had to. No commander could leave harassment lanes uncontested if he intended a marine landing. That was the opening. The fierce escort grounded so hard it nearly snapped its own forward structure. The second turned too late clipped stone and lost maneuvering just long enough for Blackwake's hidden fire rafts to be cut loose into the channel. They were crude, ugly, effective. Tar pitch oil waste rope and a controlled flame turned the narrow water into a shrieking furnace. Not enough to sink a warship outright. More than enough to break formation force panic signals and push Corvin in a decision rather than comfort. He reacted fast, faster than most men could have, which was why Blackwake still had to pay for the next stage. Corvin shifted immediately away from the eastern trap-ordered counter-bombardment toward probable harbor launch points and drove his marine carriers toward the central cove under shield support. That move saved the operation from total collapse and brought the war directly to Blackwake's docks. The bombardment began first, not massive enough to flatten the city, targeted enough to hurt. Pier frames shattered. Two lower warehouses ignited. One crane collapsed into the surf. Workers scrambled through smoke while emergency crews fought to contain the fires, spreading exactly where Cedric expected panic to take hold. But Blackwake did not panic. That alone frustrated the assault. Because even while the bombardment tore at the lower harbor, the city above kept moving. Buckets ran, fire lines formed, goods shifted, defensive crews rotated. The roads remained clear. The lamp stayed ready though it was day. Blackwake behaved like a living system absorbing trauma instead of a port collapsing under it. Then the Marines landed. That was the moment the war became personal. Corvin's first wave hit the lower cove in disciplined lines under shield and hook support, using the bombardment smoke to cover the advance. They were good, very good. Better than any hired killers or port enforcers Blackwake had faced so far. They secured the first timber section, cleanly pushed through the damaged ramps, and nearly established a stable foothold before Darren's harbor defense line crashed into them from the left like a wall of fury and iron. The fight on the docks was savage. No room, no elegance, no distance. Just shields, hooks, pikes, axes, knives, and men killing each other between burning rope stacks and shattered cargo beams. Darren took a spear in the side and kept fighting. Mac opened one Marine's throat, slipped in blood, and came up under another with his knife buried to the hilt. Thomas led a hauling crew in, dragging a burning support frame down across one landing plank, trapping a whole line of Royal infantry in a channel so tight they died where they stood. Still, the Marines kept coming, because Corvin knew what mattered. If he took the lower docks cleanly and planted Crown Order there, the rest of Blackwake would become much harder to hold. So he kept feeding the landing. Alec waited exactly as long as he had to. Not because he feared the fight, because timing was the weapon. Then, when the first Marine foothold began pushing up the main harbor road, he committed. He came down the ridge with the upper defense line at his back, Blackwake guards and hardened workers on both sides, and the kind of stillness in his face that meant mercy had already been judged unnecessary. The men nearest him felt the shift before the Royal Marines did. Then the countercharge hit. Alec did not fight like a lord. He fought like the memory Cedric had tried to bury. The first shieldman died with his guard still half raised. The second lost knee and balance in the same instant. Alec took the third through the gap beneath the arm while moving past him toward the officer line, because that was always the truth of real command. Combat kill the shape, not just the flesh. Break formation where it thinks itself safe. Corvin saw him from the carrier deck through smoke and distance, and understood the danger at once. "Mark Arden," he ordered. Too late. Alec had already turned the road. With him came the difference between paid defense and belief. Blackwake's men were not merely fighting for wages now, they were fighting for homes, shops, stores, contracts, families, and a city that had fed them when the kingdom fed them nothing. That kind of line is much harder to break than soldiers expected. The Marines began losing ground, slowly at first, then suddenly. A support wagon exploded where one of Bram's sea crews had managed to sling a fuel charge up from the side cut. A shield line broke. A landing plank collapsed under Garen's sabotage teams, dropping a cluster of Marines into the churn below. One of the engineering crews finally reached the lower fire break gate, only to find Lydia had ordered the upper stock routes emptied hours ago, making the entire prize less useful than they hoped. Corvin adapted again because he was good. He shifted to secondary landing, north shelf, smaller line, higher climb. That could have been disastrous. Except Alec had expected one commander on Cedric's side might actually think. So the north shelf had not been left open. It had been left hungry. The Marines who landed there found no weak rear path into the city. They found Max Reserve Line Perrin's cliff crews dropped stone traps and narrow ascent channels designed by men who built the island one miserable cut at a time. Half the landing force never even made the upper road. By midday, the truth was inescapable. The Royal Fleet could hurt Blackwake. It could burn parts of the harbor. It could kill men, but it could not take the city cleanly. And the longer it stayed, the worse the cost became. Corvin saw it. Alec saw him see it. That was the beginning of the end. The final clash came near the broken lower customs rise, where smoke from the cove drifted between both lines and turned the whole battlefield into a dark, burning throat. Corvin came ashore there himself because commanders like him did not ask men to hold ground they would not stand on. Alec met him halfway because commanders like him knew symbols matter. For one sharp stretch of time, the war narrowed to two men. Corvin Hal was older, broader, and technically textbook in the way elite royal officers often were. Alec was colder, leaner, and built by survival into something more dangerous than training alone. Their first exchange was pure steel and intent. Corvin tested centerline pressure. Alec answered with angle changes and speed. Corvin drove heavy cuts meant to dominate space. Alec cut for openings, nerves, breath, and timing. Neither man was foolish enough to underestimate the other after the first three blows. "You should have stayed a lord of trade," Corvin said through locked steel. "You should have chosen a better king," Alec answered. That line cost Corvin half a heartbeat. Alec took blood for it. Not enough to decide the fight. Enough to mark the truth. Around them, Blackwake and the Royal Marines killed and bled in widening circles. Garen was dragging men back from a collapse point near the shattered crane. Darren was still somehow standing. Bram's cutters had turned the outer cove into a nightmare of smoke and wrecked maneuver. Lydia from the upper signal station was already dispatching prepared route notices through surviving courier lines, because she understood something vital Alec did too. The outcome now had to reach the sea before Cedric could rewrite it. Corvin attacked harder after the cut, and for a few dangerous seconds he nearly had Alec. The Admiral's strength was real. His timing was disciplined. He drove Alec back across broken dockstone and forced him onto unstable footing near a half-burned support frame. Then the frame shifted under Corvin's own advance, not accident, but Garen's earlier sabotage and that tiny imbalance was all Alec needed. He stepped in, trapped the descending blade, drove an elbow into Corvin's jaw, cut across the Admiral's sword arm, then slammed him backward onto one knee with a strike that cracked armor and stone together. Alec put his blade to Corvin's throat. Silence did not fall across the battlefield, but meaning did. Corvin looked up at him through blood and smoke and understood exactly where they stood. "You can kill me," he said. Alec's eyes did not soften. "Yes, then do it." That was the old answer. Alec gave the better one. No, because killing Corvin would make him a martyr. Breaking the assault and releasing him would make him witness. Alec stepped back just enough for the choice to become humiliation instead of death. "Take your fleet," he said, loud enough for the nearest lines to hear. "And tell Cedric he sent an admiral to burn a city that would have made his kingdom stronger." Corvin breathed once through the blood in his mouth. Then he looked out over the burning cove, the broken landing, the Marines still dying on ground. They had not been able to hold the city that had not broken, and the men fighting not for rebellion, but for what they had built. He understood. Maybe not all of it. Enough. The withdrawal horn sounded less than 10 minutes later. Not rout, not collapse. Defeat disciplined into retreat. That made it worse for the king, because now the story would be told by professionals. The royal fleet pulled back under smoke damage and bitterness. The lower harbor burned in places. Blackwake bled. Many were dead. Many more were wounded. But the city still stood, and the crown had failed to take it. Openly. Visibly. In daylight. That was the kind of defeat kingdoms remember, long after kings die. When the last royal hulls pulled beyond bombardment range, Blackwake did not celebrate immediately. First it counted. Dead, wounded, structural loss, fuel reserves, harbor damage, available crews, route continuity. That was the difference between a city and a story. Stories cheer first. Cities survive first. Alec moved through the aftermath with blood drying on his sleeve and soot on his face, speaking little, seeing everything. The broken lower cove, the scorched ramps, the workers carrying wounded through smoke-thick air, the women in the upper lanes organizing water bandages and shelter faster than some armies managed after clean battles. Blackwake had paid dearly today, but it had not fallen, and that meant Cedric had just made the mistake Alec had been waiting for. The king had chosen open war. He had failed. Now every neutral power in the region would begin reclassifying the conflict, not as crown discipline, as failed aggression against an emerging sovereign power. Lydia met Alec near the upper hall steps with a burn mark across one sleeve and 3 sealed packets already prepared. "The first witness accounts are moving," she said. "Good. The casualty tallies are ugly." "I know." She looked at him for a long moment. "But we won." Alec turned and looked down at the city. Workers were already rebuilding. Guards were already resetting watch. The harbor was wounded, but alive. "No," he said quietly. Then he looked north. "Now, we end him." Cedric had crossed the line Alec needed him to cross. He had used the kingdom's open strength and lost. He had burned the last clean layer off his own authority. From this point on, the war would stop being about whether Blackwake could survive the crown. It would become about whether the crown could survive Blackwake. By the time the full case against Cedric spread through the kingdom, the throne was already rotting from the inside. Not because Alec Arden had marched on the capital with an army, not because Blackwake had declared rebellion, and not because one dramatic speech shattered the court. It happened for a far more dangerous reason. Too many people had finally seen the truth at the same time. The merchants saw how Cedric had endangered trade out of pride. The nobles saw how he had framed a loyal knight and then kept making the kingdom weaker, trying to erase him. The officers saw how open war against Blackwake had failed. The courtwomen saw what kind of man Alec had become outside the king's reach, and the common political instinct of the entire realm began moving in one direction, away from Cedric. That was the moment a ruler truly began to die. Not when he lost a battle, when people stopped protecting his version of reality. The capital felt sick with it. No one trusted the air inside the palace anymore. Servants passed information faster than orders. Noble houses stopped making promises they might have to keep. Merchant-linked lords no longer defended the crown loudly unless they had no choice. Even men who remained technically loyal to Cedric started sounding like men speaking around a fire they did not want to touch. The throne still stood. The crown still glittered. The guards still lined the halls. But the kingdom's confidence in the man sitting on that throne was draining by the hour. And Cedric knew it. That was why he became most dangerous in the final days. Once a man like him realizes control is slipping, he stops trying to rule well and starts trying to survive emotionally. He lashes out. He forces declarations. He mistakes visible obedience for loyalty. He tries to restore fear through cruelty because respect is already gone. Cedric began summoning houses at odd hours, demanding direct statements of support. He threatened merchant blocks with seizure. He screamed at ministers. He moved guards around the palace like rearranging soldiers on a board could somehow stop the structure of his reign from collapsing. It only made him look worse, because every action now proved Alec right. The king had never been protecting the kingdom. He had been protecting his wounded pride, and now the entire realm could see the cost. On Blackwake, Alec did not rush to the capital like a fool drunk on victory. That was why he won. He understood something most revenge stories ruin at the end. The best revenge is not just destroying the enemy. It is making sure everyone understands why he fell. So Alec let the kingdom move first. He let the court fracture. He let the nobles turn. He let the merchants pull back. He let Cedric expose his own weakness in public again and again. Blackwake, meanwhile, stood stronger than ever. The damaged docks were rebuilt faster than anyone expected. New loading frames rose where royal bombardment had burned the old ones. The harbor moved with disciplined force. Routes remained active. Ships still came. Wages were still paid. Workshops still hammered. Lamps still burned across the roads every night. The city had survived the king's full strength and answered with continuity. That made it more powerful than any victory speech could. Men from the mainland were no longer arriving at Blackwake just to trade. Some came to stay. Some came to swear themselves to its rising order. Some came because they had already understood what the rest of the kingdom was still slowly admitting. The future was no longer sitting in the capital. It was being built on black stone by the man the king had thrown away. Alec walked through that city with a kind of authority even kings rarely earn. Not inherited, not theatrical, real. The workers trusted him. The captains relied on him. The merchants negotiated around him. The guards would bleed for him. That kind of power does not come from titles. It comes from being the reason a place stands. And word of that kept spreading north. Every new report from Blackwake made Cedric look smaller. Every day Alec remained calm made Cedric look more unstable. Every noble who hesitated made the throne look weaker. That was the trap closing. The final break came in the capital during what should have been a routine emergency court assembly. It was supposed to restore order. It did the opposite. Cedric entered the hall expecting fear to still work if he applied it hard enough. He wore full royal formality, crown crimson gold ceremonial steel. He wanted the court to remember spectacle, not weakness. But spectacle only works when men still believe in the center wearing it. And by then, too many did not. The chamber was full. That mattered, because this ending needed witnesses. Nobles, merchants, officials, military men, court women behind carved screens and upper galleries, ministers with dead eyes, houses already choosing what came next. Cedric began with authority. He condemned Blackwake. He condemned trade disobedience. He condemned cowardice in the court. He condemned weakness in the south. He condemned the lies spread by ambitious men who wanted to weaken the throne. But this time the room did not bend under his words. It absorbed them. That was worse. Then he made the fatal move. He called for renewed full seizure powers against all Blackwake-linked routes and demanded that the houses present declare themselves in immediate support. Immediate support. Publicly. That was not leadership. That was panic made visible. And the room knew it. No one spoke first. Not because they feared him, because they were measuring each other. Then one lord refused. Not loudly, not theatrically, calmly. A southern marquis stood and said that his lands would not support further royal destabilization of supply lines already damaged by the crown's own actions. That alone hit like thunder, because once one man refuses publicly, the silence breaks. Then another lord stood. Then another. One merchant-backed noble demanded full inquiry into the original charges against Alec Arden. Another asked whether the crown intended to answer for the war losses it had caused. A logistics officer, pale but steady, stated openly that continued war against Blackwake would do more damage to royal readiness than Blackwake itself ever had. Cedric stared at them as if they had gone mad. In his mind, they probably had. because men like him cannot understand the moment fear expires. He screamed then, not politically, not strategically, personally. He accused them of betrayal, called them parasites, cowards, leeches feeding off royal protection while running to a harbor lord the moment the sea shifted. That was the moment he lost the room completely. Kings can show anger, but once they sound emotionally abandoned in front of their own elite, they stop looking powerful and start looking finished. Even Malrek knew it. He watched the collapse with the expression of a man finally realizing there was no version of clever left to save the structure he had poisoned for so long. And then came the worst possible blow. Lord Admiral Corvin Hal entered the chamber. He had not been expected. His wounds from Blackwake were still visible beneath formal uniform, which made his presence even more devastating. He looked like a man who had seen the truth under smoke and steel and no longer had the appetite to lie about it in silk rooms. He came forward bowed as duty required and then stood before the court with the kind of stillness only battlefield men carry when they have already decided the price of honesty is worth paying. Cedric tried to command the room back under him immediately. Admiral, he said sharply, state before this court that Blackwake remains an unlawful military commercial threat requiring total suppression. Corvin looked at him, then at the room, then he answered, and with that answer the rain cracked in public. He said Blackwake was no pirate enclave. It was no temporary rebellion. It was no criminal port surviving on chance. It was a fortified and functioning city with disciplined command, broad trade legitimacy, civilian structure, military capacity, and people willing to fight for it because it had been built into something real. He said the Crown's campaign had failed, not because the fleet had been weak, but because the operation had been strategically wrong. He said further war without political settlement would weaken the kingdom more than it would weaken Alec Arden. No one in the room breathed loudly enough to be heard, because Corvin had just done the one thing Cedric could not survive. He had made the truth official, not by decree, by witness. Cedric's face changed in front of everyone. Rage, disbelief, humiliation, and something deeper, something closer to fear than pride, all passed through him in seconds. He demanded silence. He called Corvin compromised. He called him weakened by defeat. He called half the room traitors. But it was over. Because once the court sees a king losing control in real time, it does not unsee it. Then the thing Alec had been waiting for finally happened. A formal motion was made. Not to crown Alec. Not yet. Not that directly. A motion for suspension of extraordinary war powers full inquiry into the framing of Sir Alec Arden and temporary transfer of strategic Southern Trade Review to an independent Crown Noble Council. It sounded administrative. It was assassination, political assassination, because it stripped Cedric of the exact tools he had used to keep the kingdom bent around his insecurity. He tried to kill the motion with his own authority, but enough of the room had already turned. Not all. Enough. And once enough men stop protecting the throne starts losing decisions it should never lose. The motion passed. Not unanimously. That made it even stronger. Because it proved this was not theater, it was fracture becoming law. Cedric stood there while the kingdom began pulling power out of his hands in front of his own court. No war cry could save him then. No royal cloth, no crown, no old fear. He had finally become exactly what Alec had made him become, a man trapped inside the consequences of his own envy. When word of the court fracture reached Blackwake, the harbor did not explode into chaos. It roared. Not because the people of the island loved palace politics, because they understood what it meant. The king had been broken in front of witnesses, the same witnesses who once watched Alec be condemned. The same system that had buried him was now splitting under the weight of what it had done. For the workers, it felt like justice finally growing visible. For the merchants, it felt like a change in the order of the world. For Blackwake itself, it felt like confirmation. The city was no longer fighting to survive the kingdom. The kingdom was now trying to survive what it had done to the city, and that was the deepest satisfaction of all. Still, Alec was not done, because revenge is not complete when the enemy weakens. It is complete when he understands why he lost. So Alec accepted the capital's next invitation, not as a summoned man, not as a defendant, not as a subject crawling back. He went as Alec Arden, Lord of Blackwake. And this time when he entered the capital, the city did not look at him the way it had before his exile. Not even the way it had when rumors of his rise first spread. Now it looked at him with expectation. Crowds gathered, not openly riotous, but present. Soldiers watched, not with contempt, with measure. Merchants bowed first. That mattered. Even some nobles lowered their heads just a little too deeply. That mattered too. The court session held for his formal appearance was no trial. It was a reckoning. Cedric was there. Smaller somehow. Older. Not physically ruined. Worse diminished. He still wore the crown. But now, the crown looked like something sitting on a man not fused into authority. Alec entered the chamber in dark formal clothing from Blackwake, no borrowed court fashion. No attempt to mimic the palace, no desperation to fit into what once rejected him. He looked like exactly what he was, a ruler built somewhere else. And when he stopped in the center of the hall, every eye locked on him. This should have been Cedric's chamber, his stage, his hierarchy, but the room had shifted. Even before anyone spoke, it felt like Alec had brought gravity in with him. The inquiry records were read, the frame was laid bare, the convoy trap, the falsified links, the exile decision made without honest review, the covert attack chains, the illegal escalations, the failed war. Every step of Cedric's fear was dragged into light. Cedric tried denying parts, raging at others, shifting blame to ministers, to circumstances, to necessary state pressure, to manipulative merchants, to Alec himself. But none of it worked, because by then the room already understood the truth in full. Alec had been dangerous, yes, but only because he was capable. Cedric had made him an enemy because capability humiliated him. That was not governance. That was pathology. And courts can tolerate many sins. They do not tolerate pathology once it starts damaging wealth order and succession. The final decision came with enough dignity to satisfy the court and enough cruelty to satisfy the story. Cedric was not executed immediately. That would have been too simple. Too fast, too clean. He was stripped. Stripped of emergency powers. Stripped of direct trade authority. Stripped of war command. Placed under royal confinement, pending dynastic restructuring and formal succession review. In other words, he was left alive long enough to understand everything. That was better. Much better. And when the formal stripping began, the chamber went silent in that hard, perfect way only true collapse can create. The man who once took Alec's name title and future in a single afternoon now stood losing his own piece by piece under witness. That was revenge. Not shouting, not gore, recognition. Cedric looked at Alec more than once during it, and in those final looks there was no longer pure hatred. There was something worse. Understanding. He finally understood that Blackwake had not simply made Alec rich. Exile had burned out everything soft enough to fear men like Cedric ever again. The king had wanted Alec removed from history. Instead, he had made him historical. When the formal reading ended, Cedric spoke one final time. His voice was thinner now. "You planned this from the moment you survived." Alec looked at him across the chamber, calm and unreadable. "No," Alec said. "You planned it the moment you chose fear over truth." That was the final blow, because it was true. And everyone in the room knew it. For a moment after Alec's answer, the chamber did not move. Cedric stood in the center of his own court with less power than the poorest worker on Blackwake, who still had wages, shelter, and a reason to wake before dawn. The crown no longer rested on his head. The ceremonial sword had been taken from his belt. The royal seal had been removed from his hand. The crimson mantle that once made him look untouchable now lay folded on the council table like cloth from a dead man's house. Cedric was alive, and because he was alive, he had to understand it. The same court that had watched Alec Arden stripped of title, honor, and future now watched King Cedric lose the tools he had used to destroy him. There was no shouting across the marble, no blood spilled for the satisfaction of a crowd. Witnesses' records procedure and truth did the work slowly enough that every noble in the room had time to feel the shape of it. Alec had once imagined Cedric's punishment as something violent. Now standing there, he realized this was colder. Cedric finally saw that Alec had not returned as a wounded knight, begging the old kingdom to admit its mistake. He had returned as the lord of a city the kingdom now needed. Blackwake had made him too useful to erase, too powerful to dismiss, and too visible to bury again. The guards who approached Cedric wore the old palace colors. The meaning was clear without anyone needing to explain it. Blackwake did not drag him away. The kingdom removed him with its own hands. Cedric looked at Alec one last time before they led him from the hall. "You think this makes you king?" he said, voice low and bitter. Alec did not move. "No," he answered. "It proves you never understood what a king was." Cedric's mouth tightened, but no answer came. Then the doors closed behind him. Only after that did the court breathe. Alec still did not relax. Lydia noticed first. She stood near the inquiry records with a slate tucked beneath one arm. Her expression controlled in that familiar way Alec knew better than most men knew: court manners. Years ago she had arrived on Blackwake with worn clothes, sharp eyes, and a talent for turning chaos into something that could survive the next week. Now nobles twice her rank waited in the royal court of Valerian, watching the same woman guard the documents that had broken a king. "You are not satisfied," she said quietly. Alec looked toward the doors through which Cedric had vanished. This was necessary. "I don't know yet if it is finished." Seraphina approached from the other side. The color had not fully returned to her face. She had watched Cedric fall, and somewhere behind her eyes still lived the memory of the day she could not stop Alec's own fall. "He has been stripped," she said. "Confined. Exposed before everyone." Alec's gaze remained steady. "Cedric will call exposure theft." Lydia's fingers tightened slightly around the slate. The council wanted the kingdom to be saved by morning. Nobles wanted a clean settlement. Merchants wanted the roads open. Officers wanted command lines restored before uncertainty spread through the barracks. Everyone in that chamber wanted Cedric's collapse to become an ending, because endings were easier to manage than consequences. Alec had survived too many battlefields to trust an enemy simply because he had been wounded. Cedric had lost power, not pride. Still, Alec did not seize the throne that night. He could have demanded it. Many in the chamber would have accepted almost anything in that hour because fear had made them flexible. He could have called Blackwake's rise proof enough and forced them to crown him before they had time to measure the shape of the new world. He refused. Blackwake had not been built by grabbing the first tool within reach. Alec had built it by understanding weight timing pressure and consequence. If he took Alarion too soon, the old nobles would call it conquest. If he killed Cedric too soon, loyalists would call it murder. If he turned one court victory into a crown overnight, the truth would be buried beneath fear again. So he waited once more. Cedric was placed in the eastern royal wing, watched by palace guards and council-appointed officers. The succession review began. The inquiry records were copied and sealed. Alec gave the kingdom one final chance to prove it could save itself without Blackwake's army marching through its heart. Cedric ruined that chance before dawn. The attack came in the hour when the palace lamps burned lowest and experienced guards fought sleep with stiff necks and cold fingers. Smoke rolled beneath the doors of the Western Records Chamber, where the inquiry documents were being stored. The convoy evidence, the falsified orders, Admiral Corvin Howell's testimony, the financial trails connecting Malrek's men to Alec's framing, the hidden orders behind the campaign against Blackwake. Cedric's men came to burn all of it. They wore servant coats over private household armor and carried short blades, oil jars, and sealed royal ciphers prepared before the court session had even begun. This was no wild panic from a humiliated man. Cedric had planned murder as the answer to judgment. Garin Hale stopped the first wave. The old shipwright had refused a proper room and slept in a chair near the archive door hammer across his knees because he claimed palace corridors had too many corners and not enough honest dirt. When the first false servant passed him carrying a lamp with no oil smell in it, Garin opened one eye. "Wrong boots," he muttered. Then his hammer broke the man's wrist, the lamp, and the beginning of Cedric's plan. The western corridor erupted. Steel flashed through smoke. Guards shouted. A maid screamed near the stairs. The archive doors slammed open, then shut again as Blackwake men pushed attackers back from the records. Palace bells began ringing out of rhythm, which told Alec more than any messenger could have. This was a strike. He left the council room with his sword already drawn. The first assassin came at him outside the old gallery. Alec turned the blade aside, drove a knee into the man's ribs, and cut him down before the second man finished reaching for a poisoned dagger. A third threw a smoke jar that shattered against the wall, filling the corridor with a bitter, black haze. Alec moved through it by sound. A blade scraped stone. A breath came too close on the left. His sword struck once and a body fell. Then he heard the shout from the south wing. Seraphina, Lydia. The world narrowed. Alec crossed the palace like war had remembered his name. By the time he reached the south wing, the doors had been forced and 3 guards lay dead in the corridor. Inside, Lydia stood beside an overturned writing table, one sleeve, torn a dagger in her hand, blood running from a cut along her jaw. Several record satchels were strapped across her shoulder because, even during an assassination attempt, Lydia had apparently decided the evidence was not being left behind. 2 attackers were on the floor. One was still moving until she kicked his knife away and pressed the dagger point to his throat. Seraphina was behind the overturned table with 2 terrified maids holding cloth against the shoulder of a wounded guard while keeping her voice calm enough to stop the room from collapsing into panic. They were alive. Alec held onto that before rage could take the room from him. Then another attacker rose from behind the torn curtain and lunged towards Seraphina. Alec's sword took him through the chest and pinned him against the wall. Silence followed for half a heartbeat. Lydia looked at the dead man's collar and saw the crimson thread sewn inside the linen. Cedric's private household watch. Her face went cold. He ordered this. Alec turned to the dying attacker near her feet. "Where is Cedric?" The man smiled through blood. "The true king rides north." Alec crouched slowly close enough that the man's smile faded. "Where?" The attacker said nothing. Garen arrived in the doorway covered in soot, dragging another assassin by the back of his coat. High Crown Garen growled. This rat had the name stitched inside his orders like embroidery makes treason official. High Crown, the old royal fortress in the north, Cedric's ancestral seat, stone walls, military stores, and enough old blood loyalists to turn a fallen king into a banner. Alec stood. For months men had mistaken his restraint for hesitation. They had told themselves Alec wanted revenge but lacked the cruelty to finish it. They had believed Blackwake's lord still wanted acceptance from the kingdom that had thrown him away. They had never understood him. Alec had only been giving the realm every chance to avoid paying for Cedric's death with thousands of innocent lives. Now Cedric had tried to burn the truth murder witnesses, kill Seraphina and Lydia, and flee to raise an army under a stolen crown. Mercy had become a danger to everyone else. By sunrise, the court gathered again. The chamber smelled faintly of smoke. Servants whispered beyond the doors. Palace guards stood with bandaged arms and hollow eyes. The inquiry records had survived, but 3 witnesses had not. Several loyal guards were dead. The old king's private men had stained the palace floor, trying to restore a reign the kingdom had already judged. Alec placed Cedric's cipher order on the council table. Remove Arden. Remove Seraphina Vale. Remove Lydia. Restore lawful command under Cedric, sovereign of Valerian. The words were read aloud. Lydia's expression did not change, but Alec saw the slight shift in her hand. Cedric had not targeted her as a random Blackwake clerk. He had recognized what she had become, the keeper of Blackwake's order, the woman who could turn fuel wages, inventories, routes, contracts, taxes, ships, and laws into a realm that actually functioned. No one defended the order. A northern duke, pale with dread, was the first to speak. If Cedric reaches High Crown and raises the old command, this becomes civil war. Alec looked at him. It already is. Then we must negotiate before more houses answer him. Lydia turned her head slightly. Negotiate what? How many records he may burn before we admit he hates the truth? The room tightened. Seraphina's voice came softer, but it carried. He sent men into rooms with maids and wounded guards. He did not even limit his violence to those who opposed him. Seraphina had belonged to that world once. If even she no longer softened Cedric's actions, the old excuses had nowhere left to hide. Alec let the silence settle before speaking. I did not come here to take Ilarion, he said. Several men looked relieved for half a second. Alec continued. I came because truth needed witnesses. I came because Blackwake had already proven itself without the capital's permission. I came because if Cedric could be removed by law, law deserved the chance to move before armies did. He picked up the cipher order. He answered law with fire. He answered confinement with murder. He answered mercy by trying to kill the women beside me and destroy the records that proved what he had done to the kingdom. His eyes moved across the council. Nobles, merchants, ministers, officers, all the people who had once allowed a lie to become exile. If I leave him alive again, every death after this belongs partly to me. No one spoke. They had expected anger. They heard responsibility. Before noon, emergency military authority passed to Alec Arden by council writ. By evening, Admiral Corvinhal declared the royal fleet would not answer Cedric's rebel command. By midnight, messages rode southwest and east. By dawn, Blackwake's army began to move. Cedric's armies had been built around Banner's noble pride and commands that expected obedience to replace competence. Blackwake's army moved like a city that had learned to survive by doing everything properly or dying. Supply wagons rolled in measured columns. Engineers traveled near the front. Field kitchens followed the infantry. Medical carts moved under Seraphina's personal order. Shield carts' bridge frames, oil fire engines' spare wheels, signal lamps, and treated fuel barrels were marked counted and guarded. Olin handled surrender records and grain compensation. Bram Voss commanded the coastal ships that moved parallel to the northern road, cutting off any chance of Cedric receiving seaborne aid. Garen rode with the engineers, insulting every gate, bridge, hinge, and siege bracket in 3 provinces until they either improved or broke from shame. Seraphina moved with the medical wagons and civilian protection order. Lydia rode between Alec's command group and the supply column, carrying enough tallies, sealed orders, and route maps to terrify half the royal quartermasters into sudden obedience. Blackwake did not make war with rage alone. It made war with structure. The march north became judgment passing through the kingdom. The first town opened its gates before the vanguard arrived. The second surrendered after its mayor read Cedric's proclamation aloud, and the market square answered with bitter silence instead of cheers. The third tried to hold for Cedric until its own soldiers learned the grain stores had been seized in the king's name, while their families stood in ration lines. They opened the gate themselves before sunset. Everywhere Alec passed, he paid for supplies. Everywhere Cedric's men passed, they took them. The difference broke the rebellion faster than fear. People did not need to love Alec immediately. They only needed to compare him to the man demanding their sons die for his humiliation. By the time High Crown rose ahead of the army, Cedric had gathered soldiers, but not faith. The fortress stood on the northern heights like old arrogance made stone. White walls, narrow gates, high towers. Banners of Cedric's bloodline snapped in the cold wind. High Crown had been built to survive sieges, rebellions, and succession wars. Its granaries were deep. Its armory was old but full. Its walls had seen royal children crowned, married, and buried. Cedric appeared above the main gate wearing the crown again. The sight did not inspire the men below. It unsettled them. A crown removed by lawful witness and worn again in rebellion no longer looked sacred. It looked stolen. Cedric gripped the wall and shouted, "Traitor!" The word rolled across the valley. Alec sat on his horse beneath Blackwake's black and gold banner. Once that word had taken everything from him. Now it sounded tired. He rode forward beneath the parley flag and stopped outside bowshot. Cedric of Ilarian Alec called, voice carrying through the cold air. You were stripped by lawful witness and confined by council order. You escaped under cover of murder, attempted to burn the inquiry records, and ordered the deaths of protected witnesses. Any man who stands with you after this hour stands with rebellion, not the crown. Cedric laughed harshly. You think a council makes kings? No, Alec said, but a king who murders his own kingdom unmakes himself. Cedric's face twisted. Alec turned his words to the walls. Men of High Crown, lay down your weapons and live. Officers who surrender their posts will be judged by conduct, not rumor. Soldiers forced here by oath will be spared. Civilians will not be harmed. If Cedric uses this fortress to prolong his rebellion, I take it before sunrise. Silence held the walls. Then Cedric screamed for archers. Only half the bows rose. The fortress had already cracked. The siege began at dusk. Alec did not waste men on pride. High Crown held civilian servants and soldiers who had not yet chosen enough evil to deserve burning with Cedric. So Blackwake worked the way it always had. Engineers mapped the lower gate angles while shield carts rolled under smoke cover. Oil fire engines were brought forward, aimed at iron rather than flesh. Controlled heat struck the hinge bands and locking braces until old metal screamed red against the stone. Bram's sailors climbed the western drainage path in darkness and cut the signal ropes. Corvin's veterans held the main road against a desperate cavalry push from the upper yard. Garen's crews built cover where none existed, broke barricades without burning the grain stores behind them, and cursed so loudly at the fortress masonry that even captured loyalists later remembered his insults better than the battle. By midnight, the lower gate failed. Blackwake infantry entered behind tower shields steady and disciplined. Cedric's men had expected pirates, exiles, and oil-mad workers drunk on revenge. They found soldiers ordered not to loot engineers, ordered to protect water lines, medics treating surrendered men, and officers repeating Alec's command in every yard. "Drop your weapon and live!" Hundreds obeyed. By the third hour before dawn, High Crown's own officers opened the inner hall. Cedric retreated to the ancestral throne room, because symbols were all he had left. Malrek was caught near the old chapel passage with jewels sewn into his coat, and letters proving he had prepared to blame Cedric if the rebellion failed. Garen found him first. No one saw the first blow clearly. They only saw Malrek afterwards sitting on the floor with his face white, staring at Garen's hammer, as if he had discovered a language no lie could answer. Alec ordered him taken alive. "Let him speak at trial," he said. "Let the court hear what loyalty sounds like when it fails." Then he entered the ancestral hall alone. Cedric stood beneath stone statues of dead kings, sword in hand, crown tilted on sweat-damp hair. He looked exhausted, furious, and strangely small. Not physically, worse than that, spiritually, like a man who had reached the end of every borrowed thing and found nothing of his own beneath it. Seraphina and Lydia remained at the doors with Corvin Bramgaren and the witnesses who would carry this ending into history. Cedric saw them and smiled bitterly. "Still bringing witnesses, Alec?" "Yes," Alec said, "because this time the kingdom will remember exactly why its king died." Cedric lifted his sword. "I was born to rule." "You were born near a throne," Alec replied. "That was all." Cedric lunged. He had enough training to look dangerous in practice yards and court demonstrations. Enough to impress men who had never fought for their lives in mud smoke and freezing rain. Alec had been made by real war exile, hunger, labor, and the merciless discipline of building a city from nothing. The fight lasted less than a minute. Cedric struck high with rage. Alec turned it aside. Cedric cut low. Alec stepped through the angle and drove the guard of his sword into Cedric's ribs hard enough to break his breath. Cedric stumbled, screamed, and attacked again, as if fury could become skill if thrown hard enough. Alec disarmed him on the third exchange. Cedric's sword spun across the stone and stopped beneath the feet of his ancestor. For one breath, there was nothing between them. No decree, no guards, no court, no forged evidence, no exile order. Only Alec and the man who had been given every chance to stop. Cedric fell back against the steps. Alec placed the point of his blade against Cedric's chest. "If you kill me," Cedric whispered, "you prove I was right." Alec looked down at him. "No. If I spare you again, I prove I learned nothing." Cedric's eyes widened. The final understanding came too late. Alec drove the sword through his heart. Cedric died beneath the statues of kings whose inheritance he had reduced to fear. No one cheered. The hall simply breathed again. Outside as dawn touched High Crown's walls, Cedric's last banner came down. The war was over. Alec did not return to the capital as a man asking for permission. That age had ended at High Crown. He had allowed law to move first. He had allowed the court to expose Cedric. He had accepted confinement instead of execution. Cedric had answered every restraint with murder fire and rebellion. So, when Alec returned, he came as the man who had finished what the old kingdom could not. The council gathered once more beneath the same ceiling where Cedric had lost power. This time, the throne remained empty. Cedric's crown was not placed upon it. Alec had refused to wear it. That crown belonged to a dead order, and he would not let his reign begin inside Cedric's shadow. On the council table lay a new crown, black iron and dark gold set with a single amber stone, shaped like a small flame. The crown carried Blackwake's colors, Blackwake's metal, and Blackwake's meaning. Lydia spoke before the assembled houses, her voice clean and steady. Ilarion does not need a painted restoration. It needs a new center of gravity. The old crown used Blackwake as a grave. Blackwake became the strength that preserved the realm. If this kingdom is to survive honestly, it must admit where its future now stands. Some nobles hated her for saying it. They hated her more because she was right. The proclamation was read in full. Cedric's reign was ended by confirmed treason against the stability of the realm, attempted murder of lawful witnesses, destruction of inquiry evidence, and armed rebellion after legal confinement. The old emergency crown system was dissolved. The kingdom of Valerian would not be erased. Its towns, roads, ports, soldiers, farms, and people still mattered. But it would no longer stand above Blackwake, as if the island were a distant possession to be used, taxed, mocked, or buried. From that day forward, Ilarion became the mainland realm under the Blackwake crown. The old capital remained the administrative seat of the mainland. Blackwake became the royal seat, the first city, the heart of the new realm. The kingdom that had thrown Alec Arden away now bent beneath the crown of the island where he had survived. Alec stepped forward. Before the crown touched his head, he saw the ruined shelter again, the dead wolves, the cracked pot, the ugly flame smoking in the dark while the sea tried to drown the island's secret. He saw Garen's first laugh, Lydia's first clean tally, Bram's first real bargain, Tomas carrying water until his arms shook, workers laying stone roads across a place the kingdom had called worthless. He saw Serafina watching him lose everything. He saw Lydia standing over rows of crude jars, turning survival into inventory into trade into order, and order into a city. Then the crown settled. Alec Arden became king of the Blackwake crown and sovereign of the mainland realm of Ilarion. The hall did not erupt at once. The soldiers struck their spear butts against the floor. Once, twice, again. The sound spread until the marble itself seemed to answer. By evening, the capital bells rang for him. By midnight, Blackwake answered with every lamp in its harbor. That night, after the proclamation ended and the palace finally quieted, Alec found Lydia in the temporary records room instead of any chamber prepared for celebration. Of course she was there. The kingdom had just changed its crown, its capital, its laws, and its future, and Lydia was seated at a table under 3 lamps sorting sealed copies of the new decrees by province, trade route, and military district. Her hair had come loose at one side. Ink stained 2 fingers. A cooling cup of tea sat untouched beside her elbow. Alec stood in the doorway for a while before speaking. Even now? Lydia did not look up immediately, especially now. He stepped inside. You have clerks for this. I have clerks who think victory means tomorrow will organize itself. That sounds like something Garen would call dangerous optimism. That is because Garen occasionally understands paperwork when it threatens to fall on him. Alec almost smiled. For a moment, the room held only the scratch of her pen and the soft burn of the lamps. Outside, the capital was still ringing bells for a crown that had not existed yesterday. Inside, Lydia was doing what she had always done, making sure the world did not collapse the morning after men finished giving speeches. Alec walked to the table and rested one hand on the back of the chair opposite her. I saw it, he said. Lydia's pen slowed. Saw what? All of it? She finally looked up. Alec's voice stayed quiet. The first day you arrived on Blackwake, you looked at a row of crude jars and saw the weakness in our markings before anyone else knew we had a system worth fixing. You counted cracked vessels when the rest of us were proud simply to have vessels. You told me which supplies would fail before they failed. You kept wages straight before the workers knew whether Blackwake would last long enough to pay them. You turned scraps, fuel labor ships contracts, and frightened people into order. Lydia's expression tightened slightly, but she did not interrupt him. He continued, I watched you build the bones of Blackwake while others looked only at the lamps. I watched you protect it with numbers, records, warnings, and work no bard will ever sing properly because they do not understand how kingdoms actually survive. Her fingers closed around the pen. Alec, no, he said gently. Let me finish. She became still. I did not become king today because I killed Cedric. I became king because Blackwake proved it was stronger than the kingdom that threw me away. And Blackwake proved that because people like you made it real. Not once. Every day. Quietly, precisely, without asking anyone to applaud. Lydia looked down, and for the first time in a long while, she seemed unable to hide behind usefulness. Alec took a small box from inside his coat and placed it on the table. It was not jeweled in the old court style. The ring inside was dark gold set with a small amber stone, cut like a steady flame. I am going to ask Seraphina too, he said. Not because politics demands it, because my life has more than one truth in it, and I will not begin my reign by hiding either of them. Lydia stared at the ring. Alec's voice lowered. But I came to you first because Blackwake itself would not be what it is without you. I noticed from the beginning, Lydia. I know what you did for me, for the city, for every person who now calls that island home. Her eyes glistened, though she looked almost offended by the fact. You are choosing a clerk for a queen, she said. Alec shook his head. I am choosing the woman who helped teach a cursed island how to become a kingdom. This time Lydia had no answer ready. Alec stepped around the table and held out his hand. Stand beside me, he said. Not behind me, not hidden in some office while fools praise men for the work you made possible. Beside me, as my wife, as Queen of Blackwake. Lydia looked at his hand for a long moment. Then she placed hers in it. You understand, she said quietly, that if I become queen, I will reorganize half your court before winter. Alec's mouth curved. I was counting on it. That finally broke her composure. She laughed once, soft and breathless, and then Alec drew her close. It was not a dramatic kiss for witnesses or court poets. It was quieter than that, warmer, the kind of moment Blackwake itself had been built from not spectacle but trust becoming solid enough to stand on. When Lydia rested her forehead against his chest, Alec felt her hand tighten around the ring. Outside, bells rang for a new king. Inside, Alec Arden chose one of the women who had helped build the throne beneath him. Later that night, Alec found Seraphina on a balcony overlooking the Capitol lamps. She turned before he spoke as if she had known he would come. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Years ago, this same city had forced her to watch him lose everything. Now the city rang bells for his crown, and the silence between them carried everything they had survived to reach that moment. I could not save you then, Seraphina said softly. Alec stepped beside her. You saved what you could. You did not let the court turn your heart into theirs. Her eyes shone in the lamplight. Alec took out a second ring, white gold set, with a pale amber stone that caught the light like dawn. I am not asking you because of the court, he said. I am asking because when I had no title left, you still looked at me as if the lie had not changed who I was. Stand beside me, Seraphina. Not as a memory of what I lost, but as part of the life I chose to build after it. Seraphina looked at the ring, then at him. This time she did not have to hold herself back for the court, the crown, or fear. Yes, she whispered. Alec slid the ring onto her finger, and when she leaned into him, the bells below no longer sounded like the Capitol celebrating power. For one quiet moment, they sounded like the past finally letting go. The weddings came after the realm steadied enough to breathe. The first ceremony was held in the Capitol because Lydia insisted the old court needed to watch truth become law. Alec married Seraphina Vale beneath the same roof where she had once been forced to watch his fall in silence. She wore white and silver, graceful and calm, but no one mistook her for delicate. She had loved Alec when loving him was dangerous. She had carried loyalty through fear and waited long enough to see the world admit what she had always known. Then Alec married Lydia beneath Blackwake banners with the council and noble houses watching. She wore deep blue and black trimmed with silver elegant, without surrendering the practical sharpness that had always made her Lydia. She did not stand beside Alec as a court ornament. She stood there as the woman who had helped make Blackwake possible from the inside, the one who counted what others ignored, organized what others wasted, and understood that a kingdom did not survive on glory unless someone kept the grain wages, ships, roads, and laws from collapsing. Some in the court muttered about two queens. Alec heard of it. His answer became famous. The old court built enough lies around my life. My reign will not begin with one. After that, the muttering became very quiet. The second celebration happened in Blackwake. The harbor burned with thousands of lamps. Ships filled the bay under black and gold banners. Workers crowded the roads beside sailors. Merchants, soldiers, widows, children. and former exiles who had lived long enough to see the cursed island become the seat of a crown. Garen cried during the vows and threatened to throw Bram into the harbor when Bram noticed. Lydia tried to organize the feast herself until Seraphina gently took the tally slate from her hands and told her that queens were allowed to sit down at their own wedding. Lydia argued for 3 full breaths lost and looked more embarrassed by that than she had during the entire campaign. Olin gave a surprisingly moving speech, then ruined it by correcting the wine count halfway through. Seraphina laughed openly that night. Lydia smiled without guarding it. Alec stood between them on the upper terrace above the harbor, looking over the lights of the city that had grown from the grave Cedric had chosen for him. For once he did not look north toward enemies. He looked at home. Years later, people argued over when Cedric's kingdom truly ended. Some said it ended in the inquiry chamber when his crimes were read aloud. Some said it ended the night he sent assassins into the palace. Some said it ended at High Crown beneath the statues of his ancestors. Others said it ended when Alec refused Cedric's crown and made Illyrian bend beneath Blackwake instead. The people of Blackwake knew better. The old world ended the night an exiled knight lit a filthy little flame in a cracked pot and decided a cursed island would not be his grave. Everything after that was only history catching up. King Alec Arden ruled from Blackwake with Queen Seraphina and Queen Lydia beside him. The mainland prospered. The ports grew. The roads brightened. The army became disciplined under law instead of panic. The old capital remained important, but it never again pretended to be the heart of the realm. The heart was Blackwake, the island of exile, the city of oil and fire. The throne Cedric accidentally created when he tried to bury the one man strong enough to build from nothing, and Alec Arden, the man Cedric threw away, took the broken kingdom left behind, reforged it in Blackwake's fire, and gave its people a future worth believing in. Long before those years became legend, before songs turned Alec Arden into the king, who built the brightest realm in the world, the first months of his reign had to prove one simple thing. Blackwake was not only good at surviving, it was good at ruling. 3 months after Cedric's death, the old capital learned a lesson it should have understood long before Alec Arden returned with a crown. A throne room was not the heart of a kingdom. The heart was wherever roads held through winter wages reached working hands, ships found safe harbor, and common people slept, without fearing that one noble argument would empty their granaries by morning. For generations, Illyrian had believed the capital was the center of the realm, because kings sat there under painted ceilings and called that weight destiny. Cedric had believed it most of all. He thought power lived in gold bloodline fear, royal seals, and the ability to ruin a man with one accusation. Alec proved otherwise. He ruled from Blackwake. That single decision changed the shape of the world faster than any decree. At first, the old nobles did not understand how serious he was. They assumed the new king would spend a few weeks on the island that had made him famous, then return to the capital once the romance of victory faded. Men raised in old halls could not imagine a king choosing wind-salt furnaces, ship horns, oil smoke, and working streets over marble floors. Then the first summons came, not to the capital, to Blackwake. Every major house merchant guild, military command port authority, and provincial steward was ordered to send representatives to the island for the first royal assembly of the Blackwake crown. The reaction was almost worth framing. Some nobles were offended, others pretended not to be. A few asked whether the court infrastructure on Blackwake could properly support persons of rank. Lydia answered by sending them dock instructions, housing assignments, inspection rules, and a note explaining that anyone unable to survive sea air for 3 days was free to resign public responsibility. After that, the complaints became quieter. The ships came in a long line. Highborn lords who had once spoken of Blackwake as a cursed rock now stood on polished decks gripping railings while the island rose before them through morning mist. They expected harsh cliffs and smoke. They found both, but they also found something far worse for their pride: order. The harbor was enormous now. Stone piers stretched into the bay like the ribs of some waking giant. Cranes turned above warehouses with painted signs and numbered doors. Refineries burned under strict watch on the lower terraces. Roads climbed the black hills in clean lines lit by iron lamps. Armed harbor guards moved with quiet discipline. Children crossed bridges where wolves had once hunted. Workers shouted from loading platforms. Captains waited their turn because everyone waited their turn in Blackwake unless they wanted Lydia's office to remember their name. At the top of the island, above terraces of stone, iron, and lamplight, stood the new royal hall. It did not look like Cedric's palace. It looked stronger. Black stone walls, high windows facing the sea, iron braces visible instead of hidden behind gold, the tower flame crest above the gate. No useless decoration where structure mattered. No soft carpets in halls where boots carried work. Yet it had beauty too, the kind made by purpose. Warm lamps under dark beams, polished metal, carved maps of the harbor, banners of black and gold moving in the sea wind. The nobles entered with careful faces. Then they saw Alec. He sat at the head of the assembly, not on Cedric's old throne, but on a dark seat built by Blackwake craftsmen from black oak iron and amber glass. Queen Seraphina sat to his right in white and silver, calm enough to make even nervous petitioners breathe more easily. Queen Lydia sat to his left in deep blue and black, with notes arranged before her so precisely that several ministers seemed to lose confidence just looking at them. Alec wore the crown of black iron and dark gold. Behind him, through the high windows, Blackwake Harbor burned with morning light. No one in that room could pretend the old order had survived unchanged. Alec let them feel it before he spoke. Then he gave them the first law of his reign. No province will be punished for Cedric's pride. No town will be taxed to rebuild what corrupt men burned. No noble house will be destroyed for fear alone, but every title, every command, every trade right, and every inherited privilege now answers to function. The chamber stayed still. Alec's gaze moved across them. If your road collapses, fix it. If your people starve while your granaries are locked, the crown opens them. If your guards take from merchants and call it tolling, they answer to royal court. If your sons want command, they earn it under officers who know war, not under portraits of dead relatives. Some nobles stiffened. Lydia turned one page without looking up. Alec continued. Ilarion is no longer the master of Blackwake. Ilarion is the mainland realm under the Blackwake crown. That does not make the mainland lesser. It makes the crown honest. The future came from the place Cedric tried to bury. All of you are standing in it. No one clapped. Alec had not called them there for applause. He had called them there to understand the new gravity. The work began before the assembly ended. Lydia divided the mainland into repair districts, supply districts, and review districts, refusing to let old borders remain untouched, where they had been drawn for family pride instead of sense. Ports damaged by Cedric's war received rebuilding crews. Bridges were inspected. Grain routes were mapped against winter risk. Tax collectors were audited by people who did not owe them dinner invitations. Men who had hidden behind noble crests discovered that Queen Lydia could read 3 inconsistent reports and find a lie faster than a priest found sin. Seraphina worked differently. She traveled to hospitals, widows' houses, soldiers' barracks, and neighborhoods that had seen too many banners change to trust any of them at first. She did not arrive with speeches about glory. She arrived with healers' compensation writs, clean bedding, food stores, and enough patience to listen to old anger without treating it as treason. People trusted Seraphina before they trusted the crown. Alec knew that and valued it. Some rulers feared beloved queens. Alec had already seen where that path ended. He let Seraphina become the gentler face of the new reign because gentleness, properly guarded, was not weakness. It was the thing Cedric had never understood how to protect, and Alec himself moved constantly. One week he inspected the southern roadworks. The next he reviewed shipyard expansion at Blackwake, then the inland garrisons, then the foundries, then the capital courts. He did not let officials perform loyalty from a distance. If a portmaster claimed unloading delays came from weather, Alec checked tide records. If a noble blamed missing grain on bandits, Alec sent riders to ask the villages who had watched the wagons leave at night. If a commander claimed his men were unpaid because of treasury confusion, Lydia found the missing coin, and Alec found the commander. Within months, the kingdom changed tone. Not perfectly. No kingdom healed like a wound in a children's tale, but it changed. Road lamps appeared first along the coast, then deeper inland. Blackwake fuel burned in towns that had gone dark after sunset for generations. Merchant caravans began traveling later because the roads were safer. Shipyards reopened with better lubricant and fixed contracts. Farmers received iron tools at reduced cost through crown supply houses. Winter grain moved before the first snow instead of after hunger had already begun sharpening people's bones. People started saying something dangerous. Under Cedric, orders came down. Under Alec, things happened. That difference made loyalists afraid. Cedric was dead, but old rot did not vanish because one king stopped breathing. Some men had built their lives around being close to royal fear. Others had lost secret incomes when Lydia cut trade theft out of port routes. A few had watched Blackwake workers stand in assembly halls beside old blood and felt the insult like a wound. The last serious resistance gathered in the west under Duke Rovin Coil. Cale was not brave enough to fight Alec openly at first. Men like him preferred distance rumor and other men's bodies. He claimed he only wanted restoration of lawful mainland dignity. He said Illyrian had not been conquered by Blackwake, but reduced beneath an island merchant crown. He hosted private dinners where offended nobles drank expensive wine and spoke of tradition, as if tradition had ever repaired a bridge. Then Lydia froze his trade licenses. The wine stopped tasting as good. Cale reacted by making the mistake all fading men eventually made. He reached for soldiers. His faction seized the fortress town of Glassridge, a western stronghold that guarded the road between the capital and the mountain grain roads. They raised Cedric's old colors beside a white banner and declared they would not submit until the crown returned its see to the mainland capital. The message reached Blackwake at night. Alec read it once in the council chamber while rain struck the windows. Garen, older and somehow louder since Alec's coronation, leaned over the table and snorted. Glass Ridge? Idiots picked a fortress with 3 bad supply angles and a gate hinge older than my knees. Bram Voss folded his arms. Can your knees be melted? Give me enough oil and a reason. Lydia ignored them both and placed 3 maps on the table. Cale's grain support lasts 10 days if he feeds the town, 20 if he starves it. He'll try to blame us for the shortage before either happens. Seraphina's face tightened. How many civilians? Too many, Lydia said. He chose Glassridge because he wants us cautious. Alec looked at the map in silence. There had been a time when a challenge like this would have filled a room with noise. Nobles demanding punishment, officers arguing routes, merchants panicking over lost grain. But Blackwake had grown around men and women who understood work before drama. He placed one finger on the narrow western road. We end it before civilians become shields. No one asked if he meant negotiation or war. They knew he meant both in the proper order. Alec sent Cale one letter. Open Glassridge, release the town stores, and stand trial. Cale sent back Cedric's old royal ribbon cut in half with one sentence. Blackwake kings do not command mainland blood. Alec's army moved before dawn. It was smaller than the force that had marched on High Crown, but sharper. Veterans of the Northern Campaign. Engineers, shield carts, mobile lamps, medical wagons, cavalry scouts, Bram's sailors along the river. Lydia's supply office already counted how much grain would need to be replaced in Glassridge after the fortress opened, because she had no intention of letting hungry civilians pay for a duke's pride. The Western nobles expected Alec to arrive furious. He arrived prepared. Glassridge stood on a steep hill with gray walls and a narrow approach. Cale had locked the town gates and placed archers along the upper walk. Behind the walls, civilians watched from shuttered windows, trapped between fear of the rebels inside and fear of the king outside. Alec rode forward under a black and gold banner. Cale appeared above the gate in polished armor that had probably seen more mirrors than battlefields. "You bring island workers to threaten mainland nobles?" Cale shouted. Alec looked up at him. "I brought a crown to collect a criminal. You rule because frightened men placed iron on your head." "No," Alec said. "I rule because men like you keep proving why someone has to." Cale's face reddened. "Glassridge will not bend." Alec glanced once at Garen. The old shipwright smiled with every tooth he had left. By sunset, Glassridge learned what Blackwake engineering meant. Alec did not burn the town. He did not bombard houses. He did not send men scrambling up walls for the sake of looking heroic. The engineers built cover on the road under mobile shield frames. Oil-treated smoke pots blinded the upper archers without setting fire to the inner district. Bram's river crew blocked the escape tunnel Cale had thought secret because nobles often forgot workers built the tunnels they trusted. Then Garen addressed the gate. The lower hinge gave first, not the wood, not the lock, the hinge. Controlled heat pressure wedges and a chain pull system built from ship rigging turned Cale's proud fortress gate into an embarrassed piece of scrap before night fully fell. When it dropped inward, Blackwake infantry advanced with shields raised and lamps behind them lighting their own path through the smoke. Alec entered on foot. That image spread later. The new king did not ride into Glassridge above his men. He walked through the broken gate with his sword-drawn cloak, dark in the smoke crown absent from his head, because he had not come there to perform. He came as the man who had once fought in mud and understood exactly how little noble Polish mattered when the gate failed. Cale's men broke faster than expected. Some dropped weapons the moment Blackwake infantry entered the lower square and called surrender term. Others tried to retreat to the keep only to find Lydia's maps had predicted the rout and Corvin's veterans were already there. The rebels had expected punishment. Alec gave them a choice which wounded their pride more deeply than a massacre ever could have. The town storehouse was secured first, then the wells, then the infirmary. Only after civilians were safe did Alec enter the keep. Duke Cale waited in the upper hall with 10 household knights and all the dignity a cornered fool could afford. He tried to challenge Alec to single combat under ancestral privilege. Alec looked past him at the hungry servants lining the walls. "No." Cale blinked. "No? You used civilians as cover stole, grain-raised rebellion, and then asked for honor when your gate failed." Alec's voice remained even. "You do not get ceremony. You get arrest." Cale drew his sword anyway. Alec disarmed him so quickly that one of Cale's own knights flinched backward. The Duke fell to his knees, clutching a broken wrist, staring at the blade on the floor as if it had betrayed him. Alec turned to the household knights. Anyone else want tradition? One by one, they lowered their swords. Glassridge surrendered before midnight. By morning, its people were eating from their own grain stores under crown guard, and Duke Rovan Cale was in chains on the road to public trial. The rebellion did not spread. After Glassridge, the Western houses understood that pride alone could not survive contact with Blackwake's discipline. Bram laughed for 3 days. Lydia did not laugh, but she did allow herself one sentence when the final report reached Blackwake. His supply numbers were worse than his politics. Even Alec smiled at that. After Glassridge, the last noble resistance became polite, very polite. Foreign kingdoms noticed too. They had been watching since Cedric's fall, waiting to see whether Alec's new crown would collapse under old blood trade pressure or internal rebellion. Once High Crown fell and Glassridge folded, they stopped waiting and started sending envoys. The first to arrive was the delegation from Valmere, a mainland kingdom across the Eastern Channel. They came with silk banners, perfumed letters, and the soft arrogance of people who believed a new ruler from a harsh island would be desperate for recognition. Their chief envoy, Lord Alston, made the mistake of requesting private trade privileges before he'd even toured the harbor. Lydia asked him whether Valmir's grain tariffs were still inflated by drought panic or merely by greed. The man's smile weakened. Serafina then asked whether Valmir's recent border refugees were receiving royal aid because Blackwake's ships had rescued 2 families who claimed otherwise. His smile died completely. Alec said nothing at first. He let them see the city. That was more useful. They were taken through the harbor at full work. They saw cranes lifting iron-banded barrels in perfect sequence. They saw refineries burning clean under watchtowers. They saw shipyards fitting reinforced hulls with Blackwake-treated gear systems. They saw road lamps being packed for shipment inland. They saw soldiers drill in wet weather without losing formation. They saw engineers test an oil fire projector against a stone target out at sea, where the controlled burst struck so hard that the waves around it flashed orange for a breath. No one called it magic. That made it more frightening. Magic could be rare. This could be produced. By the time Lord Alston stood before Alec again, he no longer spoke as if Blackwake needed permission to matter. He spoke as if Valmir had arrived late to a future already loading at the docks. "We would be honored," he said, carefully to discuss mutual shipping protections. Alec looked at Lydia. Lydia looked at the envoy's proposed terms. Then she crossed out half the page. "We can begin with something less insulting," she said. Serafina hid her smile behind her cup. Alec did not bother hiding his. From that day, foreign courts adjusted their maps. Blackwake was no longer marked as an exile island, penal rock southern outpost, or disputed harbor. It was marked as the royal seat of the Blackwake crown. Ships began coming from farther waters. Skilled workers arrived with families. Scholars came to study fuel metallurgy and harbor systems. Military observers came pretending to be trade assistants and left with pale faces after seeing Blackwake's drills. Even priests began calling the island's Rise Providence, though Garin insisted Providence had contributed very little compared to hammers, curses, and proper bracing. Prosperity did not make Alec soft. It made him busier. He built a new royal code around limits. No king could claim emergency powers without council witness and fixed expiration. No noble could seize trade under private authority. No court could convict a military officer of treason without independent review. No royal confinement could be ordered without written cause. No public record used in judgment could exist in only one place. Lydia wrote most of the structure. Alec approved it. Serafina made sure people understood it. That became the balance of the reign. Alec was the sword and builder. Lydia was the structure. Serafina was the trust. Together they did what Cedric's bloodline never could. They made power feel less like a storm over common heads and more like walls that held when rain came. The mainland prospered in ways people could touch. A fisherman in Eastmere no longer lost half his catch waiting for rotten harbor chains to be repaired because Blackwake grease kept the pulleys running through winter. A widow in the capital received payment owed to her husband from a war Cedric had tried to bury in paperwork. A village near the northern road lit its first street lamps and held market after sunset for the first time in living memory. A soldier who had surrendered at High Crown joined the new road guard, and later protected the same grain caravans he had once been ordered to seize. Children in Blackwake grew up hearing that the island had once been cursed and found the story difficult to believe because their city had lamps, schools, bakeries, watch posts, warm homes, and ships from 5 kingdoms waiting in harbor. For Alec, that mattered more than Cedric's death ever could. Cedric's body had ended a threat. This ended the world that had made him possible. 1 year after the coronation, Blackwake held the Festival of First Flame again. This time people came from all over the mainland. The old capital sent musicians. Varn Hollow sent captains. Greywake sent ships hung with silver bells. Villages sent grain flowers, carved lamps, and letters of thanks written in clumsy hands that mattered more than polished court poems. At sunset, Alec walked with Lydia and Seraphina through the lower harbor without a wall of ceremony around them. Guards remained nearby, of course. Alec was not foolish. But the people did not part from fear. They made room the way workers made room for someone carrying something heavy and necessary. Garen was waiting near the old refinery yard, standing beside a glass case that had not been there before. Inside sat the cracked pot, the first one, blackened, ugly, repaired twice, and completely worthless to anyone who did not understand history. Alec stopped in front of it. For a long moment he said nothing. Lydia stood beside him, her hand resting lightly around his arm. Seraphina moved to his other side. Garen cleared his throat too loudly. Figured if nobles can keep portraits of useless ancestors, we can keep one ugly pot that actually did something. Alec looked at the old clay vessel. He remembered the smoke in his eyes, the bitter smell, the cold shelter, the sound of waves trying to make the island feel empty. He remembered being alone enough that even failure had sounded loud. Now the harbor around him roared with life. Ships creaked at anchor. Children laughed from the bridge. Lamps burned in long golden rows. Workers shouted over music. Somewhere Bram was probably charging foreign envoys too much for the privilege of drinking Blackwake liquor badly. Alec touched the glass. You kept it, Garen shrugged. Thomas did. Hid it after the second still was built. Said one day people would need proof you started stupid like the rest of us. Lydia's mouth curved. Historically useful. Seraphina smiled, beautiful in its own way. Garen looked offended. It is not beautiful. It is an engineering insult with sentimental value. Alec laughed then, not loudly. Not like a king performing warmth for a crowd, just honestly. People nearby heard it, and somehow that small sound moved through them more deeply than a speech would have. Because for years, Alec Arden had been many things. War hero, exile, oil lord, enemy of the crown, king. But in that moment, standing before the broken little pot that had started everything, he looked like a man who had finally reached the far side of survival and found peace waiting there. That night, the first flame ceremony began. The harbor lamps were extinguished one district at a time until Blackwake stood under dusk with only the sea stars and furnace glow remaining. Thousands gathered in silence along roads, terraces, piers, and rooftops. Alec stood on the upper platform with Seraphina and Lydia beside him. Before him sat a new lamp built around a shard of the original cracked pot, sealed in amber glass and black iron. He lit it himself. The flame rose steady and gold. Then from that one flame the harbor lamps began to wake. One road, then another, then the docks, then the bridges, then the refinery towers, then the ships in the bay. Light spread across Blackwake until the island looked less like land and more like a constellation the sea had failed to swallow. The crowd did not cheer at first. They watched. Some cried quietly. Men who had arrived in chains. Women who had crossed the water with hungry children. Sailors who had once called the island cursed. Soldiers who had marched to High Crown. Workers who had built roads where cliffs had once cut boots bloody. Then the sound came, not a roar, a rising. Voices from every part of the harbor calling the name of the man who had refused to die and the city that had refused to remain a grave. Alec did not raise his hand for silence. He let them have it. Seraphina leaned close and said softly, "You gave them a home." Alec looked at the lamp spreading into the dark. "No," he said. "They built one with me." Lydia glanced at him. "That answer will make a terrible inscription. Too long." Seraphina laughed. Alec looked between them, and the weight he had carried for so many years eased in a way no victory over Cedric ever could have managed. Later, when the celebration softened and the harbor settled into music, food, and warm, drunken arguments, Alec returned to the upper terrace of the royal hall. Below him, Blackwake burned bright enough to shame the stars. Seraphina came first, carrying a shawl against the wind. Lydia followed with a cup of tea she had clearly brought for herself, and just as clearly forgot to drink once she started checking the next day's schedule in her head. Alec looked at her. No records tonight. Lydia gave him a flat look. "You made me queen." You do not get to complain that I am ruling. Serafina took the cup gently from Lydia's hand and set it aside. He gets one evening, one, Lydia said. Alec smiled. For a while they stood together without speaking. The sea was calmer than usual. Ships rocked in the harbor. Lamps reflected on the water in long, broken lines of gold. From this height, the whole island seemed impossible, too alive for the place that had once been described as a death sentence, too warm for the rock that had once offered only wolves, salt, and hunger. Alec thought of Cedric then, only briefly. The memory no longer cut the way it once had. Cedric had become what all failed tyrants eventually became, when the world outgrew their fear, a caution, a name. In records, a shadow used to explain why the new laws existed. Alec did not forgive him. He simply stopped carrying him. That peace was worth more than hatred. Serafina slipped her hand into his. Lydia took the other. This time Alec did not look north toward enemies, west toward rebels, or east toward foreign envoys. He looked at Blackwake, the island of exile, the city of oil and fire, the royal seat of a realm that had finally learned the difference between fear and strength. The world had not become gentle. It never would, but Blackwake no longer needed gentleness to survive. Its roads were lit. Its harbor was guarded. Its people were fed. Its queens were beside him. Its crown was no longer borrowed from the past. The King Cedric buried had not returned alone. He had returned with workers who trusted him, ships that carried his law fire, that lit the roads, and love strong enough to outlive the revenge that created his crown. As the last lamps of the festival climbed the hills behind him, Alec Arden finally stopped measuring his life by what had been stolen. He measured it by what had been built. Long after songs forgot the exact words of Cedric's decrees and nobles argued over dates and polished histories, the people of Blackwake told the story more simply. A king threw away his greatest knight. The island kept him. The oil answered him. The forgotten followed him. And from the grave chosen for him, Alec Arden built the brightest kingdom in the world.
This was truly an amazing and exciting journey for all of us. I'm honestly a little sad that this story has come to an end. I hope it stays in your hearts. So if you enjoyed it, please hit the like button, leave a comment, and subscribe to the channel. The donation link is down below. Thank you again for your support. I truly appreciate it. I always try to reply to your comments, so thank you so much and see you in the next video.